in the queue today. So we're going to start today with Senator Augustine. Welcome back, Senator Augustine, to your former committee on Senate Bill 325. Now, I don't know who you have up there, but you had designated Christiana Rigby, Secretary Day, Lori Graff as your sponsor panelist. I see Comptroller Learman.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think we're good.
Gang's all here.
Okay, so Senator, you take all the time you need, and I will give a lot of latitude to the Comptroller and the Secretary and everybody else. By the way, yeah, everybody else is going to be on a 2-minute clock. Okay, and a lot of witnesses on this bill. Senator Augustine, Senate Bill 325. You can proceed.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair Feldman, and of course members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 325, and folks, I'm going to kind of keep it. We do have a lot of folks. You guys have a long day ahead of you, so I'm going to just keep this brief and tell you that this is just about certainty. This is what this bill is about. It's about locking in local regulations at a time a housing development project application is submitted, and doing so for a 5-year period called early vesting, which we know provides that certainty that that those who are going to build this housing stock, which we are going to hear obviously from the panelists who will talk about the shortage that we have, and you all are very well aware of. I don't need to take time with that. Know that that's the heart of this bill, is to allow for there to be that certainty as it relates to vesting, which says that once you have a certain zoning that you have and you've got your application in, that is the zoning that you will continue to have for that 5-year period moving forward. That the local will not be able to change that zoning in that time frame. That is just the heart of the bill. We've had a lot of conversations around different things around how we do that from a technical standpoint, but that really is the heart of the bill. That's the first provision. The second provision of the bill defers the collection of the development fees and excess taxes until construction is complete, but we also know, and we've talked through with the folks, that we want to make sure that those fees, which we know are important, are really given closer to the delivery date of the project, and that we would make sure that they, to make sure that they don't become stranded, that they would be required before a use and occupancy license was issued. Those really are the biggest elements of this piece of legislation. We're looking to move the needle forward, as you'll hear from the panelists, around this shortage that we have, how high cost we have as it relates to our housing. And this is one of those bills for us that deals just with that affordability. It doesn't happen overnight, but it does happen over time. And we have worked closely, including we had a meeting this morning working through some technical amendments with MACO and also DACD to sort of get those technical pieces, but the big picture remains the same. The other big picture that I do want to share with you all, one where we have not, I feel very strongly that this is a statewide early vesting, and that it should apply. What we're trying to do is trying to have it where everybody feels, the development community is clear that this is the framework, not a patchwork from one sort of county to the other. We're one state, and we're also a relatively small state. We also compete with Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Delaware. It's all one sort of market, as it were. We're trying to make our market, again, more clear, more certainty in the regulation, and then also moving those costs back closer to the delivery to drive down costs associated with housing in the state of Maryland. Mr. Chair, I think that if it's okay with you, a lot of what we worked on within this came out of the report from the Comptroller on housing, a fantastic report that has a lot of the information about the shortage. And if it's okay with you, I'd love for her to be able to talk about that. And then, of course, the secretary, who is charged with this process, if that works for you.
Okay, absolutely. So we'll turn to Comptroller Learman, and again, you're not going to be on the clock, so take the time you need.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Comptroller Brooke Learman. It's an honor to be here with Senator Augustine in support of SB 325. I'm not going to recount our whole report to you, but I do think it's worth mentioning. You all know that we do have a housing shortage in Maryland, and one of the reasons for that, and one of the things that we found, and that is widely reported, is that the piece of the cost of housing to build housing, at least and probably more than a quarter of that cost is due to regulatory burden. And so to the extent that we, as a state government, can reduce some of that regulatory burden while also maintaining, ensuring that we're working with our local governments, and it's great to see Councilwoman Rigby here and our local communities, that will help us move away, decrease some of the costs that have been developed over time in Maryland. One of the things about our report that makes it different from many other reports is that we look at the laws and the regulations that are on the books in Maryland versus our competitor states. And I use that word intentionally. We are competing with other states in everything that we do all the time, including competing with other states for residents and for investment into building housing. Investors can go anywhere, and we want to make sure that they're investing in Maryland to build the housing that we need. Nonprofits and for-profit developers rely on dollars to help make the capital stack work. And in Maryland, vesting rights are late. Vesting rights are granted late in the process in Maryland relative to other states. In Maryland, vesting is granted when a developer secures all building and construction permits and commences visual construction in good faith. Delaware and Virginia, on the other hand, are examples of early vesting states, so our neighbors just to the north and south. And vesting rights, which was not something that I was familiar with, I will be honest, prior to this report and this investigation, was cited repeatedly as a meaningful pain point by nonprofit and for-profit developers interviewed for this report. They provided examples of being deep in the pre-development phase of a project and having to then backtrack and make substantial revisions because of a change in law or regulation or a change in the way that a review agency interpreted an existing policy. And because of that uncertainty and financial risk, they then found it harder and harder to bring in investment to actually build the structures they are trying to build. SB 325 addresses this challenge by establishing a clear, predictable framework for housing development approvals. It requires applications be governed by the laws and regulations in effect at the time a substantially complete application is submitted, and it creates statutory vested rights for approved projects. I think this approach really complements targeted reform efforts like transit-oriented development incentives by ensuring that when capacity exists, nonprofit and for-profit developers alike can act on it rather than being deterred by regulatory ambiguity. From a budget perspective, increasing housing supply through reduced regulatory friction also, of course, supports long-term revenue growth. More housing in high-demand markets broadens the tax base, fosters local economic activity, and lessens pressures on services that result from artificially constrained growth. So I'm grateful to be here to support this, and grateful to Senator Augustine for bringing this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Secretary Day, you're up next. We'll go through the whole panel, then we'll take some Q&A, okay? Mr. Secretary.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, esteemed members, thank you so much. For the record, my name is Jake Day, Secretary of Housing and Community Development for our beloved state, and here in strong support of Senate Bill 325. I also want to commend and thank Senator Augustine for his leadership on this issue and recognizing that we have two issues in front of us. One is a crisis, a housing crisis. And so urgency, meeting that moment and responding to it is necessary. Ignoring it won't make it better. And then two, it's about fairness of how government does business. And I think we want to talk about both of those pieces. So number one, this is an important complement to other legislative efforts that the state has undertaken in the last couple of years and is proposing to take this year, in that we compete with our neighbors, to use the point that both the senator and the comptroller made, that we compete with our neighbors in the same dynamic that they present for developers who, by the way, have choice to do business elsewhere. And let's remember that they're not doing business or offering that choice for a different audience. They're doing it for Maryland workers, families that could call Maryland home. Maryland, as I've said before, isn't hemorrhaging jobs, we're hemorrhaging households. We're hemorrhaging people. And if we want our young people to lay their heads here at night, if we want our talent to be able to decide to live here, to have a short commute to home, we have to create an environment that says we want those families to be able to call Maryland home. This bill also offers a critical response to the dynamic of how Maryland presents itself to development, to those who are building, and to the building trades and industries by saying that we set rules, we adopt laws, we adopt those, we print them in black and white, and we present them to you. And when you abide by them and submit your plans, submit your drawings, submit your applications, you'll be held to those standards and those rules and those laws. Not that we can simply change the rules after you have already submitted or change the rules after you've started construction. It's frankly absurd, and it's not how I don't think it reflects the ethic that any of us brings to our elected or appointed office, but it is the dynamic that exists. It's also not a common dynamic. We are a state that has the most extreme late vesting nature, and it's something that ought to be changed. The second piece of this bill that is really important is the delay of the collection of fees. Look, we believe that local government sets excise taxes and fees and has fee schedules, and that those are an important part of their revenue regime, and it's an important part of their revenue collection picture, and we understand that. What I think we can all also acknowledge is that by collecting them at the front end, it induces a cost that is ultimately going to be paid by the Maryland families who will live in those apartments or those houses. And that's a cost that need not be included. The real cost, the real induced cost for society of housing is after the building has happened, after there's a certificate of occupancy and people are moving in. That's when water's going to flow through pipes. That's when cars will be on the road. That's when there will be calls for service for police departments or fire departments or emergency medical units. And so it's at that point in time that having those revenues might actually make sense. But inducing the costs through having to finance all of those fees throughout the process, which can amount to, as the comptroller said, 25, even a third in some examples of the induced costs on a project, that just adds carrying costs that is completely unnecessary and avoidable. And so I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 325, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Okay, because we have 125 witnesses today, everybody from this point forward on this bill are going to be subject to 2 minutes, including you. Councilwoman Rigby, thank you for coming in, and you can proceed. You'll see the 2-minute clock on there, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Feldman. Thank you, Vice Chair Kagan. I'm Christiana Rigby. I serve on the Howard County Council, and hi, I'm the problem. It's me. I've served for 2 terms. And I have to tell you, we have changed a number of land use policies. We have created the strictest forest conservation policy in the state in Howard County. We've revised stormwater. We have produced 2 different building codes, and the most recent one takes us towards electrification. We have changed a number of items, and they all have different times, different timelines, and different lines. And what you're doing here is setting one line for all policies that come forward, and also for the region. Because imagine that process repeated over and over again in all 24 counties. So every county is picking up each of these items piecemeal. Because as you can imagine, it would be a lot to do all your forest conservation, stormwater regulations, subdivision process, all of it all at once. So every county is picking up these items as they come and looking at them, and this is how that Smith Island cake happens. But one thing you're doing here by, with SB, can't remember the numbers, 352? 325, okay, is you're really creating that certainty throughout a region. Because people coming to build in Howard County, we don't want them to just build in Howard County. We need builders and construction firms that can do this work in multiple counties, because that's the scale of the solution that's needed. So by working together, and where you set the line, that's not what I'm not here to comment on where you set the line, but I do ask that you set a line that creates that certainty across the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Graff, you play cleanup here.
Good afternoon, members, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. I'm not going to repeat anything that this very esteemed panel has mentioned, but I did want to put a little bit of a face to what's going on out there. I did have a member call me probably about a month ago, headquartered in Gambrills. They're a large builder. They told me they needed to make some changes to their membership, but I asked why. They're moving to Northern Virginia. I asked why they were moving to Northern Virginia. Nothing about taxes or jobs or anything like that. It was purely too difficult to build in Maryland. They can no longer do it. It takes too long and it's too challenging. So they are moving all of their operations to Virginia and finishing what they have left here and moving. Those are just some of the examples that I hear on a daily basis. What SB 325 does is it clarifies. It doesn't change local control. It doesn't do any of those types of things. It just clarifies the lines and the rules at the time that you submit your application. With that, you get a lot of much more certainty. Money, time is money, and that's what this is all about. In the end, this will help with jobs, more housing options, and stronger local tax bases. So with that, we support with this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take questions from the committee. Any questions for the Senator Augustine or his very impressive panel? Okay, well, seeing none, you guys did a good job. I'm going to next call, we've got 5 seats up there. I'm going to call 5 witnesses. If you hear your name, come on up. And again, you're all going to be on the up to 2-minute clock. Dan Ellis, is Mr. Ellis here? Jason Van Kirk, Lisa May, Claudia Wilson Randall, Casey Anderson. Is Casey Anderson here? Okay. Let's see. Okay, we still got 2 more seats. Zafar Shah. Zafar Shah. Come on up. Okay, I guess we got 1 more seat. Carrie Kasicki. Is Carrie, come on up, Carrie. Okay, that'll fill the table up. And why don't we start over there in the end, and we'll just go down, and everybody's on the up to 2-minute clock, okay? And you're all signed up favorable, straight favorable. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Dan Ellis. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Neighborhood Housing Services of Baltimore. NHS helps prepare home buyers and builds houses located in Baltimore City. There is a really significant need for more housing units across the state. I think that's been fairly well established by the Comptroller and others, so I won't repeat those needs. But one of the things that as a builder that is most important to us in our work is predictability. It allows us to build. It allows us to build in a way that is sustainable, that is predictable, that we can move forward. There is a lot of things that are challenging when you're building, and uncertainty, the more that we can remove it, the better. What Senate Bill 325 does is it creates that certainty. It doesn't change local control. It just establishes the time at which that local control is established and final. And that means that you're not going to end up putting a lot of money into a project that ends up changing down the road. And so that's incredibly helpful for that predictability when you're acquiring property, when you're doing pre-development work, and when you're spending a lot of money to make projects happen. And so we ask we suggest that this will create more predictability, allow more building to happen, and we request a favorable report on Senate Bill 325. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just pass the mic down. Sir?
Hi, Jason Van Kirk, Regional Partner for Elm Street Development, current Chair of MBIA's Land Development Council. I'm testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 325. Our work in Maryland is increasingly challenged by intentional and often reactionary changes to the local zoning and subdivision regulations driven by NIMBY groups and political pressure. These changes routinely disrupt the projects that have invested years of planning, engineering, and public review. One example is an age-restricted community we began in Howard County in 2015. Last year, 10 years later, we finally began sales. The project was delayed by stormwater management regulation changes enacted in response to the flooding in Ellicott City, even though our site is in a completely different watershed. It prolonged the conditional use process and required us to comply with brand new 100-year stormwater management standards that reduce density and increase costs. At the same time, the county adopted new forest conservation rules stricter than the states, particularly for on-site forestation. As a result, we were forced to eliminate 1/3 of our units to plant trees on land serviced by public water and sewer and major commuter routes. In a state struggling with a housing supply, taking a decade to deliver 2/3 of the possible homes is not how we solve affordability. Another example comes from Carroll County, where our industry has recently been hit with moratoriums labeled as deferrals across several zoning categories in the Freedom area. This area underwent a multi-year general planning process followed by comprehensive zoning with extensive public input. Despite this, a new slate of commissioners decided to the process was insufficient and paused approval so they could rewrite zoning definitions and development regulations. With a few nearly completed plans were grandfathered, many others are now in limbo as the county hires a consultant to revise regulation and subject current plans to new regulations. These delays will slow the delivery of housing, increase costs, and discourage future investment. I encourage support of Senate Bill 325.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. What this bill came down to for us, very simply, was that we should not use government authority in bad faith against property owners who are acting in good faith. If we have businesses who are willing to invest their time and their money and their risk and their resources to help us solve our housing crisis, we should be welcoming them. Isn't it the least that we can do to say that we won't play games with you, that we won't change the rules on you after the fact? We do think that that's the least that we can do. We think that is what we should do, and we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Zephyr Shah. I'm the Housing Advocacy Director for Maryland Legal Aid. We represent thousands of low-income renters across the state, and it's a privilege to bring their perspective on these issues to the committee. As you may know, there is a shortage of over 130,000 affordable units for families that earn 30% AMI or less. And amid this crisis of lack of available affordable housing, there were 42 eviction cases filed per 100 renter households in Maryland in 2025. Maryland Legal Aid believes that amid this crisis, renters need a both-and policymaking strategy in which policymakers are steering the state towards housing justice from both the supply side and the side of protecting renters' interests. And we do believe that this bill, Senate Bill 325, does that. The Housing Certainty Act addresses, we think, the key concerns of developers that they've been articulating the past 2 years at the General Assembly sessions. It provides sensible supply-side reforms that do not weaken renters' rights or attack rent stabilization at the local level. While the state awaits future housing development and affordability, the General Assembly must continue to advance policies that keep renters rooted in their communities, protect them from unsafe housing, and assure them due process. And for these reasons, we urge a favorable report on this bill.
Okay, thank you. Our last witness on this panel.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Carrie Kosicki. I'm the Maryland Housing Advocacy Manager for the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We work extensively in Montgomery and Prince George's counties, and we advocate for walkable, bikeable, transit accessible, and inclusive communities as the most sustainable and equitable way that our region can grow and provide opportunities for all people. So as you've already heard, Maryland has a housing shortage. It has many causes. Fixing it will take many solutions, and one of those can be making sure that we fix the rules that raise the cost and the uncertainty of producing the homes that we need. The longer an approval process takes, the more risk it takes, the more it costs, and that means the final product costs more for the renter or homeowner. I can tell you that because I'm 26 years old and I pay more than one of my biweekly paychecks each month to rent, and it doesn't feel good. Please help. So that is the opposite of what we need right now. We need to make it easier to build where communities have already approved or already planned for it, and not change the rules up as we go. We need to be encouraging more of the housing we need. For that reason, we ask for a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take questions, starting with Senator Hester, then Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a great showing from Howard County. I just wanted to give a shout out to Christiana Rigby, Councilwoman Christiana Rigby, who was on the previous panel, and Jason Van Kirk, who is also one of my constituents. My question is this: obviously this bill is part of a much-needed solution. Is there any data that will show that either we will build more houses faster or the price will not go up as much? If we pass this bill, what is the bottom line that I can tell my constituents this bill will do?
I mean, I think that the main thing that I would say on that is that it delivers these projects to the market faster. My example, I'm saying it took 10 years to bring a project. It should not take 10 years to bring a project, even if it has to go through a rezoning or a conditional use process. But it should be happening in a quicker fashion. And if that supply is in the market, then that is helping the market at that point in time.
Okay. Any additional questions? Oh, Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Van Kirk, again, I just looked on your website. Here.
Sorry.
That's okay. Looked on your website, and it appears that you have offices or have done work in McLean, Virginia, Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, and then in Maryland, in Ellicott City, in the Good Senators District in District 9, and Annapolis. Can you tell us really specifically and really briefly, since we have a very long day, how this bill is going to make a difference and I hate this word, incentivize the opportunity for your company to do more work in Maryland? What is the difference? Why are you in Pennsylvania and Virginia and not just all the time in Maryland?
I mean, we are in other jurisdictions because it is so difficult to find ground and to approve ground in Maryland. And so that is why we have branched out. Now, what this does do is that it also, it provides certainty in the process. And these timelines are really the biggest risk in the development process. If you think something is going to take 4 years and it takes 8 years, a lot of developers aren't going to survive that amount of time. Now, we're fairly large, and we kind of push that and can survive that. But it's not good for housing affordability, and it's not good for the housing supply, which is really what is affecting the affordability. And so the predictability would be an enormous risk reducer to encourage more people to be developers in Maryland.
And bottom line, Mr. Van Kirk, abracadabra, this bill passes, abracadabra, it becomes law. Are we at level playing field with other states like Virginia and Pennsylvania?
I mean, I certainly think we are in the regard to vesting. I think that there's some other aspects of regulatory forest and stormwater management and some other things that we could dive in deeper, but on a vesting standpoint, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Watson.
Thank you for this. This is a well-timed bill. We need this so much in Prince George's County. But this bill is unique to housing. Do you think it should also be expanded to deal with commercial as well? We're trying to get the sphere in Prince George's County. We're trying to do big developments, and to continue to be able to attract developers to do that with the same certainty that they do housing. And I am going to speak to the sponsor about potentially doing an amendment that adds commercial in there, but I wanted to hear your perspective.
I mean, I completely agree that the housing economy, it dovetails with the commercial economy. Houses and jobs are linked. And so should we be spreading this to commercial? I would certainly support that. As a housing advocate and mainly a residential land developer for housing, I'm here on the residential side, but I am in agreement with you.
Thank you so much.
Additional questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thank you to the entire panel. Okay, I'm going to call up again another panel of 5. It's going to be a mix of favorable with amendments because we have a lot of witnesses here. So Zachary Marks, straight up favorable. Mr. Marks. Tom Ballantyne. Tom, straight favorable. And then in the favorable with amendment category, Jordan Balcom Colbert, Matthew Wessel, and Michael Sanderson from NACO. Those 3 are favorable with amendments. And so we're going to start with the 2 favorable witnesses, Zachary Marks and then Tom Ballantyne. And we'll take the other 3 witnesses after that. So why don't we start, Mr. Marks, with you, and then we'll just go down the table, okay?
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman, members of the committee. Thank you for providing the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. My name is Zachary Marks, Executive Vice President of Real Estate Development for Enterprise Community Development. I'm speaking today on behalf of ECD, and we strongly support the Housing Certainty Act bill and urge its favorable report. If adopted, SB 325 will provide a substantial increase in certainty for affordable housing developers and make Maryland a more attractive place to take on the investment and risk associated with creating new housing it so critically needs. This bill does 2 critical things. It freezes rules and regulations that were in place when we begin entitlement, and it defers the timing of impact fees to the day a building can begin to accept residents. We recognize the importance of embedding advancements in design best practices into law and policy. However, the late addition of new design guidelines and policies to specific projects can completely undo years of design work and render partially entitled development infeasible. In just one county in Maryland, I have seen hundreds of potential units have to be removed from prospective developments, tens of millions of dollars in cost added to development budgets, and years of delay incurred. Our communities and those of fellow nonprofit affordable housing developers deliver immense value to Maryland, but they cannot serve if they are not built. SB 325 recognizes that perfect can be the enemy of the public good. While there is value in improving design guidelines over time, it should not come at the cost of real homes. SB 325 supports the governor's priority to ensure more housing is produced to meet the needs of Maryland residents by preventing goalposts from being moved on approved development projects. We can balance progress in design and construction requirements with certainty in bringing approved housing development projects to fruition to benefit Maryland residents. Certainty in the development process is among the most impactful ways to reduce project costs and often one of the cheapest to implement. On behalf of everyone at ECD, thank you for the opportunity to present our views. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Mr. Ballantyne.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name's Tom Ballantyne with NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here to recommend your favorable report on Senate Bill 325. Maryland's a late vesting state. The case law allows development projects to be materially altered or blocked even after receiving all final permits and approvals. Approved development applications aren't immune from retroactive changes until after they're approved and have engaged in substantial construction of the permitted use. This bill does 2 things that are very important to us. First, it would ensure the standard of review for housing development applications is based on the laws and regulations that were in effect at the time a complete application is submitted. The second is that it would shield approved projects from retroactive regulatory changes for 5 years after receiving their final permits and approvals. Late vesting is really out of step with today's complex front-loaded development review process. It increases regulatory costs. It stifles creative development proposals and invites tactical litigation. I think it's our hope that after implementing these changes successfully, the General Assembly will consider applying this to commercial projects as well. But I would say that in terms of some of the previous questions, that you'll see developers make concessions on development density and underbuild important pieces of land because they know that they are not vested. You'll see projects less inventive and sort of more vanilla sort of proposals because the vesting and the certainty of getting through the process really isn't there. This would help to bolster that, get you better outcomes. So for those reasons, we respectfully request your favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move to the favorable with amendment threesome. Sir, go next. And no, you don't have to touch anything. We're good.
Great, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Matthew Wessel, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. I'm a planning consultant with over.
Put the mic a little closer. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear that?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yes, I'm a planning consultant with over 20 years of experience guiding housing projects through Maryland's regulatory process. I'm favorable on SB 325 and would like to suggest a few clarifying amendments. In Maryland, housing projects often take 3 to 5 years in subdivision, site plan, engineering, and permitting before construction begins. During that time, regulations can change, zoning, subdivision, stormwater, and others. When they do, there's no assurance that prior approvals remain valid. That uncertainty adds cost, delay, and risk, ultimately making housing more expensive. SB 325 is an important step towards greater predictability by tying project reviews to the laws in place when the first substantially complete application is submitted. To ensure the bill fully delivers certainty, I suggest a few refinements. First, simplify and broaden the regulatory language. The current draft contains detailed inclusions and exclusions. Clearer, more inclusive language would reduce ambiguity. Second, clarify that regulatory certainty begins at the start of a full review process and that the 5-year timeline for vesting begins after all regulatory approvals have been obtained. Third, if vesting must be capped, 5 years should be the minimum. Fourth, once construction begins, vesting should remain permanent, consistent with current practice. And finally, a transition provision should clarify how the bill applies to projects already underway. These practical refinements can be addressed with stakeholders. I respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sanderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. Last year in the waning days of the session, you had some elements that are in this bill before this committee, and we had great difficulty getting to yes. I'm happy that given a very active interim, a lot of work with the sponsor, with supporters, with the administration, and folks who have been on earlier panels, we're a whole lot closer. We're here with amendments on the bill, but I think what you'll see in our amendments and what the sponsor has heard on our amendments have been none of these are at the heart and the center of the bill. We're trying to implement this reasonably. So the kind of stuff we still need to work out are, I think everybody would judge these to be reasonable things to sort out. I think we can get there. This early, like approve the permit by the rules in place when it's submitted makes sense. We agree with the core concept, but when does that clock start? When do you lock in? Substantially complete is a squishy enough term. We're worried on that front, but I think we're gonna get to a point certain we can all agree on. And once we do, that part's gonna be fine. The 5-year window, for guaranteed, for the 5-year window for true vesting in this bill applies to all permits. We had offered an alternative, but I think we can get there with one particular exception. We have local adequate public facilities ordinances. These are smart growth rules saying build where we've got the infrastructure. Frequently, those have a clock on them that may be shorter than 5 years. It doesn't make sense to extend vesting for 5 years if you've only got a 3-year window on school capacity or whatnot. I think we can resolve that, but that's not the centerpiece of the bill, once again. On the later payment of fees, we get the sensitivity there. I think there's also an argument that if we need infrastructure for the development, for the construction phase, to get the vehicles in and that sort of stuff, make the case for that with a cap and be okay on that front. There's a way to get there.
Okay, let's go to our final witness on this panel.
Thank you, Chair Brian Feldman and the EEE committee members. For the record, my name is Jordan Baucom-Colbert, Senior Government Affairs Analyst in the Office of General Counsel for the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. The commission has voted to support SB 325 with amendments. We have submitted testimony on the record to address some few friendly recommendations as well. The commission appreciates Governor Westmore's continued focus on addressing Maryland's housing crisis. We also appreciate Senator Malcolm Augustine for supporting this bill, for sponsoring this bill, and his continued efforts to support better housing options in the state of Maryland. SB 325 reflects a growing recognition that the state must expand opportunities for affordable housing and reduce regulatory barriers that limit supply. The commission strongly supports efforts that meaningfully improve the development review process to ultimately increase housing supply availability, affordability for Maryland residents. For these reasons, the Commission offers support with amendments on SB 325. Our recommendations respectfully ask the committee to consider providing flexibility so that local timelines, deadlines, and review windows, which are more stringent, meet minimum requirements, which are allowed to continue and remain intact. Consider 20 days for initial application determination of completeness and 30 days before it's deemed complete. Eliminate the use of the term vesting to avoid constitutional and other legal issues. Other terms can be used to arrive at this equivalent outcome. Extend the effective date to July 1st due to the need of update zoning ordinances and development review processes. This pending election year mandatorium on zoning text amendments would suggest the need for additional time for statewide implementation. As always, we are happy to work with the governor and the sponsor on any recommendations we have. Thank you again for your time.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I'm going to call up, I see Casey Anderson. You came in here. Casey, why don't you're signed up favorable, and you came in, but let me add to the panel Jason Sartori, who's favorable with amendments, Angelica Bailey-Thapari from Maryland Municipal League, and Melissa McKenna. Is Ms. McKenna here? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yes, District 17. Okay. It's going to be the panel, this, and then we're going to move to an unfavorable and some informational testimony. So, Mr. Anderson, so you assigned up favorable straight up. You're on the up to 2-minute clock, as is the case with everybody else, okay?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for hearing me. I'm Casey Anderson with Rogers Consulting. I'm not even going to take the whole 2 minutes. I just want to tell you that at Rogers we have a chart that we've prepared. I don't have the graphics with me today because there's no way to show it to you on the screen, but I'll email it to you later. It's a chart that shows the land use process in Montgomery, and we have another one for Prince George's County. And it explains, it's like a Gantt chart. It shows the process and how much time our clients can expect to move through the process. And from the time they're considering initial feasibility for, I'm not talking the most complicated real estate project you've ever seen. I just mean like a decent sized townhouse project, maybe a couple hundred units. In Prince George's County, typically from the time of initial feasibility to the time you can put a shovel in the ground, get a building permit is about 4 years. In Montgomery County, it's slightly better, typically two or 3 years. So if you have to invest the money that it takes to hire people like the civil engineers and land planners at Rogers Consulting, architects, contractors, lawyers, all the rest in order to get a development project through that process, and the rules can be changed in the middle of the game, you can be out millions or tens of millions of dollars on a project that will never see the light of day if the political process in its the way it operates decides that they don't want to see your project happen. That's not fair. It discourages investment. It's getting in the way of building more housing. That's the reality that we face in Maryland. And really, I think, don't overthink it. The rules shouldn't change in the middle of the game. It's really that simple. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to the additional witnesses. Again, up to 2 minutes, and we'll just go down the table.
Great. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Jason Sartori, and I am the director of the Montgomery County Planning Department, part of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. I'm here today to express our support for SB 325 with amendments. In Montgomery County, developers consistently emphasize that predictability and uniform application of rules and regulations are essential to advancing a project. We live in a world full of uncertainty, particularly today, and especially in real estate. Material costs have always been unpredictable, but supply chain disruptions and costly tariffs have intensified that volatility. There is also uncertainty in project financing that can easily make or break a project. Because a development is inherently risky, there are limits to how much state or local governments can do to provide certainty in these regards. But we can ensure that the rules of the game don't change midstream and that applicants can have confidence in how their project will be evaluated. With a few minor amendments, the Housing Certainty Act can do exactly that. And I'll focus on 2 recommended amendments. First, consider replacing substantially complete application with complete application. An application may be substantially complete under the bill's definition, but not yet accepted as complete for review purposes of initiating the review process. Establishing multiple application statuses will create confusion for applicants, for agency staff, and for the public. Confusion that could unintentionally delay projects. And the next we recommend, we request language that clarifies how the regulatory certainty applies to multi-application projects submitted over extended periods of time. We'd welcome the opportunity to discuss common scenarios in our county to ensure that the bill, if enacted, is interpreted and implemented correctly and doesn't invite local legal challenges. So thank you for your consideration. We encourage a favorable report with amendments.
Okay, Ms. McKenna.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan. My name is Melissa McKenna. I'm the Executive Director for the Affordable Housing Conference of Montgomery County. We urge this committee to vote a report of favorable with amendments. As a charter county with the authority to enact local laws in the best interest of its residents, Montgomery County has long been committed to carrying out thoughtful, balanced policymaking and addressing the various needs of its diverse communities throughout the county. We believe this bill, only in combination with the Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act and the Starter and Silver Home Act, will help advance the proposed housing goals collectively as they address critical housing needs, not only for Montgomery County, but for counties, jurisdictions across the state. We applaud these efforts to keep housing affordability a priority and front and center in the legislative agenda. Our concerns include methods to recognize and strengthen affordable housing efforts and possible unfunded adequate facilities mandates. We look forward to monitoring these bills as they progress through the legislative process in the General Assembly. We're specifically concerned that these amendments are creating a greater field of thorns than they are making a streamlined process. Thank you very much.
Okay, Angelica, would you go last?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Angelica Bailey-Thupari for the Maryland Municipal League. We are favorable with amendment on this bill at this time. We support the general goal of regulatory certainty. We have concerns about two main sections of the bill. Mako already discussed and highlighted many of the concerns that we have about the vesting piece, so I'll focus on impact fees. And I'm going to use the term impact fees for simplicity as opposed to saying impact fees and development fees and excise taxes and development excise taxes, et cetera. So the bill says that there's no collection until construction is complete and occupancy requirements are met. But infrastructure costs start at the beginning of construction. We're talking water, sewer, roads, stormwater, traffic safety. All of that has to be in place before the residents move in. And many of our municipalities can't front those costs. So what they would have to do is either take on debt or pass the costs on to residents. And as we've discussed previously, municipalities rely very heavily on property taxes for our revenues. So with all respect to the Secretary, I would have to respectfully disagree with what he said earlier. This moving the payment of these fees back could actually be a play that costs our taxpayers, not saves them money. And also the occupancy as the payment point would risk putting home buyers in the middle as well, which I'm happy to elaborate on. So we agree that applicants should have fair and clear rules. We don't oppose some of the concepts, and we look forward to continuing the work with the administration on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, we've got 5 witnesses left on the bill, 1 unfavorable and 4 information purposes only. I'm just going to call all 5 up. So starting with our unfavorable witness, Adam Rybczynski. Adam, if you can come up, signed up unfavorable. And then 4 witnesses signed up for information purpose only. Sarah Franklin. Is Ms. Franklin here? Lorenzo Bellamy. Right, Lorenzo here. Okay, Jabari Cooper, and finally Jason Groth. So we're going to start with you, Adam, because you're the unfavorable testimony, and then we'll go to our other 2 witnesses signed up for information purpose only. So Adam, you're on the up to 2-minute clock, okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Adam Rybczynski on behalf of the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace. The Mayor and City Council are opposed to Senate Bill 325. This bill does a number of things if it was passed. The first, it seeks to codify day-to-day operations of municipal government by dictating timelines for when applications can be approved and when they have to be verified by our staff. Additionally, it shifts the vesting rights from essentially when you have a shovel in the ground, so from site work to essentially paperwork. This is somewhat problematic when you're trying to plan smart growth in a city. So if you're vested essentially when you get your application in or whenever essentially your approvals are finalized, you create essentially, you have the potential to create a backlog. So the next guy that comes along may not be ready to do shovel work within the next year or two. The person prior to that, it may take them 5 years. So essentially the person who's ready to do the development would get on a waiting list. So instead of building in 2 years, it may take them 7 years because they're sitting on that waiting list, waiting for the other guy ahead of them to finish the project. Additionally, I'll just speak about the impact fees. Regardless of where you build them, it's all being passed on to the buyer. That's just the truth of this. And we urge unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to our 3 information purposes only testimony. Sir?
Greetings, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Jabari Cooper, Committee Director and Legislative Officer here on behalf of the Prince George's County Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide informational testimony on Senate Bill 325, Maryland Certainty Act. Prince George's County appreciates the intent behind this legislation. We share the goal of creating greater predictability and transparency in the development process and recognize the importance of increasing housing production across Maryland. At the same time, as drafted, several provisions raise administrative and practical concerns for Prince George's County. Accordingly, we're not formally offering amendments today, but we respectfully wish to outline our concerns for the committee's consideration. First, with respect to the definition of complete application, the introduction of substantially complete standard creates ambiguity. That term is inherently subjective and can lead to inconsistent interpretations, dispute, and unnecessarily delays. From an administrative standpoint, clarity is critical. Local jurisdictions must be able to determine when an application contains all materials required for processing and substantive review. Without that clarity, both applicants and counties may face uncertainty rather than predictability. Second, the duration of regulatory certainty warrants careful consideration. As drafted, an application could remain insulated from new requirements for an extended period. This creates the risk of projects that linger for years without meaningful progress while remaining exempt from updated standards. That outcome could undermine evolving policy goals. A defined time frame for regulatory certainty that allows local jurisdictions to extend that time frame would be better balance predictability for applicants with flexibility for local governments. Third, the 15-day requirement for clarifying application completeness may be unrealistic, particularly for complex or large-scale projects. Even well-resourced jurisdictions require sufficient time to conduct meaningful review. An overly compressed timeline increases the risk for premature determinations and procedural disputes rather than accelerating development. Fourth, the legislation does not clearly address timelines for applicants to respond to requests for additional information. If regulatory certainty attaches without reciprocal obligations, applicants may stall without consequence. Clear expectations on both sides for jurisdictions and applicants are essential to maintaining accountability and ensuring forward mobility. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, next up.
Thank you for listening to me today. My name is Sarah Franklin. I am testifying in my capacity as a private citizen and a planning and zoning professional consultant throughout the state. I would make 3 points for you to consider. The first is that sometimes the development isn't being built not because of the government, but because of the developer. As my colleague up here has said, sometimes you have an approved development, there are adequate public facilities, consequences that are being sort of on hold for that development, and that development isn't moving, and there's another development behind it that now can't be approved. So I would just factor that in if there's a way to allow local governments to prioritize someone who comes in later but is actually willing to move forward rather than holding. There are plenty of subdivisions in Prince George's County and throughout the state that are just sitting there as subdivisions with no houses on them. Additionally, I would note that one of the more heartbreaking things is having to approve a permit for development that you know is going to put people at risk. Climate change, floodplains, increased storms, sea level rise, they all factor in, and I realize that you want to have certainty, but you also want to make sure that people are going to be safe in the homes that they move into. And so I would consider either a shorter time frame for floodplain regulations and critical area regulations when you look at this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jason Groth. I'm the Director of Planning and Growth Management for Charles County, Maryland. I appreciate the opportunity to testify with some concerns on Senate Bill 325, the Maryland Housing Certainty Act. And let me begin by saying clearly, local governments support the production of housing. In fact, Charles County is on track to meet its 2030 housing production goals as published by DHCD. We're averaging a strong annual residential growth and coordinating growth in infrastructure in terms of school capacity, environmental protections, and fiscal planning. We are on the front lines of implementing plans, approving subdivisions, and investing in the future that supports growth. But Senate Bill 325 shifts the balance a little too far. Preemption of local land use authority in ways that can create significant unintended consequences, as you've heard from previous testimony. The bill would vest development rights based on the laws in effect at the time as determined as substantially complete application is submitted. While predictability is indeed important, this approach freezes local policy even in terms of public safety, environmental conditions, infrastructure capacities, state mandates that change after submission. Local governments must retain flexibility to respond to evolving conditions such as school overcrowding, failing sewer capacity, stormwater requirements, changes in state environmental law, et cetera. 325 removes the flexibility and replaces it with a rigid statewide mandate. Finally, overriding local regulatory timelines and vesting standards, the bill weakens home rule authority and substitutes a one-size-fits-all framework for what has historically been a local government function. Housing certainty is indeed important, but certainty must be balanced with the accountability of infrastructure planning and fiscal responsibility. For these reasons, I urge caution on Senate Bill 325 as written. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. That concludes the bill hearings on Senate Bill 325. Thank you, Senator Augustine. We're going to next move to Senate Bill 47, and I'm going to call up, this is also a departmental bill. I'm going to call up Secretary Day here back in the House. If he's outside, maybe somebody could get him. Brad Fallon. Is Mr. Fallon here?
There he is.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Fallon, and we're looking for Secretary Day. There's the two witnesses signed up on behalf of the administration on Senate Bill 47. Mr. Secretary, welcome back. And you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 47.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, esteemed members of the committee, good to be with you again. Once again, for the record, my name is Secretary Jake Day of the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, and I am here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 47 as it relates to the community development aspects of DHCD. This is a piece of legislation that really builds from the fact that we are, and everyone might not know this, but we are Maryland's place-based economic development agency. And a part of that work is that we lend money to small businesses. We're essentially Maryland's small business bank. And did I use an acronym, Madam Vice Chair? Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure I didn't. I want to make sure I read your lips right, and I think that was it, but maybe it wasn't. Our business development efforts, I apologize. Our business development efforts are primarily delivered through a program called Neighborhood Business Works. This is authorized in statute under the Neighborhood Business Development Program. This program provides funding for a variety of things, including property acquisition and construction, purchasing equipment and machinery, and even general operating costs. And it provides the department with a critically important tool to support thriving communities and support small businesses. It started with a loan to the legendary Cafe Hun in the Hampton neighborhood of Baltimore, and it has been operating for over 30 years, supported restaurants and breweries, retail, all shapes and sizes, has supported manufacturing facilities and maker spaces, multi-business market spaces like our house in Baltimore, office space, including co-working spaces like the Cube Co-work, and childcare facilities, a new focus for us. Last year, Neighborhood Business Business Works closed 108 deals, representing $21 million in development assistance. What I want you all to think about with this legislation is that while we don't compete against banks, in fact, we often lend alongside of them, business operates at the speed of business, and when we can't, we slow down their functionality. We slow down business. We can do better, and we believe a critical part of doing better is to amend statute to reflect this particular change, which would make us more efficient and operate, again, at the speed that our small businesses need us to. So with that, I'm going to introduce Assistant Secretary for the Division of Business Development, Brad Fallon, who you all know, but who is in this role leading our business development efforts to get into some of the details of the bill.
Okay, Mr. Fallon, welcome. And you take the time you need to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, great to bug you all again in a new role. I'm Brad Fallon, Assistant Secretary, DHCD, leading the business development efforts. As Secretary Day mentioned, we're talking today about the Neighborhood Business Development Program, or Neighborhood Business Works. There's a kind of a unique element to this program. I'll get into kind of the challenges with it, but the requirement is that local jurisdictions where the small business is located need to have an opportunity to approve or deny any loan or grant or credit enhancement provided to that small business within a 45-day window. That's not a challenge from a point of view of we're getting denied. In the 30-year history of the program, there's been 2 denials, and that was because we sent things before actually finishing our due diligence, a way to try to truncate the timeline, and there was insufficient zoning and a tax lien, those things that would have been caught on our end anyway. What does happen, though, is that nobody's quite sure who has the authority to say yes or no, so they don't respond. So we go 45 days after already making it through the underwriting process, where they have to sit there in stasis and wait for an approval or really for us to hit that 45-day mark. Since I've been on, that's happened in all but one case. Baltimore City is fairly responsive, but most local jurisdictions in the state just don't respond, right? So you had those 45 days. That's exacerbated by the fact that we receive the bulk of our funding from general obligation bond revenue. To spend that money, it needs to go to the Board of Public Works. That, again, is no problem, but it does add, depending on when we approve the loan, 30 to 60 days. Altogether, with the 45 days, that can be 105 days that a small business is waiting on financing that they need. That compares to the private sector of 1 to 3 weeks from application to actually receiving funding. These are businesses that are located by and large in distressed areas and areas in need of revitalization, and they actually have probably the worst aspect of getting money on time. So I won't go much deeper than that at this stage. Y'all have the testimony. We have been working with the Maryland Municipal League and the Maryland Association of Counties on what an amendment may look like that would bring all the parties together. We're very open to shortening that timeline. If we just bring it down from 45 days, we would love to see that in a week or under, where we can get approval or denial. It does not cut them out of the approval process overall, where they do have still permitting and licensing and zoning and kind of all of the great things that we talk about frequently. So with that, I will conclude the testimony and respectfully request a favorable report.
Okay, we're going to take questions for Mr. Fallon, Secretary Day. Okay, seeing none, thank you guys for coming in today. We do have 2 witnesses signed up unfavorable. We've got Angelica Bailey-Thupari from MML and Michael Sanderson from MACO. And Angelica here, or you're going to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Angelica needed to run to the Finance Committee, but I think we're of like minds here, so I'll be quick on behalf of both organizations.
Okay, you can proceed.
Michael Sanderson with MACO. Everything you heard about this program we agree with. Good, worthy, great idea. We don't quite agree that taking out the local input completely is the way we need to go in the pursuit of expeditiousness. At the House hearing, we floated the idea of a 15-day window, at least for MACO membership. That gives us a bite at the apple. Most of our governing bodies meet every other week, and so that gives everybody an opportunity to at least run something up the flagpole if there's a concern about a bad fit. The state agency wouldn't know if we've got safety problems in the parking lot or if we've got an unpaid water bill or these other sorts of things. I think a local check is worthwhile. We can make it quicker, and I think we can work this bill out as well. I think the Municipal League feels the same way, so hopefully we'll have peace in the valley on this soon.
Okay, questions for Mr. Sanderson? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 47. We're going to next go to Senate Bill 36. And I don't know if Secretary Day is back here, back in the room. Secretary, why don't you come back up? We're on Senate Bill 36, and I've got 5 witnesses signed up to be on part of your sponsor panel. Noah Black, Cheryl Gannon, Brianna Roberts. Oh, she's not? Cheryl Gannon's not. Okay, never mind about Ms. Gannon. You're not part of this particular panel, so we'll get you next. Okay, Brianna Roberts, Carmel Roquist, and I think we got one more, Secretary Wu. Is that 5? And Secretary Jay and Secretary Wu. Okay. I think we've got the 5. And Cheryl Gannon is not part of this panel. Nobody's here, Cheryl. Okay, Secretary Day, Senate Bill 36. Take the time you need to present the bill.
Excellent. Thank you. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. So good to be with you again. Once more for the record, Secretary Jake Day, Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, here to testify in support of Senate Bill 36. And you've got my written testimony. However, I want to highlight a couple of key things. One, what this bill does, what it doesn't do, and some amendments that we think will make it better. Recently, the department briefed this committee on the ins and outs of residential development in Maryland. And of course, a large part of that conversation focused on Maryland's housing shortage. We are not building enough homes, as you have heard, and Maryland has not been building enough homes for the last 15 years, 16 years now. After the boom and subsequent bust of the housing bubble out of 2008, Maryland simply stopped building at a level related to demand and a level significantly below what we had been building at for decades. Compared to 2008, Maryland today issues 40% less building permits annually. Between 2015 and 2022, the number of homes available for sale in the state dropped by 64%. And this decline has contributed to our now existing gap of approximately 100,000 homes. That's just the number of homes that we need, by the way, to properly house our current population. So this chronic underbuilding has made housing more expensive, and surging prices have put the American dream of homeownership out of reach for most Maryland families. Only 49% of Maryland families can afford Maryland's median home price in 2022, down from 75% in 2000. And as home ownership becomes less attainable and as renters remain cost burdened, young Marylanders can't afford to live in the neighborhoods in which they grew up. So Marylanders can't afford to rent or own a home here. And so what are they doing? They're leaving. They are leaving. And they're not just leaving for Florida and Texas, they're leaving for our neighboring states. As I have said before, and I think I said earlier today, Maryland is not hemorrhaging jobs, we are hemorrhaging households. And those families are choosing to lay their heads further from here, to accept a longer commute, and to do so in housing that is cheaper in Pennsylvania or Virginia or West Virginia or Delaware. 90% of voters, according to the Maryland Association Realtors poll this year, say the cost to buy a house in their part of Maryland is too high, and that's a 6-point jump from the same question asked 1 year ago today. 88% say the cost to rent an apartment is too high. Nearly 2/3 say there is too little housing for people with moderate incomes. 36% have considered or are considering leaving explicitly due to housing costs. So our young workforce is willing to endure a longer commute. We're at a competitive disadvantage to our neighbors, and we are not doing what needs to be done to fix the problem. Inaction is not an option. They're earning in Maryland, but they're spending their taxes in Pennsylvania. They're investing in communities there. They're sponsoring soccer teams. They're going out to dinner in those places, and not in Maryland communities. Seniors, often on a fixed income, who want to downsize their home, find that there are no viable housing options in their communities and end up relocating further away from their families to find them. So to both address the issue of seniors needing an affordable option in their neighborhoods, being able to stay in the places that they've long invested, and also attracting and retaining a young workforce, we believe that we need more plentiful, varied, affordable housing options in Maryland. The cost of housing, by the way, according to the Greater Washington Housing Survey this year, is the #1 issue on voters' minds in 2026. The #1 issue. And it's also the #1 reason why they're choosing other places. Also worth noting, 79% of voters, 79%, say that state government is doing a poor job making housing more affordable. 77% say that their local government is doing a poor job addressing housing affordability. They expect us to do more. They expect us to act. Furthermore, 47% of voters said they would be less likely to support their state or local representative if they don't support more housing options in their community. And that's exactly what this bill does. A change in longstanding policies to create smaller and more affordable homes in Maryland, to enable people to do more with their property, to acknowledge that we used to build this way. We used to build smaller homes. In fact, in many places like Annapolis, Towson, Parkville, District Heights, communities that home buyers consistently say they love, those places would be illegal to build in those very same jurisdictions today. We have essentially outlawed the places that people would choose were we to give them that choice. Mandated lot sizes increase land costs, which can account for as much as 30% of the cost. Regulatory obstacles and regulatory requirements on how large the lots must be and how large the homes must be drive up the cost of housing. These requirements contribute to the creation of McMansion sprawl, which, by the way, is the only thing that seems to get through regulatory processes today and still earn a profit. So it's the only thing getting built, which drives frustration among voters when they see the only thing getting through is luxury apartments and McMansion developments. The solution is building smaller and more effectively to increase housing supply and to decrease housing costs. This is a proven and tested idea. This exists in other states. The state of Texas did something just like this. And by the way, the state of Texas is a state that you would not expect to be leading on housing, but they see the same problem from a different vantage point. They see it as their problem 10 years from now when they have underbuilt housing and they're trying to get ahead of it. States like Maryland that are already behind the curve aren't doing enough to get out of the crisis that we have created. I think it's also worth noting that the state of Connecticut, a perennial housing leader in both legislation and executive action and programs, just this week copied this bill and has introduced it in their General Assembly. So the Starter and Silver Homes Act is named something else in the Connecticut legislature, but it is before them as well. This is a tested idea that is really critical. Of all the land zoned for residential use in the entirety of Maryland, only 11% is zoned for high or even medium density development, which is one of the reasons why we must look at all residentially zoned areas, including zoned for single family, which is what this bill does, and look for options to create more affordable, smaller homes. Imagine if government could make a policy decision that would immediately cut the price of a new house by 1/3 for Maryland families. Imagine how many more young families could buy in Maryland. That's what this legislation does. That's it. That's the policy. We can cut it by 1/3. Adjacent, connected homes cut the cost of housing by 1/3. Same square footage. Same square footage. A family needs a household income of at least $125,000 to afford a median detached single-family home today. They only need $85,000 of annual income to afford a median attached single-family home in Maryland today. By those income metrics, that's 120,000 Maryland families that could become home buyers, that could afford to own a home in Maryland if we made that switch. Senate Bill 26 will allow more Maryland families to achieve home ownership by limiting required minimum lot sizes in areas served by public water and sewer intended for growth, intended for housing, allowing the placement of townhomes in locations where detached single-family homes are currently allowed, eliminating or moderating restrictive requirements on new home construction, such as setback requirements, dimension and lot coverage requirements, and allowing owners of existing improved lots to split their lots into up to 3 smaller lots to encourage more efficient use of land, building on our legacy as a smart growth state. All of these measures aim to move policies in a direction that aligns the will of Maryland voters and their expressed desires by creating a framework to build the kinds of housing that they want and that they expect. Moderately priced, smaller starter homes and retirement residences. It's what the people are asking for. It's about bringing back sensible developments and, like I said earlier, the type of communities that people love. I also told you I was going to tell you what this bill doesn't do. I want to be clear about this. This bill doesn't ban single-family zoning, doesn't ban yards, doesn't force anybody to live in a tiny home or a townhouse or an 8-acre lot. It just allows for more things to be done. It frees up people to do what they say they want done in their communities, on their property. It allows for smaller lots and smaller homes. I know that not everybody is going to agree today or every day on housing and housing policy, but I think we are coming together on good solutions. And it is in that interest that I'll get to my last point, which is since last fall, the department's been engaged with local jurisdictions and other stakeholders on this bill's provisions. And after soliciting feedback on the bill from dozens of stakeholder organizations, lots of productive conversations, the department has received over 40 suggested amendments. There are 28 unique amendments, 28 unique ideas, 14 of which we believe we should adopt outright and accept as friendly amendments. And of the remaining 14, 7 of which I think are essentially there, and 7 more which I think need more conversation. But really out of the gate, there's a lot of great collaborative work that has happened, and I want to touch on some of them. These came from a number of partners, including Arundel Rivers, League of Conservation Voters, Sierra Club, MACO, MML, and individual counties and municipalities from Prince George's County to Westminster, to many others. From those suggestions, the department has, I want to highlight the following friendly amendment language. On limiting the townhouse provisions of the bill to areas served or planned to be served by public water and sewer systems within the next 5 years. That is an amendment, and it's common sense. It makes sense. Let's focus on areas where they intend for growth to go in the immediate future. So this is not to open new areas to development that weren't intended for growth for a long time, and it's certainly not to put growth where it shouldn't go. We also accept clarifying that density limitations, typically in the form of units per acre maximums, can't be used to override the bill's minimum lot size provision. Allowing an environmental design option to protect sensitive areas subject to the bill's provisions. Exempting critical areas and forested land suitable for forest interior dwelling species from the bill's provisions. This was amended this amendment is offered by Arundel Rivers, Maryland League of Conservation Voters, Chesapeake Legal Alliance, and Shore Rivers. Again, we agree wholeheartedly. Exempting future designated historic districts from the bill's provisions, so long as the existing primary structures are an average 50 years old at the time of designation. Originally, a version of this amendment was brought to us by Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning Commission, MACO, and MML, and this is a compromise that we think will meet the intent that they've asked for. Clarifying that the bill's provisions do not override adequate public facilities ordinances or other local equivalents. Our local government partners have been really clear about this. That's an important protection for them. I think it's fair to call it something of a deal breaker, and we want to make sure that we acknowledge and hear that, and this bill will not override APFOs. Moving the effective date of the bill back to January 1, 2027, our partners have suggested in local government that having the effective date move back will give them more time to implement. We acknowledge that, recognize it, and want to work with them. Clarifying that the bill's provisions do not override applicable consent decrees. This is a great point brought up by friends as well. Local governments who said that in addition to federal, local, and state law, some jurisdictions are subject to consent decrees around water systems, sanitary sewer systems, et cetera. We want to make sure that this doesn't override the limitations on growth and capacity that they have to deal with because of those consent decrees. Clarifying the definition of zones that allow single-family detached homes in the context of where townhomes may be placed. And this cleans up some ambiguous language to ensure the bill can be implemented based on the local government's zoning language. Allowing local jurisdictions to require that building height and front setbacks be consistent with the adjacent improved lots. This, again, is common sense, makes sense to have contextual development. We don't want, giant homes on lots overtaking. It's a trend that is happening and has happened in places. We're not trying to enable that to happen to neighborhoods. So we wholeheartedly agree. Allowing jurisdictions to set lot coverage maximums of at least 75% of the usable lot. This has to do with the same issue, and also our friends in the environmental community proposed something very similar to this change to the lot coverage provision. We accept that as well, and hope that that allays their concerns while still ensuring that smaller homes can be built on smaller lots. Exempting areas outside priority funding areas and growth tiers 1, 2, and 3 from the bill's provisions. Essentially, I think this is an oversight, and this amendment makes it better. This came from a variety of sources, including Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning Commission, to ensure that we're not promoting sprawl, which was not our intent. Our intent is to say the areas that a local government thinks should be for growth, period. Clarifying the definition of townhouse to exclude stacked units or duplexes. So this is something that I don't think we had originally envisioned as being allowed, but this clarifies. This is an MML amendment that we accept. Our intent was to allow for vertically attached, not apartments stacked. I think we should talk about the viability of that in appropriate zones one day, but in these zones, we recognize that that's not something that local government is comfortable with, and we support their amendment. So that's 14 amendments. That is a start. There are more that I think we're really, really close on. If we had a few more days, we might be here with you saying we were at 21, maybe even more. So with that being said, I appreciate the committee's time. Mr. Chair, I recognize that you've given me a lot of time and latitude here, but I just want to say this is an important issue. The people expect us to move the ball forward on affordable housing and housing affordability, and this is a key provision to getting there.
Okay, let's get the sponsor panelist testimony in, and then let's take some questions. I'd like to get just the witnesses, let them testify. So do you have a sequence, Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, I think we'll start with
Okay,
Secretary
we'll go with Secretary. Yeah, Madam Secretary. Yeah, why don't you lead off, and then we'll take it from there.
Right. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for allowing me to be here. For the record, I am Carmel Roque. I am the Secretary of Aging, and I am here to support Senate Bill 36. I'm very pleased to support this legislation, which is an important step forward to expanding affordable housing options in Maryland for residents of all ages, including our growing population of older adults. Whenever we visit in community, what we hear across the whole state is that housing is a priority issue for older people. Maryland's housing crisis is of particular concern for MDOA. We have identified this as a priority policy issue, and it is a prime recommendation in our Longevity Ready Maryland plan. We must take action to create more affordable and appropriate housing for the benefit of older Marylanders, but also because this is an element in making sure that there is affordable, appropriate housing for every generation at every phase and stage of life. Our housing policy and practices were developed for another era, one that no longer matches our demographic reality, falling birth rates, and growing population of older adults. People increasingly are aging solo, and therefore housing stock needs to match that demographic. Maryland's aging population is expanding rapidly and at a historic pace. As the numbers of older Marylanders expand, so will their need for affordable and appropriately sized housing, which supports the ability of older people to continue to live in their home communities, and should they need it, to finance their long-term care in the future. For many Marylanders, their home ownership is their greatest financial asset, and it is a way to be able to access generational wealth. Maryland's cost of living, which includes housing costs, is higher than in surrounding areas. We've heard that repeatedly. Many older Marylanders, like myself at age 70, would very much prefer to continue to live in the community where I have raised my family, attended church, supported the local arts, the local sports teams, and other opportunities for social engagement. And I have very deep, strong ties. For me and many other older people, the problem is being able to find a smaller, affordable home in my home community. This lack of housing often prompts some older Marylanders to move out of state for their next phase and stage. Without these affordable home options for older residents, many will continue to look outside of Maryland. We've had this discussion in my own family as we are looking to our future. And when this happens, Maryland's economy loses out on the economic benefit of keeping older residents here in Maryland, contributing to their communities, serving in government, supporting businesses, and paying taxes. Maryland's older population makes up a sizable share of the total population. In 2022, people over 55 made up approximately 30% of the state's population. And this is an age in which many people begin to be empty nesters and to begin to consider their options for retirement and where they will live for the next phase of their life. The current development patterns make it very difficult for older adults to access affordable, smaller housing options. And this is only going to continue to grow as a problem. As Maryland's demographic profile evolves, policy actions that increase the supply of attainable housing options, including smaller homes and diverse house styles, are essential to ensuring that Marylanders of all generations can choose Maryland as their forever home. The Maryland Department of Aging respectfully urges a favorable report on Senate Bill 36. Thank you.
Okay, Secretary Wu, well, let's get our secretary contingent here on the record. Secretary.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Portia Wu. I serve as Secretary of the Maryland Department of Labor, and I'm testifying in support of SB 36 today. I want to underscore the importance of this legislation for Maryland's economy. Our economy simply cannot thrive without the workers we need in Maryland's critical jobs, including nurses, teachers, firefighters, and electricians. In 2025, there were over 50,000 job postings for registered nurses in Maryland, the highest of any occupation. And our own projections show that the number of electricians in the state is expected to grow by nearly 14% through 2033. That's the number of jobs that will be available, nearly twice as fast as the rest of the job growth. However, these positions will go unfilled if Maryland cannot find enough workers. Unfortunately, we see that we are going in the wrong direction with our young workforce in Maryland. According to census data, a little over half of Maryland's net domestic migration losses over the past 5 years are from 17 to 34-year-olds. Young people are overwhelmingly leaving because of the lack of affordable housing, and this is in my written testimony. You can see the main reasons people say why they're leaving. Between 2020 and 2025, housing and commute, which are really the same thing because people can't afford to live near where they work, were cited as the top 2 reasons for this contingent leaving. Not only does that mean fewer people available to fill these critical jobs, but it places a strain on our economy and, of course, as a loss of taxable income for our state. This unaffordability is most pronounced when we look at the prices for single-family homes. For the median Maryland firefighter, for example, whose income is around $70,000, single-family housing in many parts of our state is just not affordable. Looking at the median prices in December 2025, a single-family home mortgage would absorb over 50% of that firefighter's gross annual pay, whereas something like a townhouse unit would only be 30-some% of wages. This bill eliminates burdens and barriers to prevent the building and production of affordable, smaller homes, and that will allow Maryland's talented young workforce to stay local and grow our economy. With that, I respectfully request a favorable report on the bill as amended.
Okay, let's get the other 2 witnesses in here, but everybody from this point forward are on the up to 2-minute clock, okay? So we'll start in the middle, and then we'll go, well, whoever's grab the mic and start talking.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. My name is the Reverend Brianna T. Roberts, and I live in Millersville, Maryland. I serve as pastor to Christ Evangelical Lutheran Church in Millersville, and I am a member of Anne Arundel Connecting Together and the Maryland Just Power Alliance. I am joined by several other folks of Maryland Just Power Alliance who are sitting right behind me. They're wearing the matching shirts. You can see us. I invited them to stand. You can see us. I have my button. There we go. I'm grateful to be here with the team. Yay! All right. I am here to speak in support of Senate Bill 36. The dearth of affordable housing in Maryland is a specter that affects everyone in our state. I returned to Maryland in 2021 to take the position at my current church. I happen to live next door to the church in a house owned by the church as part of my compensation package. Without this benefit, I would not be able to afford to live in Anne Arundel County close to where my parishioners live and work. And my church, if that house did not exist in their portfolio, would have to settle for a part-time church leader that they could afford. Likewise, in my congregation that only worships about 75 on a Sunday, we have seen many families across socioeconomic backgrounds forced to make decisions between staying in Maryland, in where their networks of community are located, or moving away to states where they have more plentiful housing and have lower costs of living. We have seen in my little church at least 4 families depart for states like South Carolina and Tennessee, and that loss to our congregation is Maryland's loss as well. This bill will make space for our communities to thrive through affordable and accessible housing. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for giving me the chance to testify today as well. My name is Noah Black. I'm a resident of the city of Kensington, a lifelong resident of Maryland, and I'm here today alongside my fellow panel members and the rest of the Just Power Alliance in advocacy of this bill. Some context about me. I'm a full-time engineer, college educated. I'm working in Germantown and fighting to make a name for myself in my field alongside many others. As well, I recently got engaged. With my fiance and I both in our mid-20s, it's clear that the rest of our lives is going to be dictated by the things that are happening here and now for us. We are talking about the family that we want to raise together, the children we want to bring into this world, and more than anything else, we're talking about the communities we can give back to, the same ones that helped us both through our entire childhoods. There's just one problem, and that's that we can't afford a house here. Right now, my fiance and I, like many other people my age, are renting with roommates. We don't have space for children. We don't have the stability a mortgage could bring us, and come the end of our lease, we don't even have the assurance that we won't be priced out of the state entirely and be forced to find community elsewhere. Without access to housing, our futures are on pause. This bill will work to solve this and allow us both to have a chance at something so many people in this room had, and that's a chance to set down roots, to raise a family and to give back. We don't need a full acre of land or a sprawling front lawn. Right now, we just need a house. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you to the entire panel. We're going to take questions. I do want to remind the committee we've got 40-plus witnesses signed up on this bill beyond this panel, so if you could be succinct and tight with your questions, starting with, we're going to start with Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll keep it succinct and tight here. Thank you, panelists. A couple questions. Secretary Day, you went through a kind of a long list of like amendments and changes. So this bill is going to look a lot different than what I kind of prepared questions for. So we'll just kind of work around that. Local control and one size fits all. Why should the state of Maryland, through these policies, override local governments on things that affect very important quality of life issues like schools, roads, water capacity, and neighborhood planning?
Yeah. So, Senator, thank you for that. And I'll be sure, by the way, we communicate where we're at with those amendments to the entire committee and to the chair very soon. Look, I think, let me start off by saying, first of all, I think conversations and debates about control or power or decision-making authority, they feel to me very disconnected from the reality of what Maryland families are experiencing. And the voters are telling us, y'all aren't doing enough, and that's collective, state, local government, you're not doing enough to address the problem. And so, it doesn't matter whose hands it's in, you're not doing it. And so we know the problem needs action, and we know that the regulatory framework is the primary way that state and local government can shape housing prices. That's a fact. Nobody in the housing space disagrees with that. I also think it's worth noting that generally speaking, left, right, or center, there are think tanks and research centers from the American Enterprise Institute to Harvard Joint Center. They all agree this is what government should be doing, reducing the regulatory obstacles to housing production to bring housing prices down. And so I think it's a best practice for one. Number two, as a former local elected official and local planning commissioner, I spent 15 years in local government, served as Maryland Municipal League president. It never occurred to me to be a fighter for where power was going to go. It occurred to me to fight for the issues that matter, right? And while I also believe, both as a trained architect, urban designer, and mayor, and other steps along the way, I do believe that the framework we create is one that we operate within, and when it's not working, when it's failing, we can come up with creative solutions within that. I'm absolutely believe that the state has a role to play here, and that we are only setting a floor, that the real innovation is going to come from local government, that the stars are going to come from our counties and the ideas that they come up with, and our municipalities and the ideas that they come up with. But this is a public policy problem that is affecting all Maryland families, and requires, I think, a statewide response, much in the same way we always have as a state on land use issues. We always have. We've just usually done it to tell people what they can't do. And what I'm suggesting is we've never finished that thought and said, but there are places where we think they should do things. We should be building housing. And so just as we have said you can't build in certain areas and we're going to protect the sensitive ecological resources of this state, we've now got a public policy problem of housing prices are unaffordable, and we can address it. And I think it requires the state to say there is a floor. There's a floor. There will be lots of work to go from there, but I think that's a statement that I can stand behind.
Okay, and then Secretary Wu, I looked at the chart that you mentioned, and I looked at different things. I think it wasn't traffic. It was listed as commute, I guess.
Commute. Yes.
It was about as big as the housing. So, in my district, I am hearing a little bit about the affordable housing, but I'm honestly hearing more about, how people's assessments went up so high that they can't hardly afford their property taxes. Vehicle registrations have about doubled. People have to do payment plans to be able to pay for their vehicle registrations anymore. Energy bills are off the charts right now. I don't see a lot of that stuff in, even kind of mentioned in those charts, when I think we have a lot of people that are leaving the state because they basically just can't afford a bunch of stuff, not just housing. Would you like to respond to those other issues that aren't addressed in your chart?
Absolutely. Well, the census categories are big ones. And again, these were 2020 to 2025. There have been many other issues. And of course, people may break down smaller issues, or there may be smaller numbers. So I can go back and look if you're interested about, did people talk about energy? Did they talk about other forms of affordability? Obviously, affordability is a broader issue that we're all concerned with right now. And the governor has put forth ideas on energy and other recommendations. Those are outside my expertise. But I think we acknowledge, I just wanted to point out, especially among younger workers, that 17 to 35-year-old range, housing commute over the past 5 years, those have been the top two reasons they leave the state.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing, if I may, for Secretary Day. So as we talk about these, local zoning authority, and I look at, I represent 2 counties. I go to we have a CTP meeting in each county every year. And for instance, one of the #1 priorities in Harford County for years has been Route 40, Otsego Street, and Havre de Grace. You got a rep from Havre de Grace that's in the audience today. These kind of things, the funding's not there. We're not getting these upgrades to these roadways and these intersections that we need. So how can you justify putting in higher density housing when the roads and the intersections we have now can't handle what we have, and our quality of life is suffering from these local communities already?
So Senator, two things. One, I want to address the question about the Maryland Association of Realtors. Polling dove deeper into the question you asked about what's driving people out of the state. Housing costs, one, are the #1 cost that families have. So that's why housing affordability does factor into all those other things. Number 2 cited was taxes. And what I will say about housing development is that when we build in a compact way, when we build in the areas where we intend for it to go, and when we don't extend infrastructure an extra foot, an extra foot of pipe, an extra foot of asphalt, an extra foot of concrete has to not only be paid for and financed and bonded, it's then got to be maintained forever. So the more we stretch, the more we build, large lots, large homes, and spread further and further, that burden is going to ultimately be paid in local property taxes. That burden is going to suffer. Our kids are going to suffer under that in the future. And if we more efficiently use the land that we say should be built on, we will make our communities, our local governments, more solvent, more likely to be solvent. As to your second point, I would just say, we're not currently facing down a crisis of traffic management. I understand that there are failing intersections and there are intersections that need, attention. We are facing a crisis of housing affordability. And I think we got to stare it down and get out of it. The other thing I'd say is that expanded roadways, if that were the answer to addressing traffic management, then you couldn't build dense cities like New York City without having 40-lane streets. But you don't. You have 2 and 4 and 6-lane streets. And so I don't think it's just a problem of growing our roads. I think it's a problem of recognizing that we've built in such a way that we induce traffic. We've built in such a haphazard, mismanaged, unplanned way that we induce traffic. And if we build better, as this bill suggests we can, and we build in a more compact fashion, we'll get better.
Some areas don't have the luxury of certain types of mass transit, and the fact that certain projects have been listed as top priorities in counties on their CTP plan for 10 years and are still, haven't been addressed, that shows that, we're behind already on a lot of these traffic issues. I'm not saying widen things to 40 lanes or anything like that. I'm talking about stuff like changing intersections and different things that our locals have been asking for. So I understand, the point about the not necessarily maybe being wider, but our local governments are struggling with just basic necessities and requests that they've had for so long. And I would just like to see a real impetus on getting some of that corrected before we add a bunch of additional people in the area. But thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Senator Hester, Senator Harris, and then Senator Washington.
Thank you very much, secretaries and panel. My question is not for you to answer right now, but if you could get us a table with a list of all of the amendments and the ones that you're taking and the ones that you're not taking and who they are from, that will save us time. Thank you very much.
We have that, so absolutely.
Okay, I very much second that suggestion because,
No problem.
Okay, Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a few questions, but I'm only going to ask one. I have my staff email you the rest for us to get those comments back because I do represent 3 counties, and one of those counties being Calvert County, really rural location. So one of the things that they bring up is how might the proposed legislation impact the balance between housing development and environmental preservation in rural areas like Calvert County?
Great question. So thank you for that, Senator, and thanks to Calvert County for that question. So there is nothing that is more ecologically and environmentally responsible and protective than efficiently using land. And Smart Growth America, the Sierra Club, you pick the environmental organization, and that is a top ethic of those organizations. Nature Conservancy. I spent years in land conservation before I was in local government. This is the balance. We must efficiently use land. When we chew up natural habitat through low density sprawl, the result is we kill habitat, we kill species, we affect negatively our source waters of the Chesapeake Bay. That is the killer of our environmental health. This legislation suggests we do the opposite. We build compact, we build efficiently, and we only build in the appropriate places. And I think the amendments help make that crystal clear, because as written, I think we left some questions unanswered as to that intent, but as amended, with the proposed amendments, I think that will clearly address that concern.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary.
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, Senator Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all of you. Thank you, Secretary. Housing prices, costs, electricity, lots of things are on our constituents' concerns and are subject to policy for this committee. I do have a lot of questions. I'll first just give the question areas, but then I'll just ask sort of two. So the general areas have to do with, one, of course, with environmental function of setbacks. That's sort of a specific thing. Cumulative impact, in other words, this body and the housing and MDE has recognized cumulative impacts as an issue that we should address. It's already been raised with infrastructure. How does the bill align with, or the policy align with, comprehensive planning that the state requires, the planning department requires each of our jurisdictions to submit a comprehensive plan? And so how does that fit in with there? So I guess first, I specifically want to get into the setbacks. So there's been mention of neighborhood character. And in many jurisdictions, these setbacks also work as environmental buffers for streams and for tree canopy and stormwater management in particular. And I think we should be particularly interested in stormwater, given the state of our streams and storm drains at the moment. So where in the bill are local governments authorized to sustain larger setbacks when they are necessary to meet watershed protection, flood mitigation, or climate resilient goals? And also, where does it prohibit variances which sort of contradict those longstanding mitigation, flood mitigation goals? If you could.
Yeah, the bill does not, Senator, the bill does not speak to flood mitigation. It doesn't contradict or counter any of those. Now, the amendments on protecting critical areas would need to be amended in. It's something that we're treating as a friendly amendment. So that, I think that's an important one. Now, as for setbacks, I want to be clear, my opinion as a urban designer is that you never want to use setbacks to address environmental outcomes. In fact, that has the opposite effect. It induces sprawl. The further you push the built environment apart, the more damage we will do collectively to the environment. So spreading the built environment by forcing setbacks and forcing buildings further apart induces sprawl, and it is a bad environmental practice.
Well, that's interesting, since we have a lot of the Critical Areas Commission and everything talks about setbacks from streams and forest buffers and things like, and
no,
that sort of thing. So I just want to clarify, when you're referring to setbacks,
doesn't include those
you're
setbacks.
talking about
This is just pure property line setbacks.
Okay.
So
okay.
yeah.
So I think that probably needs to be made clear.
Important clarification
in the bill. Also, what authority is not preserved? In other words, how does, we want to make sure that wherever housing is built, that you're not building in a flood zone, we're not building somewhere where the owners years from now, basements are flooding, et cetera. So how does the bill protect or increase or address?
I'm glad you asked that. So the answer is total authority, except for the ban on smaller homes. That's, and smaller lots and adjacent homes where permitted, the two where they would fit, 2 to 3 adjacent homes. So in other words, total authority beyond that. And I think that's a really important takeaway is this is, a pretty narrow change when it comes down to it, which I think, we're presenting this as an important contributor to savings, but in terms of the total landscape of the rules that govern what gets built, this is a pretty minor shift. I think it's an important one, but it's not, earth-shattering change, frankly.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
In my opinion.
So on the cumulative impacts.
Yes.
So where in the bill is there a requirement to evaluate or mitigate disproportionate or cumulative impacts for a particular community? In other words, before increasing development intensities?
So the same requirements, a developer would have the same requirements that a local government impose. So if that's part of what they impose, the state doesn't impose something like that on housing development. So we don't require something like that. But if a local government imposes a disparate impact or an aggregate impact analysis, they certainly can. And that's something that all we would ask is that rules that get adopted aren't weaponized just to kill projects, but if they're used to legitimately hold people accountable to doing the right things, I think that's really the standard that we want all across the board. It's the same reason that last year we were focused on the objective standard for rules and regulations. I think the key is, whatever the standard is, apply it to everybody.
Right, and this is the last ones, and then we'll send the others, and also I think seeing the amendments and perhaps us offering some as well. But you do, in the bill, it does specifically preserve local authority in historic districts, right?
Correct.
But it does not do the same for the environmentally sensitive areas. So why are historic resources explicitly protected while the environmental and sensitive areas are not?
I think they are, and the amendments, I think, clarify that. So the amendments add additional environmentally sensitive areas to be clear. In other words, there is nothing proposed in this legislation that we believe would change the limitation on development in environmentally sensitive areas. And we've gone further by accepting friendly amendments to address that. Okay. So that is neither the intent nor, I think, how it's drafted, nor, and certainly with the friendly amendments, I think we get there to make sure.
Right. And just to explain why I ask is that there is definitely some strong messaging, coming from the executive and from that to locals that we really want this. We want you to increase density, and some of those locals will want to do that. And some of the ways to do that is to issue variances, to accelerate permitting in a way that's inconsistent, with other laws that we have on the books, all with the idea of adhering to the desires of it. So I think it's really, so if we're explicitly saying that some of the things that are assumed because they've been past practice, if we are able to explicitly specify, that nothing in this legislation or in this effort is to contradict existing laws, that would be helpful. So is that?
I understand. Yeah, and I think I would just say in response that I think the risks that you're concerned with, I would describe what's proposed as a low risk, relatively modest shift in the what's allowed and not allowed to be built in our areas designated for housing to go, but high payoff. The payoff to society, to Maryland at large, is significant savings to Maryland families. So low risk.
Thank you.
Low modification, high payoff.
And that'll be one of my follow-up questions, is for the committee to really get that analysis about the home size, lot size, housing type, land costs, and where in Maryland those price reductions are expected to materialize. So I think all of that would be helpful.
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Washington. Okay, I think it's time to move on to the next panel. We do have a lot of witnesses signed up on this bill.
Thank you,
thank you, members. 3 secretaries and our 2 additional witnesses. Let me call another panel of 5 signed up favorable. Michael Vanacore, Safar Shah, Dan Reed, Dan Ellis, James Campbell. Just keep calling names till we fill up the 5 seats here.
Well, how are you? Good to see you again.
Okay, do we have one more seat, or do we have 5? Okay, I think I've got 5 witnesses, and let's start here to my left, and then we'll just go down the table, and you're all on the up to 2-minute clock, okay? So why don't you proceed?
Okay, good afternoon again. Chair Feldman, members of the committee, Zuffer Shaw from Maryland Legal Aid. And again, just to bring the perspective of the thousands of low-income renters that we represent every year, we urge a favorable report on the Starter and Silver Homes Act for 2 reasons. To be succinct, this bill, if passed, would create a release valve from a very tight rental market. Our view of this is that many tenants are facing the improbability of finding or keeping affordable housing because many other tenants haven't been able to leave the rental market into affordable, sustainably affordable homes. And this bill is a solution that favors that outcome. The other point is that throughout my career litigating for low-income renters, so many of our clients, many of whom are intergenerational Black women, head of household families, have told me personally that they aspire to be a homeowner, and yet they're paying in 2025 a fair market rent for a 2-bedroom home of nearly $2,000 a month. We hope this bill, if passed, will promote an opportunity, a pathway for home ownership for our clients. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and members of the committee. My name is Dan Ellis. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Neighborhood Housing Services of Baltimore. It is good to see you again. Each year, our organization helps over 250 families who buy homes. And one of the things that we see that is a major issue or a barrier for people being able to find a home that they can afford is the lack of inventory. Our inventory across the whole region has dropped dramatically over the past several years, while at the same time prices have escalated. In Baltimore City over the last 5 or 6 years, we've seen over 50% increase in the cost of housing, which has made it more and more difficult for people at the lower income tiers to be able to afford housing. We need more units in Maryland. That's been well established, and I won't go into detail on that. But it's going to developers, and as a developer, you build what is allowed by the law. And so by allowing increased density, it'll increase and result in more units being built. It'll allow some smaller lots that may not currently be buildable to become so. It is essential that as a state that we figure out how to reduce the regulatory burden to be able to create and build more units so that we can stimulate the economy and allow our children to continue to age within our own communities. Senate Bill 36 allows additional units to be built. We applaud the Secretary and the Governor for their leadership in this space, and we request a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jim Campbell, President Emeritus of AARP Maryland and a former state delegate, and I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 36. By the way, AARP in Maryland represents 850,000 members. Our concern is their health, their security. We work on fraud issues, a variety of issues, but housing affordability has become a major issue for us. I wanted to emphasize something the Secretary of Aging said before when she said older adults in Maryland make up a large percentage of the population now, and in 10 years it could be about 40% more. So it's a problem now. It could be a major crisis if we don't do something about it. So we're here to support HB 36, Senate Bill 36, and appreciate your having time for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Reed. I'm the Maryland Policy Director of Greater Washington. We work on better housing and land use and transportation policies across the state. So I want to start with a story. In the summer of 1987, my stepfather, who grew up in rural North Carolina, graduated college and came up here to Maryland to find a career and a life because he read in Black Enterprise magazine that this was the place for a young Black professional to do that. He rented an apartment in North Laurel in Howard County. He met my mom, You raise 2 kids in a 1,300 square foot split level house where my parents still live today. Right now, we're seeing a lot of Marylanders going the other way. They are going to North Carolina for lower housing prices, for lower taxes, for the kind of opportunities people came here for. And what that means for us, whether they're going to Pennsylvania or Delaware or West Virginia or North Carolina, is more traffic, more sprawl, more environmental degradation, and higher taxes, because the tax base who is still here has to pay for it. My property taxes in Montgomery County are going up 50% because the assessments have gone up, because we don't have enough homes, so prices are going up, and because the county council keeps raising our taxes every year. That is untenable, and this bill is part of the solution. We polled 800 Marylanders last month about this bill and others before y'all this year. We brought the results to each of your offices to this morning. 92% said home prices are a problem here. They said inflation, taxes, and home prices are their top 3 concerns, and 69% say they support duplexes in single-family neighborhoods. They support what's in this bill. They want you to act. They are not happy with what their local governments are doing, and they are telling you to do something about it. We ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I'm Reverend Michael Vanacore, and I'm the senior pastor of Pilgrim United Church of Christ in Wheaton, Maryland, and I'm a resident of Silver Spring just south of Wheaton. And I am a member of Action in Montgomery and the Maryland Just Power Alliance, and I'm here to testify in favor of Bill SB 36. I'll have a similar story. When I was growing up, my father in Vermont, who built the house I grew up in with his own 2 hands, wrote the following verse from Isaiah 65 on the ceiling above the stairs. They shall build houses and inhabit them. They shall plant vineyards and eat their fruit. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another eat. For like the days of a tree shall be the days of my people be, and my chosen shall long enjoy the work of their hands. I passed under those verses every day on the way down the stairs to school, and they remind me of the purpose and the value of a home. This past year, my wife and I bought our first home, and we have lived in Montgomery County since 2010. And we've lived since then in apartments, sometimes on our own, sometimes with family living with us. And just this past year, because both of our mothers died and we had a small inheritance from them, we were able to buy our first home 15 years later. It is an immense blessing to live in this community and serve my congregation, but I've never been so stressed financially. I lie awake at night wondering if I might lose it all. And my congregants are in a similar place. I can't think of a single member of my congregation of my age or younger who has a house or could afford a house. They live with their parents, they live outside, they live away from the church. And many seniors can't find a place to live even though they have houses, but they need a smaller place to live. So we need action, and we need it today, and we need to pass the Starter and Civil Homes Act so that we can actually live and inhabit the homes that we need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Okay, we're going to, again, we have an extensive witness. We're going to take another panel of favorables, then we're going to go to favorable with amendments, and then we're going to go to unfavorables. I think that's the sequence it'll work. So I'm going to call up another panel of folks who've signed up straight favorable. Nikki Highsmith-Vernick, Lori Graff, Alexander Berland, Lisa May, Claudia Wilson Randall. Okay. Okay, then we have a couple more favorables after that. Then we'll move to the FW favorable with amendment panel. So let's start there. And each of you are on the 2-minute clock, and then we'll just go down the row.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee, and good afternoon to my great Senator Katie Fry-Hester. My name is Nikki Highsmith-Vernick, and I'm President and CEO of the Horizon Foundation. We are Howard County's community health foundation and the largest independent health foundation in Maryland. I'm pleased to be here along with many of our grantees to support the Starter and Silver Homes Act to make it easier to build smaller size and lower priced homes across the state. During the Horizon Foundation's most recent strategic planning process that involved extensive community engagement, residents cited obtaining safe, affordable, and high quality housing as one of the biggest barriers to their ability to live healthy and abundant life. So, as a health foundation, we have now embraced housing. The median sales price of a home in Howard County is $630,000. The middle market, homes in the $300,000 to $500,000 range, have essentially vanished in Howard County, pricing out young adults and working families from buying a home. That middle price range is still far too expensive for so many families, and starter homes are virtually non-existent. Howard County's population of homeowners are also significantly older, and the lack of smaller homes available so they can downsize means that seniors are often stuck in homes they can no longer take care of or no longer fit their needs. So lowering the minimum lot size so more homes can be built and sold or rented at lower price is an important part of the solution to this problem. Having more options for young adults, couples, smaller households, seniors, it also means our teachers, firefighters, police officers, hospital employees, and more can live where they work. We want Howard County and the state of Maryland to be a place where quality, stable homes that people can afford are widely available. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Alex Burland. I'm here with Action to Montgomery and the Maryland Just Power Alliance to support SB 36. I grew up in Columbia, Maryland, which is in Howard County, which I still consider my home. I always imagined my future would be in Columbia, but after graduating college and starting a relatively well-paying job, I had to leave. I just could not find a place that I could afford to rent, even with a roommate. I live in Kensington, Maryland now, where my rent is affordable because I share a 4-bedroom house with 4 other young adults. All 5 of us grew up in Maryland, 4 of us have college degrees, and all of us work. 4 of us in full-time career-oriented positions, and the other part-time while pursuing graduate education. This is how we could all afford to stay and start our careers in our home state, but many of our friends have had to make the difficult decision to move out of Maryland and start their lives away from home. What SB 36 does is it just creates more options for housing. Housing that is more affordable and housing that suits a wider variety of needs. This would be great for young adults like me. I would be very happy with a small unit that is affordable in Columbia. But this bill doesn't just help me. Increasing the supply and variety of affordable homes makes housing more attainable across the board. This would benefit everyone in Maryland who struggles to afford housing because they don't have the luxury of splitting rent between 5 working, childless adults. I urge this committee for a favorable recommendation on SB 36 for all the working parents, teachers, nurses, young professionals, seniors, and other proud Marylanders who love their home and want the option to stay here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Lisa May with Maryland Realtors here in support. The Secretary highlighted a number of our polling results, so I won't go through those. But I did want to point out something from our National Association of Realtors, who has tracked buyer characteristics over the past 45 years. The average age of a first-time home buyer is now approaching 40 years old. That is the highest that it has ever been. The percentage of first-time buyers who are in the marketplace right now is the lowest that it has ever been. That is both due to a lack of our housing that we are building and also the types of homes that we are building when we do decide to build. But what really drove this home for us at Maryland Realtors were the stories that we were hearing from our members who were getting licensed in other states because they had so many clients who would start their home search in Maryland but ultimately buy in those other states that we've heard mentioned, Delaware, Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania. You don't do that because that's a one-off. You do that because that is now your business model. And the other thing that they told us is it's not just seniors that are moving south, which were the traditional population exodus from our states. It's the young families, it's newlyweds, college grads, and as much as they hate to admit it, it's our realtors' own children who are moving to other states. So we support this bill because we think that that needs to change. Maryland needs to be a place where we build the housing that our residents need so that they can stay, so that they can work here, they can support our businesses, and so that our economy can start growing again. That needs to be Maryland's story. So we ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Graff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association, in support of this bill. I'm not going to go into all the details. You guys have heard all of that. I am going to touch on a few things that you haven't heard about, and one deals with affordable housing. You're going to hear that this doesn't have an affordable housing component to it. There are different types of affordable housing. I think we throw the word around a little bit too much. There's affordable housing that's subsidized by DHCD. There's affordable housing that is through MDPDU programs that's subsidized by market rate housing. And then there's attainable housing, which this bill is really about, in my opinion, attainable housing and supply. It's creating more supply for more people, and that will help drive the cost of housing down for Marylanders. Our national association has a statistic that for every $1,000 a house is more expensive, it drives 2,881 Marylanders out of the market. So every price point that we can get the housing lower helps. Also, I want to point out one other thing that isn't talked about that much, and that's that housing is an ecosystem. You have Joe and Jane Smith that live in an apartment, and they would like to now move into a townhouse. Due to this bill, that townhouse gets built, that apartment is then empty, and somebody else can move into that apartment. And you have a kind of a whole ecosystem of more supply provides more housing, more options for everybody in Maryland. With that, we urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Lori, you stole my thunder. Sorry. Okay. My name is Claudia Wilson Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network of Maryland. I'm happy to be here today in front of EEE, and I urge your support for Senate Bill 36. The few points that Lori didn't make, I'm going to try to make, I haven't heard before. One, I'm very proud to be part of the network of advocates that are funded by the Horizon Foundation on the other end of this table. And the intersection between housing and health is indisputable, and we have got to figure out how to take advantage of that in the state of Maryland. Health is our highest cost item, and if we can figure out housing, we're also addressing health at the same time. So let's figure this out. The second point I want to make is what everybody needs in the state of Maryland is economic growth. And this is a huge issue for these starter and silver homes. Every single one of you at this table represents some place, and if an employer came to you with 30 jobs making between $75,000 and $110,000, you have no place for them to live, period, full stop. We need action on housing. And I know that there's a whole group of opponents that will come to this table and tell you that the sky will fall if you take some action and intervention on housing. But I'll tell you something. If we don't take any action, that has a tremendous cost for the state and every single person in it. The other intersection that's critical is education. And the investment that we have made in the blueprint, I mean, every school that surrounds housing instability cannot be successful. So we really have to think very carefully about doing nothing in the state of Maryland. And I get it. I know there are a lot of people who are ready to speak behind me against this bill. But if we don't take action every year for the next 5 years, we are just falling further and further behind. I urge your support for Senate Bill 36. Thank you so much.
Senator Watt. Okay.
Say it again.
That's Senator Washington.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Lori and Claudia, thank you so much, and of course everyone else, for bringing up the intersection between public health and housing. And in particular, you were mentioning education. So in the bill, and that's one of the big drivers, right? The school, the quality of the schools, where people choose to locate. Is that correct? Is that something that is accepted? Don't just leave me out there, realtors. Yeah. Yes or no? Okay.
Schools matter.
Okay. All right. So for these starter homes, particularly for new people that are having, you're just beginning, and then perhaps even for seniors who maybe they have their grandchildren. So knowing that that's a major sort of predictor or enhancement, is there anything in this bill that really supports the building up of the local schools and investing in public schools as a part of this plan? Or would you make a recommendation to do that?
So I would just echo what Lori said, which is it's an ecosystem. So
Right.
it's part of a full system. So when we're talking about greater density, when we're talking about transit-oriented development, we need strategic investments in housing in order to get there. But if you don't invest in housing, you can't get there. So, you know, whether schools comes first or housing comes first, like, we've got to invest.
Right.
We got to do both.
They're together.
We got to do both.
So people will buy houses, and Columbia certainly experienced this. You'll buy houses, get apartments, whatever, in areas where we know the schools are. So we do know that there are schools that have not been funded. And so linking these two projects would probably be helpful. You can't really do one without the other.
Yes, but I think it's not an either or. And I would just say, like, when you look at that education housing poverty map, it looks exactly like the housing map.
Right.
So we don't need any more analysis about what the problem is.
Exactly.
We've got the analysis. And the health maps look the same too.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. What we're going to do is finish up on the favorables, then we'll move to the favorables with amendments. But on the favorable list, I've got Casey Anderson. Casey, come on up. Carrie Kasicki. And then we do have one virtual witness, Brandon Brittingham. Is he? He's not there. Okay, so this will be the extent of our favorable, and then we're going to move to favorable with amendment testimony. So, Mr. Anderson, why don't you start? You're on the 2-minute clock.
I want to try to address a couple of the points that have been raised. First, on the issue of environmental regulation, I think Jake Day did a good job explaining why density is the friend of the environment. And in Maryland, in most jurisdictions, for example, Prince George's County, the environmentally sensitive features on a site are subtracted from the developable area and density calculations before you even get into the question of dividing up lots. So if you have a 10-acre piece of property and the zoning density is 1 lot per acre, if half of the site is in a floodplain or in a stream valley in a buffer area, you only get to count the 5 acres. So you get 5 lots, not 10. So my understanding of this bill, and Secretary Day indicated he's prepared to support clarifying this, is that you first would calculate first you take away the environmentally sensitive features, and then you move to the question of how many lots are available on the site. So I think clarification on that is certainly appropriate. On this question of roads and infrastructure, it's true that building roads and paying for schools and water and sewer infrastructure is a difficult and expensive problem, and I think Secretary Day pointed out that you need to increase the divisor as well as the numerator if you're going to solve that problem. The more people you have who live on a road or on the end of a sewer line, the less per person you have to pay. But the other point I think that's essential to remember is that housing is infrastructure. Housing is the infrastructure that is privately provisioned, it's privately developed, but it's infrastructure just like schools are infrastructure, just like roads are infrastructure. It's the thing that we put over our heads, just like we need a place to drive our cars and send our kids to school. And we would not say that we should stop building sewer infrastructure until the schools can catch up. Similarly, I think it's a bad idea to hold up housing in order to wait for schools or roads, which are difficult problems to solve, but a lot easier problem to solve than managing economic decline. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Kasicki. I'm the Maryland Housing Advocacy Manager for the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We advocate for walkable, bikeable, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for our region to grow and provide opportunities for all people. There is no one single ideal type of home for each of us throughout our lives. The studio apartment that lets us live independently for the first time might no longer be a good fit when we're ready to settle down and start a family. We might look for a larger home as we're ready to grow our family, and even then, someone who wants only one child might look for a different size home than someone who wants a larger family. And as we grow older and our mobility and income changes, we might look for a different kind of home, a smaller home again. When we choose where we live, we're also choosing to be part of a community. And as our needs change throughout our lives, if our community doesn't have homes that fit our needs, we simply might not be able to stay. And I know that many of us, or our parents, or our children know that pain of looking for a home in the place where you live, where you have connections, and the choices simply are not there for you. You feel like you're not even asking that much, and you just don't have that choice. Our laws and regulations reflect our values. That is as true of our zoning laws and regulations as anything else. The Starter and Silver Homes Act gives Maryland the chance to make choices about where we build and what we build and for whom we build that better reflect our values and provide more opportunities for more people to make a home in and stay in our communities throughout our lives. Finally, we would like to align ourselves with the comments made by Secretary Jake Day about the importance of smart growth. We agree with the amendments proposed by DHCD and think they will accomplish that goal. We thank DHCD for putting those forward. And with that, we respectfully request a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions of this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We're going to next move to the favorable with amendment testimony. Is Cheryl Gannon here? Ms. Gannon, would you come up? Again, signed up favorable with amendments. Mayor Slavin, I think Jeffrey, good to see you. The town of Somerset, Jabari Cooper, James Hunt, Angelica Bailey Thapari from MML. Okay, we're just gonna, again, fill up the table. I think we got 5. Okay, Ms. Gannon, why don't you lead off, and then we'll go to Mayor Slavin, and then we'll go down, and everybody's on the 2-minute clock, and it's favorable with amendment testimony, okay?
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Gannon. I'm the president of the Montgomery County Civic Federation. We acknowledge Council of Government data for projected growth in Montgomery County, and we support data-driven proposals that will actually improve affordability. We appreciate the governor's transit-oriented development and vesting rights bills. Both may unlock new opportunities for housing. We call on the legislature to work toward a strategic compromise that advances those bills with an amended version of SB 36 to establish equitable housing targets for counties based on real data while retaining local control over planning, an approach put forward by the Montgomery County Executive and Prince George's County as well. Montgomery County has enough zone capacity to meet future needs, and residents should not be penalized having their voice removed from the process because financing, construction costs, or weak job creation limit what is being built. Developers have said repeatedly, for example, the Pike and Rose project in Montgomery County, that they will build more housing when job projections justify the construction. Any bill should include limitations on equity investors buying single-family homes and also prohibiting the use of price-fixing algorithmic software that's raising costs for renters across the board. But a one-size-fits-all proposal that ignores infrastructure, the environment, congestion, traffic, and has no affordability requirements or funding and eliminates resident voice is just not acceptable. Our growth and infrastructure policy requires infrastructure to be staged with growth. The state needs to pay subsidies for this growth along with growth. My own neighborhood of Woodside has 300 houses, and nearly 100 of them are townhouses. The most recent project underwent planning review with community input, and while there were diverse views, a consensus was reached. We negotiated sidewalks for safety and to connect the residents to the larger community, saved some of the larger trees, preserved green space, and prevented demolition of a few of the older homes. This is a success story, a walkable, green, architecturally compatible project in the neighborhood. SB 36 will destroy such a process and substitute by right construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gannon. Mayor Slavin.
Good afternoon, Jeffrey Slavin, Mayor, Town of Somerset. The Town of Somerset Council and I appreciate the productive discussions we have had with DHCD. However, we continue to have reservations about this bill. We share the objective of promoting smaller homes across Maryland, but this bill is not fit for its purpose. Our concerns are outlined in the letter we signed with 11 other municipalities in Montgomery County. First, we object to the virtual elimination of authority granted to municipalities and counties to determine building regulations within their jurisdictions. Second, a rigid one-size-fit-all model of townhouses is inappropriate for already compact century-old towns and does not consider the provision of infrastructure required for this higher level of density. Third, looser setbacks and elimination of lot coverage limits are likely to have the
reverse outcome of encouraging larger homes. And fourth, the exclusive focus on market rate housing means that developers can sidestep county-level zoning incentives for affordability. A more progressive alternative would have been a bill based on partnership between the state and local governments rather than preemption, with the state and local governments agreeing on targets, local governments incentivized to develop housing growth plans with affordability provisions. Secretary Day referred to the Texas Housing Bill as a model for this Starter and Silver Homes Act. However, please note that the Texas legislation applies only to new developments of 5 acres or more. Thus, existing neighborhoods are exempt. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Let's go to the next witness.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee. I'm James Hunt, for the record, Acting Planning Director with the Prince George's County Planning Department. On behalf of Chairman Darrell Barnes and the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak on Senate Bill 36, the Maryland Starter and Silver Homes Act of 2026. We support the intent of this legislation, the governor's continued commitment to expanding housing opportunities across Maryland. However, we respectfully request amendments to ensure the bill further advances housing production in a strategic, sustainable, and infrastructure-aligned manner. Secretary Day has spoken to most of our amendments, so I don't want to belabor most of those points. However, we recommend adding a performance-based provision recognizing counties that are already meeting housing production needs as provided in our position statement already. This language creates accountability while acknowledging measurable success. Counties that are exceeding their housing targets should retain flexibility, while jurisdictions that are underproducing would remain subject to stronger state intervention. This data-driven approach advances results rather than imposing blanket mandates. In closing, we would support the bill's objective of expanding starter and accessible housing. With these amendments, the act can promote affordability while upholding sustainable sustainable growth principles, infrastructure alignment, and sound local planning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Greetings, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the, Senate Education, Energy, Environment Committee. My name is Jabari Cooper, Committee Director and Legislative Officer here on behalf of the Prince George's County Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 36, the Starter and Silver Homes Act of 2026. Prince George's County government strongly supports the governor's vision to expand affordable homeownership opportunities for Marylanders. However, as reflected in our written testimony, Prince George's and Montgomery County respectfully request one critical amendment to ensure fairness and preserve the integrity of successful local planning efforts. Prince George's County leads our region in affordable housing production. Through the successful implementation of our comprehensive plan, Plan 35, we have consistently exceeded housing production targets. According to the state's housing target report, Prince George's County produces on average 3,100 housing units annually compared to an annual need of 2,500. And we have averaged 6,300 over approved units annually over the past decade. As of 2024, we have approximately 48,000 housing units in the development pipeline, and we are open to any policy solutions to ensure that the already approved units are built. These achievements demonstrate that Prince George's County is already meeting and exceeding the state's housing goals. To recognize jurisdictions that have achieved sustained housing development, we propose the following amendment. On page 8, after line 26, a county that meets the following standard. The average number of county housing units approved over a rolling 3-year period exceeds the number of annual housing units needed based on housing data from the county's planning department. This amendment ensures that counties like Prince George's already meeting or exceeding housing production standards are not subject to rezoning mandates that could disrupt comprehensive plans and develop through decades of local stakeholder input. Prince George's County provides the most affordable housing in the region, but this comes with fiscal challenges. Our tax base depends heavily on homes with lower assessed values relative to neighboring jurisdictions, which limits resources for schools, infrastructure, and critical services. The proposed amendment safeguards local planning integrity, supports fiscal sustainability, and advances statewide housing goals without penalizing jurisdictions that have demonstrated success. Thank you.
Okay. Playing cleanup.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, Angelica Bailey-Thupari for the Maryland Municipal League. We are favorable with amendments on this bill. We appreciate the administration's goal. More housing is needed, and it can be beneficial for current and future residents in the state and the communities themselves. And many locals are already implementing exciting new strategies to generate new growth on the ground. So this is not a philosophical disagreement about whether housing is needed, but how we go about it. Our main concerns, one is the breadth of the state preemption and the structural loss of local tools. The bill doesn't doesn't tweak zoning. It replaces multiple core municipal planning tools. And we rely on those tools to calibrate density to infrastructure and ensure that our communities are places that people want to live. Many of these tools are set through local comprehensive plans, which involves substantive public participation, and this bill would override that democratic process. We also have infrastructure capacity, concerns with the infrastructure capacity assumptions here. The bill doesn't override adequate public facilities ordinances, but does assume that if water and sewer capacity exists, then more density is appropriate. This is not necessarily always the case. The bill does have an outsized impact on municipalities, which are already dense. We have 157 municipalities, which constitutes almost 2 million Maryland residents, which is about 25% of the state's population, and we have less than 5% of the land area. More density is hard to absorb and penalizes locals that are already a part of the solution. It's not as simple as what someone said before, more people on the water or sewer line means less cost per person. That water and sewer line has to be long enough for everyone. That type of infrastructure is often based on existing zoning assumptions, which this also overrides. And many systems are aging or getting near their thresholds. And even incremental density can accelerate capital upgrades years ahead of schedule, which brings me to the impact fees piece. I'll be quick. We need impact fees and development fees to pay for the infrastructure that new residents require. They can't live there without it. We can't afford to wait until they're ready to move in to be able to pay for it. So we appreciate the administration. We have been in talks since August on this bill. We've submitted 9 pages worth of amendments, and we look forward to those conversations. Thank you.
Okay, questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I'm going to continue on the favorable with amendment panel. Testimony is Kathleen Boucher from Montgomery County here. Kathleen, come on up. Alex Marini from Town of Kensington. Michael Sanderson, Mako. Michael. Jason Sartori, also from Montgomery County Planning Department. Let's see, what do we got? Jonathan Butler, Prince George's County Government. Okay, I think we got our 5. Sanderson, why don't you lead off and we'll just go down the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. I heard an earlier speaker say I don't want to repeat things, so I want to add more context in addition to what you've already heard. What's tricky about this bill? You got a whole wave of housing-related bills coming. You're in the middle of that conversation today. There's more to come. What's tricky about doing state legislation on zoning? And different from the earlier bills, this is getting into this plot, that area, that setback, that distance. What's really difficult is it is hard to come up with a zoning policy that's going to work in every part of Maryland. This bill started with every part of Maryland, but like there's testament to how tough this is. In the couple of weeks that this bill has been on paper, we've already got friendly amendments from the department, and I think they're good amendments to change 14 different waves of things. Where is this going to apply? It's everywhere. It's every county. It's every municipality. Oh, maybe it's just where we have sewer or where we have sewer capacity. Oh, what about the environmentally sensitive areas? Oh, we shouldn't do that, right? We're already going through step by step by step of how difficult it is to zone here in this committee or in one state agency. That's the reason for decades you've had local governments go through a local participatory process block by block by block to do zoning. This stuff is tough. The density question that's embedded in this, one of the amendments you heard was we're not going to override density or APFOs. But think this through. This happens all the time. We target an area for growth. High density here, medium density here, lower density around it. That's not villainous. That's not evil. That's not a terrible design. But if all those places immediately become eligible for super high density, you're going to overflow your pipes, you're going to overcrowd your schools, and you're going to override your APFOs just math-wise. Those are the kind of concerns we're bringing to the table, asking for amendments on the bill, and we want to be part of any process going forward.
Okay, Kathleen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Kathleen Boucher. I'm with Montgomery County's Office of Intergovernmental Relations. The function of our office is to represent both the county executive and the county council at state and federal levels. I'm here today to speak on behalf of County Executive Mark Elrich in support of Senate Bill 36 with amendments. He was planning to testify today, but unable to attend at the last minute. The county executive shares the same goals as the administration. Maryland needs more housing, needs more affordable housing, and it needs both in places where families can thrive near transit, jobs, schools, and services. Senate Bill 36 is trying to move the state in that direction. The county executive supports that goal, but it matters to him how those goals are accomplished. Montgomery County plans comprehensively, and its master plans are data-driven. The county works with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, commonly referred to as COG, to understand regional housing needs, and the county executive believes that the county's housing approvals are keeping pace with projected demand. COG has developed forecasting models based on zoning data and employment analyses provided by planning agencies throughout the region. The county executive believes that these forecasts, updated from time to time, have proven to be historically accurate and indicate that the county's housing production is in line with the latest forecast. That's why he's recommending adoption of an amendment that would give deference to Montgomery County and other jurisdictions that meet or exceed housing production needs through their planning processes. Specific amendment language outlined in the written testimony submitted to the committee. The county executive also believes that infrastructure reality has to be acknowledged. Growth has to align with public water and sewer, transportation networks, school capacity, and environmental constraints. Development in areas without adequate infrastructure is not equitable and is not sustainable. He supports amendments proposed by MACO that preserve historic preservation authority, protect rural and well and septic areas, allow maintenance of adequate public facility standards, and give local governments time to adjust plan responsibly. I respectfully request on behalf of the county executive that you vote favorably on the bill with the amendments discussed here and outlined in his written testimony.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. Next up.
Chairman Feldman, just for the record, I am the mayor of the town of Kensington, Tracy Furman. Alex Marini signed me up because our mayors don't know how to do that. So she did that for me. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tracy Furman, and I am the mayor of the town of Kensington. Please accept this testimony from the town of Kensington, a municipal corporation in Montgomery County, submitted on behalf of the mayor, town council, and residents. While the town is supportive of the governor's housing agenda, it should not come to the expense of the municipal authority. In that spirit, the town of Kensington is prepared to support SB 36, provided it is amendment to preserve municipal authority and local control. We are strongly support the amendments proposed by the Maryland Municipal League, most significantly the exemption of municipal corporations from this bill. While I want to remind the committee here that last year we passed HB 1167, 136-1 in the House and 44-0 in the Senate, signed into law by Governor Moore. The legislation clarified municipal authority to regulate residential buildings with 4 or fewer dwelling units, a collaborative achievement that balanced housing goals and local governments. SB 36, as written, would undermine and effectively eliminate that work, eroding the trust between municipal, county, and state governments that made it possible. For the record, I do live in a townhouse in the town of Kensington since 1980. It can be done right. I don't believe the way you all are doing it or what you're asking to do is the right way to do it. More than happy to let people know. But one thing I have not heard is HOA dues, or whether you're fee simple or whether you're a condominium. That's an additional expense for anybody that's going to make it more expensive for them to live there.
Okay, just to clarify, we're not doing anything. This is a bill from the administration.
Okay,
we're
sorry.
here having a hearing on, so
I'll take that clarification.
Okay, I just got to put that out there. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee, again, I'm Jason Sartori, and I'm the director of the Montgomery County Planning Department. I'm here today to express our planning board's support for SB 36 with amendments. Montgomery County, like many jurisdictions across Maryland, is facing a significant housing shortage. We see this every day in our planning work. Families struggling to find attainable homes, young adults unable to enter the housing market, and older residents with limited downsizing options. This bill acknowledges the need to diversify Maryland's housing stock and reduce regulatory barriers to help produce smaller, more affordable homes. At the same time, both the state of Maryland and Montgomery County have long prioritized sustainable, transit-oriented, and environmentally responsible growth. To ensure this bill aligns with those principles, we have offered several recommendations outlined in our position statement.
Our biggest concern pertained to tying the geographic extent of the minimum lot size element of the bill only to water and sewer service areas. I appreciate Secretary Day indicating that the administration has accepted our proposed amendment in this regard. You see, in Montgomery County, water and sewer service areas do not always align to our priority growth areas. Nearly 2,700 acres zoned rural residential with 5-acre lot minimums are also served by water and sewer, much of that actually in the chair's District 15. Other zoning provisions in the bill would apply across all residential areas, including more than 83,000 acres zoned for rural densities in our county. To better align this bill with longstanding sustainable growth policies, we support limiting its entire scope to parts of priority funding areas that are also in water and sewer tiers 1, 2, and 3. We are committed to expanding housing opportunities and believe this bill, with the recommended amendments, can advance Maryland's housing goals while preserving essential planning tools that support complete, connected, equitable, and resilient communities. Thank you for your consideration. We encourage a favorable report with amendments.
Okay. Sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Jonathan R. Butler, Director for Prince George's County Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on SB 36. Without a doubt, Prince George's County supports the governor's vision to expand affordable home ownership for opportunities for all Marylanders. Further, the county's Department of Housing and Community Development sincerely values its relationship, its collaborative and synergetic relationship with the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. Thus, Prince George's County government supports the proposed bill with amendment, which aims to preserve local control, protect infrastructure capacity, and ensure measured community-supported growth. While well-intentioned, SB 36 would have several undesirable impacts on Prince George's County. The act imposes limits on local land use autonomy, curbing the county's ability to tailor zoning to community character and residents' priority. By allowing smaller single-family homes on smaller lots and townhouses by right in residential areas, SB 36 effectively preempts local land use judgment and undermines years of county-driven planning work, including implementation of Housing for All, Opportunity for All, and the county's FY 26-2030 consolidation plan, which already commits Prince George's County to expanding affordability in a manner aligned with infrastructure, capacity, school enrollment, and transportation investments. Finally, a review of the 2030 housing production targets for the state of Maryland, published January 1st, 2026, demonstrates that Prince George's County is one of 3 jurisdictions whose average annual units produced exceeds its annual housing units production needed. Note, Prince George's County leads the state in average annual units produced. Because Prince George's County is already exceeding its housing annual production target, the restrictions on local zoning seem unnecessary. For these reasons, Prince George's County seeks a favorable consideration on the proposed amendment. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you to the panel. Questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. Okay, just to finish up the favorable amendment testimony, I've got Melissa McKenna. See Melissa up at the front row. Chris Keller. And then virtually, do we have our 2 virtual witnesses? Okay, and we can pull them up, Sarah Imholz and Jerry Garson. So those would be 2 virtual. Okay, Melissa and Chris Keller. Melissa, why don't you start off again, your favorable with amendments on this bill, and then after this, we'll move to the unfavorables. Okay, you can start.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and honorable committee members. I'm Melissa McKenna, Executive Director of the Affordable Housing Conference of Montgomery County. The AHCMC urges this committee to vote a report of favorable with amendments. Affordable housing is a complex problem. It's not a one-size-fits-all. As you heard Secretary Day testifies, many submitted amendments have already been incorporated, and that improves this bill substantially. However, we remain concerned on the following points: that there is no provision for affordability. Current affordable housing may be put at risk as gentrification, that adequate local public facilities must be in place for all residents, for those now and in the future. Lot coverage maximums to increase building density will not necessarily increase the number of residential units, but instead may have the inverse consequence and will lead to further mansionization. Housing needs change over time, and I particularly want to call out accessibility. The needs of our younger residents and the ability to move in a townhouse is not necessarily the same accessibility and mobility that our seniors and our veterans have. There is an ecosystem. You ideally move from your apartment into a townhouse, whether you rent it or own it, and then into a single-family house. And then as you age, to move back into a smaller size housing. At this point in time, this ecosystem has stalled, primarily due to mortgage interest rates, and movement through is at an all-time low. While increasing housing supply is not the only factor in the housing affordability crisis, it's certainly one of the most critical ones. Careful thought must be given to what is being built and who is it being built for. New supply doesn't necessarily translate into affordable housing, nor is it the panacea. What is needed is the right housing built intentionally for those who need it the most. Please vote a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keller.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Chris Keller, Mayor of the town of Garrett Park, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak on SB 36. We applaud the intent of this legislation. I don't think there's any argument about the need for more housing. The question is how best to do it. If enacted without incentives for construction of affordable housing, as just noted, developers will simply be empowered by this act to build much larger houses, especially in already established communities like ours laid out 140 years ago before the advent of cars. We are concerned about negative consequences that may result from the adoption of SB 36. Garrett Park is adjacent to Rock Creek, and the entire town is an arboretum. SB 36 would increase impervious surfaces and water runoff, as well as decimating tree canopy in our arboretum. The Texas Starter Homes Act has been invoked in support of SB 36, but as Mayor Slavin noted, the Texas law is limited to new development of 5 acres or more. It also exempts jurisdictions with populations of fewer than 150,000, as does states such as California, Montana, and Colorado, which also exempt smaller communities from their analogous laws. In sum, although we support the aims of SB 36, it will not achieve those goals in its current form. The chief amendment we seek is exemption of municipalities from the bill, and we also urge you to extend historic preservation protections already recognized to fully exempt communities on the National Register of Historic Places. Thank you.
Okay, let's take questions for the 2 in person, and then we'll go to the 2 virtual witnesses. So Mr. Keller, Ms. McKenna, any questions for these 2 FWA witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Let's pull up our 2 virtual witnesses, and then after that, we'll move to the unfavorables. Okay, so we've got signed up. Let's get them up here. Hold on a second. With the right, I thought it's, okay, see Mr. Garson, and is it Sarah Imholz?
Good afternoon, Brian Feldman.
Okay, wait a second, wait, Jerry, stop, just wait a second. Okay, could you put the volume up? I can't hear. Okay, Mr. Garson, you're on. You're signed up favorable with amendments, and you can proceed now.
Good afternoon, Brian Feldman and members of the Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee. I'm Jerry Garson, the president of Seven Lock Civic Association, Inc., and we're in favor of Senate Bill 36 with amendments. Please see our written testimony. We'd like to have an amendment requiring lightning rods and fireproof construction between units of the wooden townhouses. The proposed construction of 3 or more attached flammable wood townhouses in single-family houses zoning areas is dangerous. If the lots are large enough, you could build 9 or more connected townhouses, mostly made of wood that can start large, high-temperature fires and burn many adjacent houses. We've looked at the sales of 36 new townhomes built on vacant land between Montrose Road and Josiah Henson Parkway in Montgomery County in the last year. The average price was $1,069,588 per unit. Could we have an affordability amendment on these new town homes? We do not understand why you'd expect senior citizens would like to move into 3 or more level units with no elevators. If you want seniors to move into these units, you should add an amendment to require elevators. The comment on the hearing on Thursday on HB 239 about why a large number of senior residents were moving to Pennsylvania has an easy answer. Pennsylvania does not tax withdrawals from IRAs or pensions, and in Maryland, a couple with an income of $156,000 and an IRA distribution of $112,000 would pay Maryland $6,124 compared with zero in Pennsylvania. Florida has no income tax. Other states also don't have income tax. A study showed that Maryland was the 3rd highest state for taxes on retired residents with an income of $125,000. We also see that the stock market was a far better way for residents to build wealth. In the last 60 years, from December 1966, the Dow Jones Index went from 785.69 to 48,063 in December 2025, or 61.17 times, even excluding, though the index excluded dividends and received in the 60 years. I thank you for your time and ask if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Garson? Okay, thank you, Jerry. Okay, we're going to go to our final favorable amendment witness, Sarah Imholz from City of Westminster. Sarah, you can proceed. You're on the up to 2-minute clock, okay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Sarah Imholz, and I serve as the city administrator for the City of Westminster, which is located in Carroll County. I'm here today to support Senate Bill 36 with amendments. It's an odd position to contemplate support of legislation that limits local zoning control. The City of Westminster firmly asserts that zoning matters belong on the local level, where specific planning decisions can be addressed block by block and parcel by parcel with meaningful public input. While we remain resolute in this belief, we equally value partnership on the state and federal level. Guided by that commitment to intergovernmental partnership, we have worked diligently to find common ground in the department's bill. The intent of this bill is to remove some barriers for new development, particularly for single-family homes and townhomes. The City of Westminster shares that value of breaking down barriers for development, especially in our downtown area. We have also embraced creative solutions to address housing by encouraging a mix of housing types, such as duplexes, 2-over-2 townhomes, and mixed-use developments. One of our council members even served on the state's accessory dwelling unit policy task force. Guided by our commitments to partnerships and removing barriers to development, the city engaged with Secretary Dade to discuss concerns that we have and to recommend targeted amendments. The department has agreed to most of our requested amendments and has committed to continued discussion over the next weeks to refine language that resolve the remainder of our concerns, which include design standards that relate to neighborhood compatibility, which must be reviewed and applied to all development projects, including those that are contemplated in this bill. Prohibiting that level of review would be devastating on neighborhoods. I want to thank the Secretary for his willingness to discuss these concerns and contemplate our amendments, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today.
Okay, any questions for the virtual witness right there? City of Westminster, seeing none. Okay, now we're going to move to the unfavorables. I'm going to call up names and we're going to fill up the table. If you hear your name, come on up. Barney Rush from the town of Chevy Chase. Charles Colbert, town of Upper Marlboro. Sarah Franklin. Is Franklin here? Erica Jorgensen. Barbara Zechnick. That gives us 5. And you're all signed up in the unfavorable category. And so, sir, we're going to start with you and we'll go down the table. And again, give us your name and you're all under the up to 2-minute clock. Okay. Unfavorable.
Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan, committee members. My name is Barney Rush. I'm the mayor of the town of Chevy Chase. Our testimony was submitted along with 11 other communities in our joint letter. We appreciate the department's submission of amendments to SB 36, amendments just provided last week. These amendments are meant to address the concerns about neighborhood consistency. But serious problems remain with these amendments. A 5-foot setback is still too narrow. A 10-foot rear setback is a major reduction to our standards. And uncertainty and disputes are sure to follow the provision that local jurisdictions may not establish any ordinance that even indirectly interferes with the provisions of this bill. Our concern over preemption is heightened by the growing complexity caused by these amendments. Since through these amendments, the department now acknowledges the value of compatibility in height, front setback, and lot usage with neighboring structures, why interfere with our local ordinances at all? We still, with this bill, have to grapple with another layer of regulation, accept lessened but still material restrictions that will worsen stormwater runoff, reduce tree canopy protection, and permit larger single-family homes. And we would have to use a novel lot coverage metric not found in our ordinances. Last session, the state affirmed local authority over building regulations. And as Tracy Furman said, HB 1167 was approved virtually unanimously by the General Assembly and signed by Governor Moore. That put into law the control for Montgomery County of our being able to control land development and building regulations for 1 to 4 units. We expect that this law should be respected, not pulled apart in less than 12 months after passage. The proposed bill also provides that a row of 3 or more townhomes be permitted by right. This one-size-fits-all approach to missing middle housing is inappropriate for our communities, as Mayor Slavin discussed. And it undercuts Montgomery County's own program to encourage multifamily housing with affordable units. This is a program, by the way, that Weeks downtown county communities have supported strongly, in fact, are beginning to see the results of. In sum, this is now a complicated and cumbersome bill that still preempts local authority with muddied effect and promotes only a single and inappropriate solution to the need for housing. Even with amendments, this bill still does not work for our communities.
Okay, thank
you very much.
Okay, pass that mic down. Again, everybody's on the up to 2-minute clock, okay?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Charles Colbert. I serve as the mayor of the town of Upper Marlboro. And I submit this testimony today respectfully in opposition to Senate Bill 36. While the town recognizes the urgent need to expand housing options across Maryland, Senate Bill 36 relies on broad state preemption of land use standards in a manner that risks undermining coordinated planning, infrastructure readiness, and community scale implementation, particularly in small municipalities that serve regional functions. Upper Marlboro occupies a unique role within Prince George's County as a hub for government services, employment, and civic activity. Development decisions within the town have implications that extend beyond municipal boundaries, affecting traffic circulation, public safety access, and service delivery for residents and visitors alike. For a town like Upper Marlboro, where infrastructure, road networks, and public facilities must accommodate both local residents and countywide functions, this approach could accelerate development without the necessary alignment of services and capital improvements. The town supports increasing housing supply, including housing that serves seniors, workforce households, and first-time home buyers. However, Upper Marlboro believes these goals are best achieved through enabling legislation that supports local and county planning efforts, rather than preemptive mandates that remove discretion from those responsible for managing on-the-ground impacts. Housing production is most successful when paired with infrastructure investment, service planning, and community engagement, not when detached from them. Upper Marlboro also emphasizes that municipalities are responsible for addressing the real-world consequences of development, including public works demands, emergency services coverage, and maintenance of public amenities. When decision-making authority is shifted upward without corresponding responsibility or resources, municipalities are left to manage outcomes they did not shape. For these reasons, the town of Upper Marlboro urges the committee to withhold a favorable report on Senate Bill 36 as written, and instead pursue housing solutions that strengthen coordination between the state, counties, and municipalities while preserving the ability to plan responsibly for growth. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I need to scooch closer, sorry. Good thing we know each other. My name is Sarah Franklin. I am here as a private citizen and member of the planning profession. And everyone has said some really great things up to this point. So what I really want to talk about is comprehensive planning and zoning rewrites and how this impacts them. Comprehensive planning is something that is required of all municipalities. There is state legislation in the land use article that outlines the process for that, and it requires extensive public involvement throughout the process. It's a process that takes over a year, typically, when done right and done with public engagement. And this is where these decisions get made. Where is more dense development going to be? Where is less dense development going to be? Can we provide sidewalks? Can we provide road networks? Where is the flooding happening? Is it appropriate for dense development to happen in floodplains? Where do we maybe need to do managed retreat as a result of sea level rise? Is it appropriate for more development to go into those areas? These questions get asked in comprehensive planning processes and rezoning processes. And these questions need to be asked in relation to this bill. And they haven't been. And that's what the amendments are about. I would also like to just make a few points. There's a few things that haven't been addressed yet. Flag lots, which are lots that have very narrow access points and then are larger in the back, would be permitted under this bill. Those pose infrastructure problems and emergency access problems. HOAs do not appear to be covered in this bill. So you could purchase your way into a community that allows these large McMansion developments. Vacation homes in coastal areas would have pressure under them. And I will just finish off by saying, combined with House Bill 325, you would be locking in place these untested land use policies that may have inappropriate consequences that you're not aware of for up to 5 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Erica Jorgensen. I've lived in MoCo almost 20 years. I hold a PhD in economics from Harvard University, as well as degrees from Oxford University and Williams College. I spent 30 years at the World Bank analyzing and advising on economic policy for governments around the world. We expect you, our legislators, to make decisions based on data and solid analysis. I'm sorry to tell you that's not the case for the bill you're considering today. The recent Comptroller's report on housing sadly falls far short, particularly in forecasting the future based on the pandemic years using data ending in 2023. But I have good news for you. Things are much better now in Maryland than the report concludes. I refer you to my written testimony, and here's what it covers. First, net out-migration from Maryland is actually modest, and it fell by half from 2023 to 2024. And why are people leaving the state? Because of housing? No. For jobs or to be closer to family. That's according to the United Van Line's annual survey based on more than 160,000 moves last year. Next, housing prices in Maryland are now barely holding flat in real terms, plummeting over the last 2 years to about 4% annual growth, just above inflation. That's according to the state's own property tax assessments. A buyer's market is emerging, says the Maryland Association of Realtors, and Maryland's large federal job losses will surely accelerate that. Next, Maryland has the nation's 4th highest household income, so wages are higher, and that pushes up building costs. We're also the 6th most densely populated state, and so our land is expensive. But here's a surprise. Our housing prices are 16th in the nation, cheaper than you might expect. Last, is preempting single-family zoning a magical, costless solution? New research finds that trickle-down benefits from upzoning are too small and too slow, taking decades to materialize. Upzoning cannot solve housing affordability. And in the meantime, local communities will bear the cost of erratic, profit-driven building that imposes economic, environmental, and social costs on established neighborhoods. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Barbara Zektic. I'm here today on behalf of the Citizens Coordinating Committee on Friendship Heights, which is an umbrella organization that represents 18 community associations and roughly 20,000 residents in southwest Montgomery County, mostly District 16, so close to both of you. There are 3 main issues with this bill that have been discussed very very, very amply already. The legislation broadly preempts local zoning for single-family neighborhoods. It really removes residents' opportunity to have a voice at the local level, and the mayor discussed that very adequately herself. The legislation creates infrastructure and environmental problems, which we've discussed, and just simply by saying that local governments can do a the APFOs, the adequate public facilities ordinances, does not address the issues with the water and the sewer and the traffic and the school capacity that have already been discussed at length today. There's nothing in this bill that talks about affordable housing. The whole impetus of this bill is that by having more houses, you're going to have more affordable houses. That doesn't really make sense. That doesn't really make sense. And of the amendments that have been proffered, I went through the Department of Housing's testimony and the 14 amendments that are listed in their written testimony, and none of that talks about adding affordable housing either. It just talks about adding more houses. So I think that's something that this committee really needs to consider. In discussing, one of the things the secretary said was that this was just a narrow change. I think it's quite evident that if you're entertaining dozens upon dozens of amendments, that this is not just a narrow bill and that this is not just a narrow change. And he also mentioned that Maryland families are behind it. And I'm here again representing about 20,000 residents in Montgomery County that are very, very upset about this bill. So this is something Maryland families do care about. Thank you for your time.
Okay, questions for this panel? All signed up unfavorable? Yes, Senator Hester.
I just had a quick question. First, for the gentleman on the end, were you, I'm sorry I missed your name.
Barney Rush.
Thank you. Were you referring to the Montgomery exemption on the building energy performance standards?
No, I was not.
Okay, then never mind.
No, I was dealing with the fact that there, in the amendments that you'll be reading, there are certain concessions that have been made that respect a concern for applicability for front setback and for height, which is helpful. But it doesn't deal with the side setbacks, which are still only 5 feet, the backyard setback, which is still only 10 feet. And overall, it raises this question, which if you're going to acknowledge the compatibility in many ways, why are you still pushing on other aspects of what is arguably our control and our authority?
Thank you very much. Okay. And then for the woman who works at the World Bank, I'm sorry, can you get
Jorgensen.
Thank you very much. Could you just, how do you spell your last name? I wanted to read your
Jorgensen, Jorgensen.
Great, I'll look for the file. Thank you so much.
Okay, additional questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all for your testimony. We're going to bring up another panel of unfavorables. Joseph Landers, here for your, listen for your name. Sarah Arthur, Adam Rybczynski, Stacy Link, Leanne Tobias. Okay. I see 4. We get a fifth. Okay. Let's wait for our 5th panelist. Okay, why don't we, let's start on this end. Let's mix it up. And again, each of you are on the up to 2-minute clock, and you're all signed up unfavorable. So why don't you start? Put the mic a little closer, okay? Thank you. Okay, you can start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jody Landers. I'm here to testify against Senate Bill 36 because I believe this bill will have a disproportionate negative impact on many stable, middle, owner-occupied neighborhoods like the neighborhood I live in, Baltimore City. I grew up and live in the Lauraville-Hamilton neighborhood for more than 70 years. I chose to remain there because of the character of the neighborhood, which is mostly affordable, modest-sized, single-family detached homes. My house was built in 1915. Most of my neighbors' homes were built in the 20s. Because the neighborhood is relatively affordable, it has maintained high levels of home ownership. Middle neighborhoods like mine are not under private covenants or HOAs, restricting the type of houses that can be built. The primary reason my neighborhood and many others have maintained their village-like character in the middle of the city and quality rests on zoning restrictions that prohibit high-density building types. This bill will reduce the amount of open space and green space required in neighborhoods, including older neighborhoods, as I've described. It will permit higher density townhomes to be built that are completely out of character with the neighboring detached properties. This bill incentivizes developers to build high-density housing in older neighborhoods. Great for the developers, maybe great for the new residents. Not so great for the existing residents who will be faced with higher densities, possibly 3 dwelling units where 1 previously existed next door, more traffic and parking congestion, and a loss of open space. We can't pretend that these changes will not have an adverse impact on the quality of life for legacy residents who purchased an older home in a middle neighborhood because of its character and affordability. Just closing, this bill is laden with unintended consequences that will fall hardest on very stable and affordable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Link, and I am the mayor of Sykesville. Municipalities do want more housing. We want the same outcomes as the administration does. More inventory, more affordability. Sykesville zoning already allows townhomes on 1,800 square foot lots. We recently approved 47 townhomes within our boundaries, and we didn't need a bill to tell us to do so. But SB 36 strips every municipality of the ability to determine how growth happens in our communities. This is just simply unacceptable. The bill is built on the false premise that local zoning is a primary barrier to housing production. It is not. We've already listed all the things that really is the barrier. DHCD's own data contradicts a one-size-fits-all mandate. Their 2030 growth targets are, as they should be, all over the map. For Havre de Grace, 365 units. For Mount Airy, 120. For Hagerstown, 978. Leonardtown, 124, and 41 municipalities have no target for growth at all. By the way, of those 120 in Mount Airy on the Frederick side, they've approved 80 about a month ago. So again, without a state mandate. Municipalities are not interchangeable, yet this bill treats them as if they are. And the justification for this preemption simply isn't true. DHCD claims townhomes are 25 to 30% cheaper. Maybe that's true in South Carolina, but in Sykesville, where we've built 250 townhomes in the last 12 years, they all sold at or above median pricing when they came online. And since 2020, every newly constructed townhome in Sykesville has sold for $80,000 more than median, and in fact, it is proven by Redfin's statistics that townhomes in our zip code actually sell for $7,000 more than single-family homes. That's on the ground, real stats. So I ask, where is the Maryland-specific data proving this bill will create affordability? Municipalities are asking for solutions based in our realities. Actual outcomes will require a different bill entirely, one that provides municipalities with Department of Planning technical assistance and infrastructure funding when necessary. Please set the goals for us, hold us accountable, work with us to accomplish real solutions.
Okay, thank you. Let's keep going down the table. Tell us your name, and you're on the 2-minute clock.
I'm Leanne Tobias from Montgomery County. I'm a former National Real Estate Fund Manager, now retired. I also chair CCCFH, which represents 20,000 Montgomery County residents on land use and housing. Like you, I am committed to genuine housing affordability statewide, but upzoning single-family neighborhoods will not reduce housing prices and will not help Marylanders who are having trouble buying a home. Here's why the legislation won't work. Maryland's new townhouses are usually more expensive than nearby existing homes. A new CCCFH analysis compared the median price of new townhomes to existing single-family homes in 7 Maryland counties. The new townhomes were more expensive in 5 of the 7 counties by 9% to 41%. The 5 counties are Baltimore, Charles, Dorchester, Montgomery, and Prince George's. And let me note the townhouses were about the same as single-family prices in Anne Arundel County, so no savings there either. Second, real estate equity investors demand returns of about 20%. So developers can't build affordable homes without subsidy. That's why market rate developers build luxury housing. The higher rents and sale prices are necessary to achieve the required returns. So if upzoning won't work, what's the answer? A number of approaches make sense. While townhomes are usually more expensive than existing single-family homes, they're typically cheaper than new single-family construction. Build townhomes on vacant land or redevelopment sites identified locally. I'd also like to mention the Texas legislation cited by Secretary Day applied to undeveloped land, not to existing neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tobias. I'm sorry?
No other information, but just can you please translate your acronym? CCCFHQJ.
Citizens Coordinating Committee for Friendship Heights.
I'm sure you didn't expect that we knew that already. Thank you so much. Glad you were here. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's go to our final two witnesses on the panel.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, other members of the committee. My name is Sarah Arthur. I'm an attorney in Annapolis, but I'm here today on behalf of CAI. It is a community association institute, and I am a member of its Legislative Action Committee. So many great things, reasons have been stated here today for why LAC has chosen to oppose this legislation. As been said repeatedly, local jurisdictions are better equipped to determine the needs of its residents and balance that with the infrastructure, the roads, the water, the sewer, the schools, and those needs. I agree wholeheartedly with what the mayor of Chevy Chase said, that all of these amendments and the resulting legislation is going to lead really to uncertainty and confusion as to how this, the ultimate bill would apply to each jurisdiction. It's best left to the jurisdictions. I'm not going to run on any further. Everything we said that was been said previously in opposition, we agree with, and we therefore are opposed to this bill.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Admiral Rybczynski, on behalf of the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, you have a resolution before you from the Mayor and City Council opposing Senate Bill 36. I won't reiterate everything in the resolution, but I will just address a few points mentioned today. There was a question of whether or not this bill conflicts with local zoning laws. I can tell you in our city, it conflicts with multiple zoning laws where townhomes are approved, but only by conditional use, so that would be a conflict. Additionally, I just reiterate something that's been mentioned several times by this panel and the panel before. There's nothing in this bill that addresses affordability. As a matter of fact, what we see back home is that housing products are driven by market prices. And what we see, you know, you call them townhomes, they market them as villas. So you have these luxury townhomes on these small lots that are going between $500, sometimes depending on the finishes, $600,000+. These are not affordable homes. These are basically single-family homes that are attached with nicer finishes sometimes. With that, we urge unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, questions for this panel of unfavorables? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, I appreciate your testimony, which brings us to the final panel on this piece of legislation. I'm going to call up some additional unfavorable witnesses, and then we're going to get to Senator Kramer on the next bill. Betsy Jackson from the city of Salisbury here. Okay, Ms. Jackson. Charles Hendricks from the town of Laytonsville. Paul Geller, I see you in the front row. Paul, why don't you come on up, from the city of Albany. And then we do have one witness signed up for information purposes only, Jason Graff from Charles County Government. And then finally, we do have one virtual witness, Mayor Selena Benitez from the city of Mount Rainier. We'll pull her up last. So we'll start right here and tell us who you are, and each of you will be on the 2-minute clock, and you're all signed up unfavorable, and this will be the final witnesses on this piece of legislation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commission members. I'm Betsy Jackson, City Planner for the City of Salisbury. Thank you for allowing our voice to be heard today. You have my written testimony, so I'll be brief.
Pull the mic a little closer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, because the world wants to hear what you have to say.
I'll try to be brief, but while we recognize the need for more housing, zoning and land use decisions are best made at the local level with local public participation from local residents, businesses, and other stakeholders. Passing SB 36 will basically nullify any comprehensive plan that is inconsistent with this bill. These plans are required by the state and require significant resources and public participation to plan growth well, and this bill undoes those efforts. It may also force density where it was not planned, negatively impacting plans for public infrastructure and service capacities such as water and sewer, schools, and emergency services. And so we just respectfully request an unfavorable report on SB 36. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the panel. My name is Jason Graff. I am the Director of Planning and Growth Management for Charles County, Maryland. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We support the intent of creating affordable housing, and we understand that the intent is to increase housing supply to bring prices down. However, most jurisdictions are obviously adverse to the preemption of local zoning authority, as it's not the way to create unintended challenge and will create unintended challenges for local jurisdictions. We strongly support the addition of performance-based standards, as was mentioned earlier, to the bill, as we too are already reaching our housing targets as set by DHCD. So how do we do this? We did this through our adequate public facilities ordinance, our school policies, and zoning rules that are currently in place, rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. We would like to work together with the state to get where we need to be. As far as cost, we need to look a little deeper at the affordability challenges themselves. Costs of schools, roads, and public safety are all on the backs of the counties and paid for by the residents that purchase these homes. In terms of time challenges, counties are mandated to implement the state stormwater management rules, which take considerable time to work through, another unfunded mandate that was pushed from the state to the counties. But that actually has created a significant time challenge and speed to market for these housing developers. I believe that most Maryland counties are already well on their way to tackling the affordable housing challenge. For example, our jurisdiction, Charles County, is already implementing an affordable housing plan and strategy like most counties. We have zoning code updates that are there to promote affordable housing. We have adequate public facility incentives to promote affordable housing, as well as tax incentives such as payment in lieu of tax programs. We are encouraged by the amendments that we've been hearing so far as developed by the state and local jurisdictions, and we strongly urge a collaborative effort between the state and local government so that we can develop a bill, if necessary, to get where we need to be. Thanks for your time.
Okay, Mr. Geller.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, distinguished senators, thank you very much for being here today. I think the best way to understand this bill is to compare it to the deluxe Scrabble set. This is the set that has the turntable. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it has the ridges to hold in all the little pieces and things like that. Now, on a Scrabble set, and I'm sure one of our distinguished members here knows a lot more about this than I do, you have 100 tiles. And I moved to Maryland 35 years ago because I wanted some elbow room. I wanted my little single space there to have some elbow room to grow and let my kids run around, things like that. What this bill proposes is on the same Scrabble Deluxe set, and let's say the Scrabble Deluxe set is the state of Maryland and the finite amount of land we have. Instead of 100 tiles, we're going to throw down 200 more tiles, 300 tiles. Now, when we throw these tiles down, you still have the little small ridges that still only hold one piece at a time, but the tiles are going to go tumbling everywhere if you have a kid or a cat or the wind blows through. In essence, this is a great idea to provide more housing. The problem is it going to be affordable, and how are we going to afford the ability to raise those little plastic widgets that hold in the pieces, which are infrastructure, I would argue. And as somebody who's been coming here since 2012, asking senators and delegates for more money just from casino gaming for our public school students, I can tell you it is hard just to get a tiny bit of money for our school kids. The idea of almost doubling our school population in this state potentially, and we don't have any place to put these kids right now. We're having trouble with the kids that we have, even with all the rigmarole that's going on in Washington. How are we supposed to do it with even, greater, density. So I ask you to seriously, scrap this bill for now, give it an unfavorable rating, and let's move on to some other issues.
Okay, let's go to our final in-person witness, and then we'll take our one virtual witness. Sir?
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and Senate committee members. My name is Charles Hendricks, and I'm the mayor of Laytonsville, a town of 750 residents in northern Montgomery County that was incorporated in 1892. My town has exercised zoning authority since 1958, but that has not stymied the town's contribution to the housing stock of our area. Since 2010, the town has increased its housing units from 120 to 217, a growth of 81%, or an average increase of over 5% per year over the last 16 years. Yet we're a well-planned community with distinctive neighborhoods, single-family homes of widely varying sales prices built on lots of various sizes, and an assortment of multifamily rental units. I do not object to the state putting pressure on local governments to facilitate the construction of more housing units, but I believe that zoning preemption should not be applied until localities are given an adequate opportunity to achieve the state's housing goals by making locally determined adjustments to their housing zoning ordinances not anticipated by their comprehensive plans. The Department of Housing and Community Development has published local housing unit construction goals for each year up to 2030. Why don't you give localities until 2028 to implement liberalized zoning rules to meet state housing construction approval goals? After that, you could, in those local jurisdictions in which the housing goals have not been met, reasonably authorize DHCD to select more undeveloped areas than the locality has, where the building of townhomes would be authorized and facilitated. Limiting the state's zoning preemption, however, to undeveloped land would assure that the drive to construct more townhomes will not take away any of our current housing stock, which in my view would clearly be counterproductive. I urge you to craft legislation that will enable the construction of the housing Maryland residents need in cooperation with elected county and municipal officials without unnecessarily subverting local community planning.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel, then we'll go to our one virtual witness that's left. Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Geller, I've been in the Senate a long time. That was the most brilliant analogy using my beloved game of Scrabble that I have yet heard. Congratulations, great job. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, let's pull up Mayor Selena Benitez from the city of Mount Rainier. She'll be the final witness on this legislation. She's signed up unfavorable. Okay, Mayor, we're going to get you queued up, and then we're going to take Senator Kramer and his bill next. Okay, Mayor, we see you. I think we hear you. You've got 2 minutes, unfavorable on Senate Bill 36.
Thank you so much, and good evening. I know it's been a very long day, so appreciate all the time you guys put together. My name is Selena Benitez, Mayor of the City of Mount Rainier. And on behalf of the City of Mount Rainier, we respectfully submit testimony opposition of Senate Bill 36 as written. The city supports efforts to expand housing options across Maryland. However, this bill does that and affects us severely by removing our autonomy when it comes to zoning. It undermines the limited but critical role cities played in shaping development outcomes. In Prince George's County, municipalities do not hold primary zoning authority with the exception of City of Laurel. However, the City of Mount Rainier has been very vocal when it comes like zoning regulations. We are the highest density populated in the whole Maryland. We know firsthand what it means to move zoning without no rules, regulations, and no need or care when it comes to our ability. And we feel this bill does. It might have good intentions at heart, but unfortunately does not address the issues that we hold, including our zoning authority when it comes to the county. SB 36 will take municipalities out of the equation by imposing level present zoning mandate, regardless of the collaboration process currently between counties and municipalities, even within a system where authority already sets prime within the bill's delays opportunities for municipal input, replacing them one-size-fits standards that do not count local conditions. We cannot assume that what we need in George's County is the same cookie-cutter box other counties also need. Our chair for George's County has said before, Prince George's County continues to be on the lead in the housing records and as such state, so others. And this does not even review that information to make sure we are where we need to be in moving forward. So with that, I would like to say that we request an unfair report on SB 36. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Any questions for the mayor? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 36. The next move to Senator Kramer for two Kramer bills. We're going to start with Senate Bill 422. And I've got.
Chair, I just want to tell you, I love the great town of Laytonsville. So just figured I'd throw that out there. It's a delightful place.
Okay, well, I've got, back on this bill, we're nimble, this committee. We go from affordable housing to animal research and testing. And we're going to next, I've got Carrie Waters here, as well as Stacy Volotin, and Lisa Radoff is virtual. And we have her, it's her birthday? I think it's her birthday. Okay, well, I don't want to say it if it's not, for sure. Okay, Senator Kramer, you take the time you need, and then everybody else, because we have a lot of other bills here going to be on the clock, the 2-minute clock, so up to 2. Senator Kramer, you can proceed on Senate Bill 422.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 423. This one is Senate Bill 423, Mr. Chair.
423 or 422?
I would like to do 423 because actually 422 is incorporated in this bill.
Okay, well, we got a slightly different witness list. I don't know if it's the same organization.
Look, I'm happy to do 422.
No, that's okay. We got pretty much the same witness.
I kind of figured.
We got Mary Hilly signed up. Is that you for 423 as opposed to Stacy below? Okay, either way, well, let's do 423. I think we've got the right witnesses, and Ms. Radoff is virtual on both bills. So let's proceed with Senate Bill 423, and then we'll take 422.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Look, this is a common sense bill, and folks, it's about hugging the puppies and loving the puppies, and overwhelmingly supported by the public. In the 21st century, with the extraordinary advances in biomedical science, artificial intelligence, and human cell-based modeling, it is both scientifically responsible and ethically imperative that we minimize and, where possible, eliminate reliance on animal testing. Traditional animal models often fail to accurately predict human outcomes, contributing to high drug attrition rates and unnecessary costs while raising significant animal welfare concerns. Encouragingly, and colleagues, please note this, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration just this past summer formally announced plans to phase out certain animal testing requirements and expand the use of validated alternative methods, including organ-on-a-chip technologies, advanced, in vitro systems, and computational modeling. The federal shift reflects a growing consensus that modern, human-relevant science can improve safety, accelerate innovation, reduce costs, and uphold humane standards. Emphasis on upholding humane standards. This legislation aligns with that progress, ensuring that regulatory frameworks keep pace with scientific advancement and position our state as a leader in ethical, evidence-based biomedical policy. Senate Bill 423 modernizes Maryland's laws governing research and testing facilities that use animals, and here's where I want you to, hear what the bill does. I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm going to read directly from the fiscal and policy note so that you realize it's not just me saying this. This is what the bill does. A testing facility may not use a traditional animal test method if the agency responsible for regulating the specific product or activity for which a test method is being used has, number one, approved an appropriate alternative test method, or two, made available to or granted the testing facility a waiver from using a traditional animal test method. It's just that simple. Now, the fiscal note continues because I want you to know, again, it's not my interpretation. If there is no alternative test method available or waiver made available or granted, a testing facility may use a traditional animal test method if the testing facility uses the fewest number of animals possible, that's common sense, and minimizes, thank you very much, the level of pain, suffering, and stress of an animal used for testing. What is not to love about this legislation? The emphasis being, if there are alternatives being accepted by the federal government, then stop torturing cats and dogs in laboratories and use the alternative methods. Establishing also in this bill are meaningful reporting responsibilities, and colleagues, going back to 2018, this legislature overwhelmingly passed a law requiring that research and testing facilities in the state allow animals, or excuse me, specifically dogs and cats, used in testing, that if they are healthy enough in the interpretation of the veterinarian at the facility to be adopted, that they be adopted out rather than just slaughtered at the end of the testing, because that's the easiest thing to do. We passed that in 2018. Here's the problem. We never provided any kind of reporting, so we have no idea if a single dog or cat has ever been adopted out as a consequence of the legislation this body overwhelmingly passed. So incorporated into this bill are in fact the reporting requirements that say, okay, if you've been experimenting on dogs and cats, tell us how many dogs and cats you used, which by the way is public information at the FDA. This is not double secret probation. This is public information. What we don't know, did you adopt any of these dogs or cats out? If you did, where were they adopted to? So that we can verify that in the 8 years since we passed that bill, that there are actually research facilities doing what the law requires of them. Colleagues, responsible animal research has played an essential role in advancing medical knowledge and improving public health, no question. At the same time, 21st century scientific research has developed methods, including refined testing protocols and alternative models that reduce or replace animal use while still yielding high level and very often much, much better results. So real fast, I wanted to point out to you, again, emphasis on the fact that just this summer, the FDA announced plans to phase out animal testing requirements for certain standards. And I wanted to read you a quote from the FDA commissioner. By leveraging AI-based computational modeling human organ model-based lab testing, and real-world human data, we can get safer treatments to patients faster and more reliably, while also reducing research and development costs and drug prices. It is a win-win for public health and ethics. This is coming from the feds. So real fast before I wrap up on this bill, colleagues, I wanted to point out what is some very confusing opposition. And by the way, very, very, very little of it. This is more, I think, just reflex that, God forbid, anybody touch animal use in research. Well, you know what? The FDA has touched it, and now hopefully the state of Maryland's going to touch it also. This comes in from Hopkins. The state of Maryland played a key role in the development of COVID-19 vaccines starting 5 years ago. As COVID-19 initially spread worldwide, institutions including Johns Hopkins and the University of Maryland and private companies rapidly ramped up research, developed new ways to treat and prevent COVID-19. Fantastic. Nothing in this bill changes any of that. If COVID-19 started tomorrow, this bill changes nothing. And that's my point. I think it's a knee-jerk reaction of, we've just got to whine. But it is meaningless because this bill changes nothing. Once again, if there are alternatives approved by the feds, use the alternatives. If there aren't, no harm, no foul, keep torturing the animals. That's it. Nothing changes. So with that, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I will wrap it up on this particular bill and turn it over to this wonderful panel I've got.
Okay, does this wonderful panel have a sequence? You want to start? Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay, and you're on the up to 2-minute clock, each of you.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and esteemed committee. My name is Mary Hilly, and I am a specialist in the Animal Research Issues Department at Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. I'm here today to speak in support of SB 423, the Animal Research Modernization and Best Practices Act. Passage of SB 423 is the next logical step for Maryland to continue its momentum as a leader in promoting the use of the best available science. In 2023, Maryland became the first state in the nation to create a fund that provides grants to scientists developing non-animal technologies, something our state should be proud of. But this is only one step in ensuring that animal experiments are replaced with more accurate science. Maryland must now mandate that once these new non-animal approaches are developed, companies producing drugs, chemicals, pesticides, and other products are required to use them. These two concepts go hand in hand. This bill does not get ahead of science, but rather ensures the use of the best available methods, which should be thought of in terms of their relevance to human biology. This bill prohibits the use of animal tests when the relevant regulatory agency has approved an alternative or granted a waiver from doing the animal test. It also provides some basic protection for dogs and cats used in research. This bill will not be a burden on taxpayers, as its fiscal note reflects no additional costs created by it. Over the last several decades, federal agencies have been actively working to approve data from non-animal test methods. Maryland should now make sure these new technologies are used by industry. This bill will cement Maryland's role as a leader in biotechnology, ensure the state is on the cutting edge of scientific innovation, and could encourage additional private investment. Polling shows that Maryland voters strongly support efforts that replace animal tests with alternatives. I refer the committee to my written testimony, which includes this data. I also wanted to highlight that 4 other states have passed similar legislation. Thank you for your time and attention. Humane World for Animals urges a favorable report on SB 423.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Carrie Waters, and I speak today on behalf of the Humane Veterinary Medical Alliance. I am a Virginia, Maryland College of Veterinary Medicine graduate, licensed to practice veterinary medicine in Maryland, and a Maryland resident. I also have a PhD in physiology, and I come before you as someone who has worked inside the research system. As a graduate student in a basic science laboratory, I conducted animal experiments under approved protocols and federal oversight. I believe deeply in the scientific mission, and I still do. But working hands-on with animals changed me. I saw research procedures that caused significant pain and stress. That experience forced me to confront a difficult truth. Federal regulatory approval does not always guarantee humane treatment. I'm here to advocate for responsible, modernized, and humane science. First, we must prioritize non-animal alternatives wherever scientifically valid. Advances in organoids and computational modeling technologies are not speculative. They are real tools that can reduce reliance on live animals while often producing more human-relevant data. Second, when animals are necessary, we must require justification for the numbers used. Third, companion animals used in research should not be subjected to unnecessary and cruel procedures such as devocalization. Adoption should be the default for cats and dogs when medically and ethically feasible. And when euthanasia is required, it must follow established humane standards. My experience inside the system leads me to believe reform is not only possible, it is necessary. Science advances, our policies should advance with it. I respectfully ask the committee to vote yes on Senate Bill 423 and improve transparency, accountability, and humane treatment for Maryland's research animals. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I'm signed up for SB 422.
Okay. Well, why don't you just sit there? We've got Lisa Radoff virtual. Let's take Ms. Radoff on 423, and then we'll come back to 422. Lisa, you've got up to 2 minutes. You're signed up favorable on this piece of legislation.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lisa Radoff. I'm the president and chair of Maryland Votes for Animals, speaking in support of SB 423. As you heard from Senator Kramer and my colleagues, this bill places reasonable, responsible limits on the use of certain dogs and cats in research and testing facilities. The reporting requirement to the Office of the Attorney General that was in last year's bill has been removed. So while there was a large fiscal note last year, it is not part of this year's bill. So given the budget and the state's budget, I wanted to just draw your attention to that. As you heard, it limits outdated animal testing methods when federally approved non-animal alternatives are available, and extends adoption requirements to testing facilities, giving the animals used in research a chance at life beyond the laboratory. Maryland is home to so many respected research institutions, but current accountability, as you heard from the bill in 2018, the Beagle Freedom Act, does not ensure that non-animal methods are used when animals are adopted in a timely way and those adoptions are reported. This bill establishes guardrails, defining which animals may be used, how the testing is conducted, and when modern alternatives must replace animal-based experiments. This is a balanced, forward-looking approach that supports scientific progress while strengthening humane standards. Maryland's lab animals are counting on us. I'd like to thank Senator Kramer for sponsoring SB 423 and respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Kramer or any of the witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes Bill hearing on 423. Let's pivot back to Senate Bill 422. And again, we've got Carrie Waters, Stacy Volodin, Lisa Radoff, virtual, and Senator Kramer. You may proceed with Senate Bill 422.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the members of the committee. Ben Kramer introducing Senate Bill 422, which, colleagues, just so you understand, this is the reporting piece of the prior bill. So when you pass Senate Bill 423, you really won't need to do anything with this particular bill because it's incorporated into that bill. However, this bill was filed separately to ensure, and I don't want to diminish the value of 423 because that really is the critical piece of legislation that I am hoping this committee will see fit to pass this year. But Senate Bill 422 is simply the reporting section of 423 that we discussed, where in 2018 we passed legislation mandating that research facilities allow the dogs and cats at the end of the experimentation, if they are healthy enough as determined by the veterinarian at that facility to be adopted, that they in fact be put up for adoption. There are many organizations that specifically target rescuing research dogs and cats. Again, the problem has been the bill that passed in 2018 had no reporting at all, and that's why we have no idea whether a single dog has been adopted in the past 8 years. And my guess is, since it's probably easier for these facilities just to kill them at the end of the testing, that's exactly what is happening. So our goal is that if in fact torturing these animals in research has benefited in any way humankind, then at the end of the torture, let's demonstrate a little human kindness and let them live out the remainder of what lives they have, knowing the comfort of a loving home, just like my dog does, just like those of you that have a dog or a cat. Allow them that opportunity to share in the love that what a dog or cat companion animal should have. That's the extent of what Senate Bill 422 does. Colleagues, again, I will point out that this does not create double secret probation information that doesn't exist right now, because there may be a protest at a facility if it's discovered they're experimenting on dogs. That information is public right now on the USDA website, and we can quickly find out how many, dogs, how many cats, whatever it may be, are being utilized. It's currently online. So any representations otherwise are false. I will point out to you, colleagues, that this Bill 422 specifies the reporting is for the number of dogs or cats owned and used. The reason I point that out is that some entity, the Animal Health Institute, which is just an organization that represents those who profit off the use of animal research, submitted testimony that incorporates commentary that the legislation would require elementary schools to report about spiders or caterpillars in terrariums. Whoever Gene Harrington is, I hope you're watching right now because you're a knucklehead. The bill specifies reporting of the number of dogs or cats. With that, thank you very much, committee.
Okay, let's go to your panel. Why don't you start? Each of you will have up to 2 minutes, and then we'll take Ms. Radoff virtually. And so why don't you start?
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Stacy Volodin, and I'm the Maryland State Director for Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. I'm here on behalf of our supporters across the state who support this legislation. I'm here to urge a favorable vote, please, on SB 422. I'm not going to belabor what Senator Kramer has already thoroughly covered on this bill. It is a simple additional step to the legislation that was passed in 2018, which I'd like to highlight. At the time, it was wildly popular and bipartisan. It had 30 co-sponsors in the Senate, which personally, as a staffer, I had never seen before. I thought that was amazing. It had 98 co-sponsors in the House, many of whom are in this room right now. This is proof that protecting these animals once they have done their work is something that Maryland is committed to. We just need a little bit of sunlight in to make sure the bill is functioning as we wanted in the first place in 2018. As written, as the sponsor already addressed, the entities are anonymous. They are anonymous, and the data is simply aggregated with the Department of Health. That aggregation is simple numbers, so we can look and say, 300, 400 animals of this type, dog or cat, have been tested upon. The entities are not listed. A person who is really determined can then go onto the USDA's website, the APHIS website, to determine who in Maryland is doing that. But we want to simply have those numbers because otherwise you would have to look and scour the APHIS website, which doesn't occur easily. And also the federal government has just taken it down before. So we want to protect this aggregated data. Otherwise, I have uploaded and emailed to all of your offices the polling that shows that approximately 80% of your constituents support this bill. I urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Waters. Next.
Good afternoon again, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Carrie Waters, and I speak today on behalf of the Humane Veterinary Medical Alliance. I am a Virginia, Maryland College of Veterinary Medicine graduate, licensed to practice medicine in Maryland, and a Maryland resident, and I have a PhD in physiology and experience working with research animals. As detailed in my written testimony, the Humane Veterinary Medical Alliance fully supports the adoption and reporting requirements of Senate Bill 422 to improve transparency, accountability, and humane treatment for Maryland's research animals. And in the interest of time, I thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Let's take Ms. Radoff. Is she still in the queue? Okay, Ms. Radoff, let's pull you up. Okay, you may proceed with your testimony on 422.
Good afternoon again. I'm still Lisa Radoff, President and Chair of Maryland Votes for Animals in support of SB 422. Again, the hour is late, so I will simply say that this strengthens the very popular bipartisan Beagle Bill passed in 2018 that had Governor Hogan, myself, and the former director of what was the Humane Society of the United States with beagles on the front page of the Sun. And the Senate version was sponsored by Senator Huff, who is very excited about this passing this year and has been on social media about it, and then Delegate Kramer. So very bipartisan support. And as Stacy Volodin said to you, just in both chambers, very, very popular. This bill does nothing except for close a gap, which was there was no reporting in the last bill. And I got a lot of criticism from people saying there's no reporting. And I said, this is a floor, not a ceiling. Guess what? Time for the ceiling. Simple reporting. The goal is to ensure that healthy dogs and cats who have endured so much to help us are given every possible opportunity to be adopted into safe and loving homes. I'd like to thank Senator Kramer for sponsoring SB 422 and urge this committee, let's install the ceiling.
Okay, questions? Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lisa, hope you had a great birthday yesterday.
Thank you.
Thank you to the witnesses. Thank you to Senator Kramer. As the loving mom of a cat that I got from a shelter who had been there for a year, I have two questions for you. One is, do we have any idea about the numbers since we've had no report? Are we talking about 10 cats and dogs? Are we talking about thousands? And the second question I have, which is pretty related to the first one, and I've been on the humaneworld.org and reading up, they don't house pets. And of the testimony that was submitted,
They don't have, I'm sorry, they don't have.
they don't house pets. I don't go to Humane World. They're an advocacy organization. And so, if I were looking for, if someone were looking for a dog or cat to adopt, there is no shelter that submitted testimony. And I wonder why that would be. Why wouldn't they say, damn right, and we can accommodate another 100 pets or something to then have. And I will just say that my sweet cat was at the shelter for about a year before I met her and brought her home.
The answer to your first question is we don't know how many, quite frankly. Like I said, you can get online and find out, for instance, the University of Maryland in a given year they were doing experiments giving heart attacks to beagles. And if at the end of that experiment, the dogs were dead, then it didn't much matter. But if there was they were using, I think, 40-some, and it could have been that maybe at the end of it, a half a dozen might have been adoptable. It's not going to be dramatic numbers for the most part. And yet, we found ourselves in a position 2 years ago where this company, Envigo, right over the Virginia line, a subsidiary of another company called Innotiv, both very well known for doing horrific things to dogs in research. Federal government came in, shut them down across the border. 5,000 beagles suddenly were in need of rescue because the judge, a federal judge, said what Envigo wanted to do was sell them off. Once the judge shut down their facility, the judge said, you're adopting them out and you will not sell them. And across the nation, these rescues that specialize in research dogs and cats saved all 5,000, rehab them, and they've been adopted out. I've even got a constituent who got an Envigo beagle. So there's
Kramer.
like the typical shelters like, our Montgomery County animal shelter does not take research dogs or cats. There are specialized rescues that do just that, and they rehab them and then adopt them out. If that was your question, I'm trying to.
I had
did
two
I get
questions,
there?
and you kind of didn't. I understand the first answer was we don't have any idea. The second one I think creates a problem, but I think I got enough information, and I appreciate your passion. We have a lot more work left in this committee today, so Mr. Chair, thank you.
And I would welcome your sharing with me what your perception of a problem is, because there's lots of very anxious groups out there to rescue research animals.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, here, well, that's okay. You look you're itching to weigh in here.
I'm so sorry. We do have the support of the Professional Animal Workers of Maryland, which is the leadership of shelters and animal control officers. They should have submitted for tomorrow's testimony. We don't have them for today. They didn't get the testimony uploaded, but I can have them in communications with you if you need.
Okay, additional questions for Senator Kramer or the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 422. We're going to jump around a little bit. We're going to go to Senator Harris, if that's okay. Senator Harris, 667, Senate Bill 667. Got two witnesses, Kyle Farmer from Montgomery College Permaculture Club and Lydia McPherson from DNR. Those are the two witnesses on this piece of legislation. And Senator Harris, you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 667.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the EEE Committee. It's an honor for me to stand here. For the record, Senator Kevin M. Harris, representing District 27. in my first bill hearing as a senator. Oh, that was it? No,
Just to be clear, you know, we don't know anything about the bill yet, but that does not guarantee anything here. I just want to.
No, I appreciate that. I know the hour's getting late. So this particular bill, Senate Bill 667, is a national resource edible forest and foraging program establishment. This bill established a edible forest and foraging program within the Department of National Resources and requires that individuals who forage in designated areas obtain a permit issued by DNR. The Department of National Resources would establish a foraging season, identifying areas where foraging is permitted and prohibited, and create an education program for the foraging permit system that will mirror Maryland's hunting permit program. This program would establish a fee for acquisition of foraging permits, and all surplus revenue generated by permit fees will allow the Department of National Resources to cultivate food forest areas on state land, which will be open and accessible for the public to eat freely with or without a permit. The program will be for all mariners. And with that in mind, the program will offer fee waivers for individuals that demonstrate financial need. This is not an entirely new concept. The Department of National Resources previously piloted a food forest concept by planting its edible trail in White Marsh Park near Centerville and behind the City of Brunswick Food Bank in Frederick County. The program will be an additional layer in our efforts to create a thriving ecosystem across our ecological diverse state. Based on the recommendation from the Department of National Resources, we propose amending the bill to establish a 3-year pilot program in 2 DNR designated foraging areas. The amendment removes all permit requirements included in the original bill. It also adds a reporting requirement at the end of the 3-year pilot to evaluate successes, challenges, and future policy recommendations. With that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully request a favorable committee report with amendments on Senate Bill 667, and I'd be happy to take some questions.
Okay, thank you, Senator Harris. Let's take your 2 witnesses, then we'll open up for questions. Sir, why don't you tell us who you are, and you'll be on the up to 2-minute clock.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Kyle Farmer, and I'm testifying favorably in regards to Senate Bill 667. I'm the Vice President of the Permaculture Club at Montgomery College. Our mission is to extend knowledge regarding foraging and food security to our student body and surrounding communities. As of May 2024, 40% of the student body at Montgomery College is experiencing food insecurity. The Permaculture Club began to tackle this issue head-on and have transformed 33,000 square feet of our campus into a community food forest. In these areas, we have created an environment where people can get hands-on experience foraging for foods found all over the state of Maryland. Since the Permaculture Club was founded in 2023, we have had a substantial amount of interest and engagement from students and those in our surrounding communities, eager to learn about and try the foods that grow around them. We have had groups of up to 80 people at a time from all over the DMV come to listen and learn from some of the master foragers in our areas. These include Francis Smith of DNR, Ben Gritton of the Reed Center in Frederick County, Bodie Vassopoulos of Forested and Bowie, and John Harper of the Ecological Association of Washington, D.C. We have had guests from Baltimore City, Alexandria, Virginia, and even Zimbabwe come to learn about foraging's best practices and to get a taste of what our local environments have to offer. For many, it was their first time being introduced to the amazing native foods growing around them. Within Maryland, American persimmons, pawpaws, native grapes, and blueberries are just some of the amazing foods that are already growing within our community. When our visitors learned this, the message became clear: Marylanders are ready to forage. By allowing Marylanders access to the food that grows on state lands with this permitting system, and it increases the options that Marylanders have in regards to their own food security. Foraging for plants on the over 500,000 acres owned and managed by the Department of Natural Resources in the state of Maryland is currently prohibited in House Bill 667 will not only make it legal, but ensure that it is accessible and regenerative. I urge a favorable report on SB 667, and thank you all for listening to our testimony today.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Farmer. Ms. Pearson?
Hi, Lydia McPherson with the Department of Natural Resources. Not to sound like a broken record, but I will keep it short. I know you guys have a long day. I just want to say that we've worked extensively with the bill sponsor, and we love the ambition. You know, foraging is becoming a more popular movement within the state of Maryland, and we think that these amendments and this pilot program would really help the department drill down on what kind of program we could implement and what impacts it would have on our natural resources and how we could maybe take it statewide. So we urge a favorable report with amendments and happy to take questions.
Okay, open up for questions. Senator Harris, the two witnesses. See? Okay, Vice Chair Kagan.
Senator Harris, there's a part of me that wants to, that thinks you probably deserve some hazing if this is your very first bill hearing. But I actually have a really legit thing that I'm trying to understand. And thank you to the Montgomery College student for educating some of my colleagues who might not think about Montgomery College students as being food insecure and having financial struggles. So thank you for that. Senator Harris, the bill talks about getting a foraging permit, and then it also says, but that can be waived if there's financial need. And I'm having an image of both a student or a hungry person foraging for greens and stuff to make a healthy salad. And then I'm also imagining a restaurant helping, you know, sort of destroying a whole field or something. How would this work? How expensive would it be? Have you had that conversation? I imagine that Ms. McPherson has some of that data too, if you've been working on it. But I'm just curious about the dichotomy here. I like the concept. I just want to understand it better.
Absolutely. I was going to toss it over to our expert over there with the mighty intelligence.
Yes, yeah, happy to answer. So that exact question is why we wanted to move to a pilot program. When our original conversations with the House bill sponsor, you know, it is, to clarify, regulations on the books right now, it is not legally permissible to forage on state lands. So this would create a legal pathway is the inevitable intention. The pilot program would help us discover, you know, when we said figuring out ways, you know, we'd create bag limits similar to hunting. We're trying to figure out what that exactly would look like with foraging, which is why we wanted to do it as a pilot program on 2 state lands, keep it small, and then move forward to make sure that we don't have people both removing for commercial purposes, but also planting on state land as well, and figuring out how to enforce that.
Yeah, so that was part of the actual, one of the amendments that we had put in. We took out permits in this bill.
Okay. Additional questions for the panel? Senator Brooks?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So let me make sure I understand what the foraging is. This does not mean that you're going out there planting anything. You're just harvesting.
Correct.
Okay, from things that are naturally growing out there.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, additional questions? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 667. Let's go to Senator Watson next. Knock out Senate Bill 621, Senator Watson. I've got 3 witnesses signed up. Dana Kaufman, Brian Anloof, and Aaron Greenfield. Those are 3 witnesses on the list. On Senate Bill 621, they are signed up favorable. Senator Watson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the BEST Committee, EEE Committee. Senator Watson, representing the 23rd Legislative District, and I'm here to ask your support for Senate Bill 621, Public Safety State Fire Prevention Code, Trash and Recyclable Materials. Senate Bill 621 is a short bill that simply aligns Maryland's Fire Prevention Code with the requirements of the National Fire Protection Association's 101 Life Safety Code, 2024 edition, as it relates to valet trash service. So what is valet trash collection? I'm glad you asked the question. Valet trash is a waste management solution for multifamily housing communities where the residents place their trash outside their unit doors for scheduled pickup by professional service providers. Second, why is the bill needed? This bill is necessary to ensure that these services can continue in Maryland. In the 2024 edition of the Life Safety Code, the National Fire Prevention Association adopted standards to regulate valet trash collection services. Despite this action, last year, Maryland's Fire Prevention Commission, when adopting the 2024 edition, deleted the sections related to valet trash collection services and added specific language prohibiting trash or recyclable material awaiting scheduled collection from being placed in exits, hallways, or an egress balcony. This action has prohibited apartment buildings, condos, or multifamily dwellings from this trash pickup service. The state should not dismiss the work done by the Fire Protection Association on this issue. The NFPA standard development process offers a way to establish codes that are both technically robust, practically applicable, and most importantly, created to help protect lives and property from fire and other hazards. All NFPA standards are revised and updated every 3 to 5 years in revision cycles that begin twice a year. Normally, a standard cycle takes about 2 years to complete, which means that the process is lengthy and well vetted. Now, what are the safeguards adopted by the NFP Association? There are 5 key components, which are the following. Containers cannot exceed a capacity of 15 gallons in quarters, which is roughly the size of a trash can most of us have in our homes and offices. Containers must be liquid-tight construction and be equipped with lids in their fully closed position. Containers must be constructed entirely of non-combustible material. Combustible trash or recycling material shall not occupy a quarter for a single period exceeding 5 hours, and containers cannot obstruct the minimum egress with the required code. So these safeguards are in addition to all of those required by the Life Safety Code. So why are valet trash collection services important? 3 main reasons. First, the residents directly benefit from the services through convenience. There are no long walks to the dumpster in freezing cold temperatures and reduced safety issues from having to carry bags to dumpsters, especially those who may be elderly or disabled. Second, for property managers and owners, it provides a more consistent waste removal and reduces odor and pest attraction. When residents do not dispose of waste properly, since the NFPA sets limits on how containers are stored in corridors and materials must be removed daily, it keeps the corridors clear. And third, it provides better waste management practice since trash is removed promptly and placed correctly in the dumpster and recyclable materials are properly sorted. This results in cleaner properties that increase overall appeal and allow environmentally sound recyclable collections. Given that the NFPA took time and substantial effort to weigh the concerns of firefighters, property managers, and the public, Senate Bill 612 would simply ensure that valet trash collection services can continue in Maryland under these national standards. And to the best of my knowledge, Maryland would be an outlier and the only state to prohibit this service. So in addition, I want to point out that the Professional Firefighters of Maryland submitted written testimony to the committee in support of the bill. Therefore, Mr. Chair, I ask the committee's favorable report on Senate Bill 612, and I'd like my dream team here to take it from there.
Turn it to the dream team. Who wants to go first?
I will. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm with Schwartzmetz, Wise & Kaufman, and today I'm representing my client, Valet Living. Valet Living has provided valet trash collection services in Maryland for almost 20 years. It started in 2007 with 2 buildings, and it now services 124 buildings throughout the state of Maryland, which includes about 34,000 residential units in those 124 buildings. So you can see from those numbers that this service is well used and appreciated by the residents. Again, I appreciate Senator Watson's very thorough description of this bill and why it's necessary. I think the one point that I want to emphasize again is that this is not a new service in Maryland. This service has been going on for about 20 years. The main difference, however, is that when the National Fire Protection Association was revising the most recent edition of the Life Safety Code, it did take a look at this issue. And it had never been regulated before, so they decided to put in parameters to regulate it. And I think this is important because they had the opportunity to look at all the information and prohibit it, but they didn't. Instead, noticing the the benefits of this service and the fact that it has been used for so long. They address the public safety concerns through the statements and the requirements that Senator Watson laid out. The one I really want to emphasize, though, is not only does the containers have time limits and material, but you still have to adhere to the width requirements that are in the safety code. These canisters do not somehow make the hallways smaller. So that is, I think, very, very important because of the public safety. So what we would ask is that you support the bill so this service can continue in the state of Maryland, because we would be one of the only states that would have prohibited it.
Okay, Brian.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brian Anley with the Apartment and Office Building Association. Excited to be part of this dream team. I'll support the bill for all the reasons that Senator Watson and Ms. Kaufman stated, and I know it's getting late, so I'll be just super brief and point out that about 4,800 households in Montgomery County and about 7,200 households in Prince George's County already rely on this service. And so we urge that you all give a favorable report so that those tenants can continue using this service. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Greenfield.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Aaron Greenfield on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association, here in support of Senate Bill 621. You have my written testimony. Much of what I was going to say has been covered, and I know the night is long already. I just want to reference a couple points. The first is the National Multifamily Housing Council has reported that amenities and services that simplify household responsibilities, such as waste removal, are among the features residents increasingly value when choosing and renewing leases. This convenience translates into stronger resident satisfaction, improved lease renewal rates, and reduced turnover costs for housing providers. And so for many housing providers, this is such an important amenity and one that we really value and one that we really rely on to ensure that our communities are run well. For those reasons and for many more, I respectfully request a favorable report.
Okay, questions for the panel or for the sponsor? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 621. Yeah. Senator Brooks, why don't we take first, if you don't mind, you've got two bills, Senate Bill 431, which has fewer witnesses. Is that okay? Hey, folks, while Senator Brooks is going, just making an executive decision here. You know, we made our way through like 100+ witnesses today, and we still have a couple bills left. But we've moved the voting to today because of Thursday. There's the Senate's passed, and so but the reality is tomorrow we're not going to have 100 witnesses. We're going to have substantially less. So we're going to move the voting. We're not going to do voting today. We're going to bump that to tomorrow. I hope that's okay with everybody. And so let's just finish these bills and then we'll be good, okay? So with that, we're going to go to Senator Brooks on Senate Bill 431. And I've got Stacy Volotin here again, Maggie Ostall, Jonathan McKnight, and then Lisa Radoff is virtual, and Annie Chester is virtual. Those are the witnesses on this bill, Senate Bill 431. Senator Brooks, you can proceed.
All right, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of my committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 431, that's Fish and Wildlife Endangered and Threatened Species and Migratory Birds Regulation List. Petition Essential Habitats and Taking. For the record, I'm Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. This bill is about protecting endangered and threatened species by updating Maryland's code to reflect long-standing federal protection and existing regulations. Protecting Maryland's diverse wildlife and native plant life is vital to the health and resilience of our ecosystem. Preserving current protection is essential to preventing the further decline amongst endangered and threatened populations. Even the loss of one species can disrupt ecological balance, weaken natural systems, and trigger cascading impacts on biodiversity. Proposed federal rules and regulations threatens the Endangered Species Act, a law enacted in the 1970s. Maryland cannot undo any federal change endangering species protection. However, we can codify these long-established provisions. SB 431 ensures that Maryland law reflects the protection our state and country has maintained for decades. SB 431 codifies federal criteria for listing and delisting threatened and endangered species, adopt the federal definition of threatened species, incorporates Maryland's existing regulatory definition of harm, and maintains the federal protection for migratory birds under state law. Habitat loss and fragmentation are leading drivers of extinction. In light of proposed federal rules changes that weaken habitat safeguard for protected species, SB 431 directs the Secretary of Natural Resources to periodically update its list of irreplaceable natural areas and allowing the Secretary to designate essential habitat for endangered and threatened species, authorizing the Secretary to maintain an accurate list of endangered and threatened wildlife and plant species while preserving existing conservation regulations, ensures that Maryland can continue to protect the state's biodiversity. For these reasons, I am respectfully requesting a favorable report on Senate Bill 431. And there is one sponsor amendment that requested by DNR that provides the department authority to adopt management protocol for design established habitat, allows the department to define essential habitat in regulations. Now I'll go to my panel.
Okay, let's take our three in-person witnesses, and then there are two virtual witnesses on this bill. So let's start right in front of me and each go down the table.
Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and esteemed members of the committee. Again, my name is Stacy Volodin. I'm the Maryland State Director of Humane World for Animals, formerly known as the Humane Society of the United States, and I'm here on behalf of our supporters across the state who want to see our state lead in protecting wildlife and strongly urge a favorable report on SB 431. To be brief, we appreciate the fact that the Maryland's Endangered Species Act provides clear, science-based definitions for key terms like harm and foreseeable future. And these listings are based in biology, not politics. It allows the Secretary to designate the essential habitats and explicitly removes economic considerations from listing criteria. Marylanders overwhelmingly support efforts to protect wildlife and threatened and endangered species, and for good reason. The Federal Endangered Species Act has saved 99% of listed species from extinction, and we think that this is a powerful example of what strong protections can achieve. We want to protect that for our residents. Protecting wildlife isn't just good for the ecosystems, it benefits Maryland's economy. Wildlife watchers are rapidly growing in numbers, and they outnumber other outdoor activities to the point that they are now spending $250 billion nationwide, far more than other, I'll skip that part. Here in Maryland, we have seen approximately $9.5 billion in outdoor recreation economies. Strengthening species protection supports these major and growing economic sectors. Marylanders want thriving ecosystems, healthy wildlife populations, and a future where threatened and endangered species recover rather than disappear. HB 578 provides tools necessary to achieve that vision. We respectfully urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Would you pull the mic up a little closer to you?
Good evening. Good evening, and thank you very much for this committee for your long work on many critical issues. Thank you to Senator Brooks for sponsoring this bill. My name is Maggie Ostall. I'm the Director of Conservation Policy for the National Aquarium. One of our 3 overarching priorities is to save wildlife and habitats. We take a holistic, solutions-focused approach that includes in-building and online education about the importance of threatened and endangered species, community-based wildlife recovery and habitat restoration projects, and collaboration with the Department of Natural Resources and many others to restore critical habitats and protect Maryland's rare, threatened, and endangered species. It is well established that we are living through a biodiversity crisis, and the loss of plants and animals also means the loss of economically and ecologically valuable ecosystem services we all depend on, including pollination, food web regulation, and more. As others have said, unfortunately, federal protections for threatened and endangered species are being weakened, and even though the Endangered Species Act has been incredibly effective in preventing species from becoming extinct while contributing significantly to species recovery, the Endangered Species Act also has extremely broad public support. SB 431 takes an appropriate precautionary approach to codify many existing effective state regulations, define or clarify important terms, and authorize designation of essential habitat, which is especially important since habitat loss is the main driver of species extinction. While the federal government continues to pursue actions that weaken protections for threatened and endangered species, the state can and must enact safeguards, and this bill does just that. We urge this committee to issue a favorable report on SB 431. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McKnight.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Jonathan McKnight. I'm a conservation forest landowner in southern Anne Arundel County. I am retired, but I am a 40-year veteran of the Department of Natural Resources, where I was an ecologist working on issues like those mentioned and approached in Senate Bill 431. This is a solid piece, this is a solid bill, and this will, I believe, streamline the work that needs to be done to protect rare, threatened, and endangered species and their habitats in the state of Maryland. I'm not going to read my testimony, you have it. Happy to take any questions. I urge a supportive vote on Senate Bill 431. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to our 2 virtual witnesses who are both signed up favorable, any questions for this panel or Senator Brooks? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Can we pull up Ms. Radoff and Ms. Chester there? Okay, you guys are free to, you're all good. Okay, Ms. Radoff, you're signed up favorable. We'll take your testimony. I'm not sure if our other virtual witnesses are.
Sure. In the interest
Okay.
of time, I will also be brief. I'm Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Lisa Radoff, President and Chair of Maryland Votes for Animals, in support of SB 431. This bill is about keeping our wildlife laws strong, current, and effective. Environmental conditions change. Science changes. Our law should reflect the best available information, not outdated standards. SB 431 modernizes our approach, improves clarity, and supports responsible conservation, grounded in science and regular review, as you've heard. As I said, I'm keeping this brief, so I want to thank Senator Brooks for sponsoring SB 431 and respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Ms. Chester, be the final witness on the bill.
Great, thank you. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Annie Chester. I'm the Policy Director for American Bird Conservancy. We are a national nonprofit working to conserve birds and wild habitats across the Americas. I'm speaking today in favor and in support of SB 431, and I urge the committee to favorably report this bill. Maryland has 450 documented bird species. Of these species, 17 are listed as endangered or threatened. Protecting habitat for all birds, but especially for endangered and threatened species, is especially important because habitat loss is a primary threat. SB 431 would allow the Secretary of Natural Resources to designate essential habitats for endangered and threatened species, which could help recover species quicker by preventing destruction or adverse modification of important nesting, foraging, and rest areas. Endangered birds in Maryland suffering from habitat loss, such as the upland sandpiper and black rail, would especially benefit from this provision. Additionally, SB 431 would conserve migratory birds. 2.5 billion migratory birds have been lost in North America since 1970. This figure represents a stunning loss in biodiversity, which stretches across North America, including Maryland. SB 431 would establish a prohibition on take, such as harassment or killing of migratory birds. Industrial sources are responsible for a loss of around 1 billion birds annually. So by preventing take, Maryland can mitigate migratory birds perishing from preventable sources of mortality, such as industrial activity. Actions in Maryland are especially urgent given federal uncertainty around the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, which has been through a back and forth, a legal and regulatory back and forth. By codifying protections, again, Maryland can be a leader in migratory bird protection as well as endangered species protection. Thanks again for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, any questions for our virtual witnesses? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 431, which leaves us with two additional bills, one Brooks bill and one Lamb bill. And Senator Lamb is still, I think, on the stuck in the Finance Committee testifying on another bill. So Senator Brooks will take your bill, and then we'll take Senator Lamb when he arrives as the last bill of the day. Senator Brooks on Senate Bill 267. And I'm going to call up your sponsor panel, Mike Sanderson from MACO and MC Keegan Ayer, I apologize. That is the sponsor panelist, and so we will take your testimony, and then we'll take other witnesses after that. Senator Brooks, Senate Bill 267.
Okay, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of my committee, thanks again for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 267, as building affordably in my backyard, or Bambi, the Bambi Act, yeah. I'm still Senator Ben Brooks, representing the 10th Legislative District in Baltimore County. This bill establishes a statewide framework to better align housing production with Maryland's needs, while equipping counties with a tool to streamline approvals and advance local plan affordable housing projects. Yeah, at its core, Bambi is about something simple and urgent. Making sure that working families, young people, and essential workers can afford to live in the communities they help to sustain. We all agree that we need more affordable housing, but too often when it comes time to build, we hear that familiar refrain. Not here, but Bambi changes that conversation. This bill says yes, right here, yes to smart growth, yes to inclusive communities, yes to housing that reflects the real economic diversity of Maryland. SB 267 is not about slogans or sweeping preemption. It's about empowering local governments with practical, fiscal responsible tools to get more housing built faster, more predictably, and in the right places while respecting community character, infrastructure capacity, and meaningful public input. Bambi authorizes counties to reduce or exempt certain housing-related taxes and fees for qualifying affordable housing developments within a defined framework, and helping lower development costs and incentivizing production. To qualify, projects must meet clear affordable standards, including at least 25% of all units be designated as affordable dwelling units, or ADUs, income targeting to ensure those units serve low to moderate income household, and deed restrictions preserving affordability for a minimum of 40 years. This is not market rate development alone. It's structured mixed income housing with affordability built in from the start by ensuring that 1 in 4 units created under this framework is affordable. SB 267 promotes socioeconomic integration It helps prevent displacement, expands access to high opportunity areas, and increases overall housing production while guaranteeing long-term affordability. Under Bambi, affordability is not an afterthought. It is foundational. Maryland is facing persistent housing shortage, rising rent, and home price increasing cost burdens for moderate income families and workforce recruitment challenges in high-cost regions. SB 267 addresses supply and affordability simultaneously by requiring 25% ADU rather than relying solely on direct subsidies. The bill leverages private development to expand affordability without placing the full burden on states or local budgets. Further, Bambi provides counties with the flexibility and leadway they need to respond to local housing challenges by authorizing them to tailor solutions that reflect their unique market conditions. Rather than imposing a one-size-fits-all mandate, the bill empowers local government to streamline administrative review processes, establishes pre-approved building models, and align planning tools with the state housing production targets. At the same time, the bill authorizes targeted tax measures, including special property tax classifications or transfer tax adjustments to address speculative investments or underutilized property. Together, these provisions give counties practical fiscal tools to encourage affordable housing development while maintaining local control over implementation. SB 267 reflects a practical understanding of what it will take to improve housing affordability in Maryland. Land use reform that supports locally planned growth, market tools that improves feasibility, state action that aligns systems with delivery, and renter protection that promotes stability. Together, these pillars represent a balanced approach that advances housing while respecting communities and infrastructure realities that counties manage every day. Affordable housing is not a threat to communities, it's a strength. It brings vitality, stability, and shared prosperity. At a time when too many Maryland families are priced out of opportunity, this bill offers a responsible path forward, one that meets the moment with collaboration, flexibility, and accountability. For that reason, I respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report on Senate Bill 267.
Okay, thank you, Senator Brooks. Let's go to the two sponsor panelists. Whoever wants to go first, and you're going to be on the up to 2 minute clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair. I'm pleased to be here this afternoon. My name is MC Keegan-Ayer. I am with the Frederick County Council, but today I'm speaking as the president for the Maryland Association of Counties. Last year at the end of session, when we had numerous housing bills, MACO was tasked with coming back with a yes, in some way, shape, or form, coming back with a yes on a housing bill. Right after session ended, MACO staff started working with all 24 jurisdictions, our planning staff and the local elected officials, to hear concerns that they had with the legislation that had been in place last year, as well as the concerns that they had with housing locally. Let me be clear, not one county across this entire state, nor the city of Baltimore, argues that we do not have an affordability problem with our housing stock. We understand that. We have been trying to figure out how to deal with this locally, and each county is approaching it from their own particular perspective. We especially understand the need to provide housing for our ALICE families, the asset-limited, income-constrained, but employed people who are the backbone of our communities. This bill is our yes. We worked since May of last year We addressed concerns as far as regulatory certainty, development-friendly payment schedules for our fees and taxes. We want to do fast-track approval pathways, provide pre-approved permits and design guidelines, similar to what we do for our schools. We have prototypes for our schools. We can do the same thing for housing. We want to provide that variety of stock of housing for our first-time buyers and our seniors who are looking to find a place to move to. So we urge your support for this, and we look forward to partnering with DHCD. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and committee members, I'm Michael Sanderson of the Maryland Association of Counties. Very grateful for the sponsor being a great partner on this issue and giving us an opportunity to come back to you with some further ideas. You heard the quick sketch. I want to make use of my 2 minutes as best I can. There's elements in here that are parallel language on the certainty bill that you heard at the beginning of today. We offered amendments to that bill, but also have a whole scheme in the bill here to say this is a way to provide that sort of regulatory certainty. There's also a piece in the bill to allow a fast track for easy administrative approvals and allow counties to create that locally. The rest of the bill are local option tools, most of which we can't do without your help. We would need you to pass a bill to allow us most of the things that are here. It's not just us waving a flag, it's us saying there's a lot of stuff that's very strict in state law. We'd like to be able to have a tool to fend off predators in the housing market who want to take stuff off the market for private capital or whatnot, with the right of first refusal for a true homeowner. The tax flexibility, there's lots of places in state law where we have a one rate, either 1% or a $1 a month for things like the impact fee, no matter whether it's 2 bedrooms or 6 bedrooms. Maybe that doesn't make sense. Give us flexibility to do that in a revenue neutral way back home. We want to continue and build upon the state agency coordination. This was an idea of ours last year and in the last spring. The governor did an executive order. Great. Executive orders last as long as the governor wishes. We think something in state law saying state agencies should coordinate and collaborate so that they don't end up doing back-to-back rather than at the same time. There's an element in this bill about accelerating infrastructure, so we have few of those APFO obstacles to new growth. If we had more roads, if we had more schools built and so forth, we'd have more opportunities to grow in further places. And another piece in here, there are tax impediments for people who might want to downsize from large homes to small. We couldn't figure out how to write something meaningful in a bill. We put it as a study. A lot of things for here to consider, but we want you to have the full sandbox.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Brooks of the 2 panelists? Senator Hester.
Thank you very much. I was just curious how this bill jives with some of the other one, and in particular, could we pass the Certainty Act 325 and this bill? Do they work nicely together or not?
I think the short answer is the certainty language that's in this bill is offered as an alternative to try and reach the same goal as the department's certainty bill. I don't think it would make sense to pass them both because they actually try and create the same parallel structure. We came to you earlier, one of my amendments that I mentioned very early in today was what's a complete application when you start the clock for certainty. We tried to create a process to make that clearer than we think the department's bill is. So we try to offer amendments on that bill, but we also try to put a clean version in this bill. I don't think you would pass both, but.
I was asking about Senator Augustine's bill.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We've heard a lot today.
Right, yes.
We can take it offline.
Right, so I apologize if I misspoke on the spot. So Senator Augustine's bill on the decision certainty is both what are the grounds for saying yes or no to a permit, and then the sort of vesting once you've got your initial approvals. We put parallel language to both of those clauses in this bill as a way to say we can say yes to that whole concept, just we like this wording better than that.
Okay, I mean, we heard all these, we're gonna try to figure out.
It's a blender, I got
it. Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none. Let's move. We do have 2 witnesses signed up. I don't know that they're here on the favorable with amendment category. Is Casey Anderson still here? Do you don't see Kate?
He was that second.
Okay, is Casey Anderson here? All the way from Montgomery County. Angelica Bailey Parry from Maryland Municipal League. Is Angelica here?
There we go, see?
Okay, there's Casey Anderson. You didn't see Angelica from MML out there, did you?
I did not.
Okay, well then you are signed up favorable with amendments, and you have up to 2 minutes on Senate Bill 267.
I'm sorry, I was looking for the Clarence Lamb bill. Which bill are we on?
Brooks's bill, you are signed up here. Senator Brooks's bill dealing with residential housing, et cetera, et cetera. It's okay. Well, you're signed up on both, Bill, that's why.
I don't know.
We're waiting on Senator Lamb to come down fine. It's okay. If you're not here for that bill, that's fine.
Okay, I'll skip that one. I'll save you. I'll give 2 minutes of your life back. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
All good.
I'll look forward to talking about
You'll be back in a couple minutes on that.
Yes,
Lamb
thank
bill.
you.
Okay, now let's move to unfavorables. I've got Dan Reed listed. If anybody's here, come on up. Jason Van Kirk, Adam Rybczynski, Lori Graff, Lisa May. Let's see who all's here. If not, I'll keep going. Is Grayson Wiggins here? Tom Ballantyne. Thought I saw Mr. Ballantyne here. Okay, what do we got? We got 5 witnesses, 5 seats. And those are, you all are signed up unfavorable, and then we do have 2 information, witnesses for information purposes only, which we'll take after that. Okay, so Grayson, why don't you lead off your unfavorable, and we'll go down the panel of unfavorables here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. It's been a long day, so I'll be brief. I think you're going to hear a lot of concerns about the more the housing side of this from my colleagues here. I just wanted to point out, and the reason we signed up in person is that, you know, look, the Chamber supports affordable housing. We support economic growth. We have supported many of DHCD's bills this year already. I appreciate the sponsor's intent. You know, I believe he wants to see more affordable housing as well. The issue that we have with the bill is the back half of it is basically, it's a tax bill. It's allowing local governments to increase taxes on properties. It's ceding a lot of authority to them, and it's very similar to standalone bills that are in budget and tax that we've opposed this year and in previous years. And it seems as though, you know, MACO may have thought it best because they weren't having success on those bills to tuck them into this bill. And so, you know, there's language in here that allows counties to set special property classes and raise taxes on those properties. That's very similar to a bill that we've opposed earlier this year in B&T. And so, you know, I don't, from the Chamber's perspective, we're unsure of how additional taxes are going to create more affordable housing. And we would prefer to look at some of the policies that the counties have chosen to enact at the local level that are inhibiting affordable housing creation and development, things like rent control in Montgomery County, which was enacted and then saw a subsequent 3 quarters with 0 affordable housing units built. And so we'd prefer to take our time looking at those policies as opposed to giving the counties more authority to raise taxes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's just go down the table. Sir.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jason Van Kirk. I am regional partner with Elm Street Development and current chair of MBIA's Land Development Council. I'm testifying in opposition to Senate Bill 267. While Senate Bill 267 attempts to address housing challenges in Maryland, it is overly broad and structurally flawed because it excludes jurisdictions that clearly need additional housing supply. The issues in this bill would be far better handled through several focused bills that allow for meaningful discussion during a very short session. My major concern is the exclusion of municipalities from the population total of the county. At least one county in the Baltimore-Washington corridor, a county with significant housing needs tied to regional growth, is excluded solely because municipal populations are not counted. I would like to call this an unintended consequence, but it appears intentional. Last year, the ratio of houses to jobs was considered as a metric. While ultimately not adopted, it directly addressed the core issue. Housing and jobs are linked. Housing is where jobs go to sleep at night. If we want to support economic development, every jurisdiction must also support housing development. Any population metric must include the full population of the county, including municipalities. Maryland needs legislation that honestly confronts the housing affordability crisis identified in the Comptroller's report.
A 30-page bill that excludes counties with clear affordability challenges is not a solution. I urge the committee to reject Senate Bill 267 and instead pursue targeted, workable reforms.
Okay, Ms. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. There's a very interesting thing that happened at the beginning of this session. The governor, leaders of the House, leaders of the Senate, leaders of Democrats, leaders of Republicans all said now is not the time for tax and fee increases, because Maryland residents, one of their top issues is tax and fee increases. So it's baffling to us that instead of the housing bill that this committee asked MACO to bring forward, that we have this bill that is just full of taxes on property owners, on home buyers, on home sellers, and it includes even one provision that could levy an additional $20,000 in taxes on a median-priced home sale. I honestly am at a loss for that. I suppose it's possible that MACO does think that this is a housing bill, but from our standpoint, this is just a way to muddy the waters, to create confusion, to create a distraction, because their commitment to solving the housing crisis is not as strong as they say that it is. That if they go around and talk about how great this bill is, if they put the words affordable and building in the title, that the General Assembly won't know the difference. But we think you do. We think you know the difference between a good housing bill. You heard several here that have been shown to work in the states where they have been implemented. And you have a lot of people who work in housing provision at this table who are telling you that this bill is not one of them. So I would ask that you vote for those bills and not this one. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ballantyne.
Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Tom Ballantyne with NAIOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association here requesting your unfavorable report on Senate Bill 267. Our organization and our member companies frequently interact with talented planning staffs in local government all over the state. Unfortunately, we don't see the hallmarks of those professionals who manage those departments in this bill. From our point of view, the numerous tax proposals will be counterproductive, increasing land development costs, inflating transaction costs for houses, multifamily buildings, and commercial property. And it will stall the housing market by slowing the turnover of middle and higher value residential property. The housing targets in the bill are not a commitment to increasing development capacity. When the Smart Growth Areas Act was enacted, state infrastructure funding was tied to the certification of locally designated priority funding areas to serve as the location for future job and household growth. These growth areas were designated by local government based on an analysis that compared development capacity to the land area needed to accommodate future growth at densities consistent with their master plans. That was a one-time exercise. That development capacity served as the framework for housing and economic growth over 25 years, but it's been exhausted. And today, many local governments report on their development capacity, but there's no requirement that local government development capacity ever be sufficient to accommodate projected job and household growth. And until we tackle that, housing and economic growth generally is going to be sluggish and a chronic problem. So for those reasons, we respectfully request your unfavorable report.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Graff.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. You guys have heard a lot about housing today. I would like to echo everything that was said earlier from this panel, this very esteemed panel. I would also like to thank MACO. We did spend a lot of time over the interim talking to MACO and trying to figure out some solutions to the housing problem. So I do want to thank them for their time on that. We do have a lot of concerns. You can see it in the title of the bill, oversight, regulation, and taxation. It is there's a lot of new taxes and a lot of fees that this will slow down and overly complicate housing when we need to find ways to simplify it at this point. So with that, and for all the reasons that have already been said, we ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay, questions for this panel? Questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Just finally on this bill, we had two witnesses signed up for information purposes only, Sarah Franklin and Jason Groff. Are they still here in the House? They testified earlier. I don't think I see them there. Okay, I do not see them here, therefore that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 267. Get Casey, he was up here earlier thinking he was on here for your bill, but we're going to call up Jason. I know these aren't sponsor panelists, but these are signed up favorable. I just
Yeah, that's
bring them
okay.
up.
So we can have
Jason Van
Casey
Kirk,
Anderson, Ms. Graff,
Lori
Lisa
Graff,
May.
Lisa May, Casey Anderson, all signed up favorable.
I think Jason.
And then we
Van
have
Kirk.
one unfavorable. We'll take Mako. Mr. Sanderson is unfavorable. We'll take him up last. Okay, so this is our panel of favorables, and we're going to start with the sponsor, Senator Lamb. You take the time you need to present Senate Bill 31.
Great. Thank you, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. For the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator District 12. Here to introduce Senate Bill 31, School Construction, Housing, School Zones, and Adequate Public Facilities Ordinances. Currently, responsibility for school capacity, school construction, and housing zoning are divided across multiple levels and units of government. This means that although these issues affect one another, we aren't always coordinating decisions effectively across all domains. What this bill is hoping to do is seek to take a small step towards better coordination across all of these units of government and across jurisdictions. The first part of this bill requires the state's Interagency Commission on School Construction to collect data on school attendance boundaries and student population from each of the local school boards. Although this legislation does not change what the IAC can consider when making school construction decisions, it will help them have a bigger picture and perspective on where students are located and where schools are overcrowded so that they can better inform the governor and the General Assembly on long-term planning. There is a forthcoming amendment to clarify that local boards don't have to provide exact student locations, but instead the census level data is sufficient that's already generated for MSDE. The second part of this bill seeks to improve the clarity of local adequate public facilities ordinances, APFOs. Several counties have APFO laws that delay residential construction when a nearby school is overcrowded. Many of those laws do not permanently hold projects, but instead delay them for a certain period of years. For example, in Howard County, the county's APFO law can hold projects for up to 4 years in order for local infrastructure and schools to be able to catch up and provide and meet the threshold for APFO. Under this bill, we are seeking to clarify that during the APFO hold period, the initial approval steps of a project should be permitted to be processed through. Under the current practice, once an APFO hold is over, it still may be several years before construction can begin because developers have to wait to complete the initial project steps. So this really just helps move these steps in parallel while the APFO hold is ongoing, so that once the hold is released, there isn't further delay in being able to allow for the permitting and all the other processes to occur for development to begin. This bill is not trying to say how long counties can implement an APFO hold. That is deferred up to the counties, does not touch that. It's really just trying to ensure that the number of years built into a hold is actually the true delay that's in the project, so that there's not a further delay once the APFO period has ceased. And to the first part of the bill, this is really just informational to try to allow the IAC to have a better sense of where those open seats are. I think there are folks who are concerned that we are giving additional state funding for school facilities without local jurisdictions being able to adequately utilize the seats that they currently have. And this is really just to be able to start taking a look at how this may be impacting state funding for schools' construction renovation dollars. I obviously recognize, and you'll see in the bill packet, that MACO has concerns about these situations where a county could be forced to approve the initial steps of a project that will ultimately never be permitted to be built. But the intention of this bill is to really address counties that have set time limits on APFO holds. So not every county has that, but there are certain counties that have time limits on APFO holds, and this bill is intended to address those, not those counties that have indefinite APFO holds. So happy to work with MACO or any other stakeholders to help make this clearer as well. So with that, that is the bill. Happy to turn over to other members of the panel and then take questions at the end. Thank you.
Okay, let's take the panel and then we'll take questions. Anybody want to, in particular order? Let's start with you, Mr. Anderson. Casey.
Well, I just want to say, I'm Casey Anderson with Rogers Consulting. As I mentioned earlier, in many jurisdictions, including the Maryland's Washington suburbs, Prince George's, Montgomery, Frederick, and Charles County, it is not unusual for the development process to take 2 to 4 years. So what Senator Lamb is talking about is not theoretical. If you can't move through the process until you have APFO validity, and then once this school capacity is considered adequate, you then proceed through the rest of the process. You could be tacking on years to the process before you can actually get a building permit and build anything. The other point I wanted to address just more generally about schools is, and some of this has been sort of implicit in what's been discussed on some of these earlier bills, obviously we need to have places for kids to show up after Labor Day to sit in a classroom. But the fact is, and I think we talked about this last year, Senator Watson, there are many schools throughout the state that are well under capacity. It's true that there's variation among the schools. For example, in Harford County, there are many elementary schools that are over capacity. We have middle and high schools that are well under, maybe even in the 60, 70% range. In Montgomery County, the problem is already upon us. We're talking about closing Wooten High School and closing Silver Spring International Middle School, and your constituents are unhappy because nobody wants to see their local schools closed. Well, one of the reasons that Wooten and Silver Spring International are going to have to close is because we don't have enough kids to fill them, and it's untenable to have the school system run open buildings and operate them for well under capacity. There's just no money to do that. And this bill is just one small part of addressing getting enough housing to match up the schools with housing as well as growing the economy.
Okay, thank you. Ms. May, you want to go? Let's go down the panel and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more time, Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. You have our written comments, and we just echo the statements from our fellow panelists here this evening. Thank you.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jason Van Kirk, Regional Partner, Elm Street Development. I am here to support Senate Bill 31. Plan approval timelines in Maryland are long and have grown significantly longer over the course of my career. Senate Bill 31 would help streamline the process by allowing certain planning steps to proceed while waiting for school capacity allocations, a change that would make a meaningful difference in real-world project delivery. For example, we are currently working on a project in Howard County that began in 2016. The property is a brownfield site requiring cleanup and MDE oversight. Because it included a patchwork of zoning across several parcels, it required rezoning before development could proceed. After several years, we secured rezoning and received preliminary approval in 2020. At that point, we had to pause and wait for school capacity. We received partial allocation in 2023 and the remainder in 2024. Meanwhile, we continue working through a complicated final plan process involving easements and alignment for a public sewer project, multiple SHA approvals, and ongoing MDE oversight of the cleanup process. We hope to deliver finished homes by the middle of 2027, more than a decade after the project began. Had Senate Bill 31 been in place, we could have initiated the final planning process while waiting for school allocations. We would likely be delivering homes to Marylanders today instead of more than a year from now. Every year we fail to deliver housing is another year the imbalance grows and prices rise. Senate Bill 31 is a practical, targeted reform that will help make the development process more time efficient without compromising public review or infrastructure planning. I urge a good report for Senate Bill 31.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Graff.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. One last time, Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. Just want to address a couple of things about this bill and what it does not do. It does not override local authority. It does not change any adequate public facility ordinances. It does not require any change in adequate public facility ordinances. All it does is shorten the time frame from when we can deliver housing. What this means is instead of having to wait 4 to 5 years and then start the process, you can do it in a parallel path while you're waiting to get out of what I'm going to call APFO jail. As Mr. Van Kirk mentioned, this can be meaningful to projects. It can be there's a lot of costs with holding those projects, and that can help with that. As far as the workload, and I know the counties have had concerns about that, I do want to point out one thing that I've not mentioned today. We've been talking about housing all day, and we've talked about housing for a couple of years now. If you go to the Department of Planning's website, we are actually down on permits. We are not increasing our housing permits. We are down about 25% as of October 2025, year over year. That was the last data that's on the Department of Planning's website. So we're not making any progress. We need to start making progress. And that's these bills that have some significance to what we're doing, but they don't change the world. So I think that this is a great step forward, and I would love to see a favorable report on this. Thank you.
We'll take questions that go Senator Watson, then Senator Carrozza, then Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you all very much. I'm for anything that speeds development, but I think I'm getting lost in the terms, so help me out. You said there's a project in place. It has to be halted temporarily until there's school capacity. What do you mean there's school capacity?
I'm referring to school allocations. So you...
Are you talking about state-rated capacity for each school?
Yes and no, because each county then overrides state capacity with their own county capacity. Different calculation, different threshold, different... And so schools get caught waiting, or projects get caught waiting in what we call the school bin until allocations are available, which is either you pass all the school tests, or you do the 5 years as Senator Lamb was talking about, and then it is a 4 to 5 year time frame, and then they let you proceed forward.
So you keep saying school capacity. So let me say this statement and tell me what I'm missing, right? You know, each jurisdiction has some schools overcrowded, undercrowded. There's a formula, state-rated capacity, and if you have some overcrowded, undercrowded, the school system, school board is required to do redistricting before the state will even consider a conversation that you need a new school. So when you say capacity, that's what I'm thinking about. So, and I'm sure I'm looking at this the wrong way. So help.
I think the confusion is that while the state has a way of calculating capacity, and that may be tied to what the state is prepared to offer in terms of capital funding for new schools, individual jurisdictions can set their own rules, and often do, in ways that define capacity more strictly. So for example, in Montgomery County, you might have state-rated capacity for 1,000 students because the building has X number of square feet, but if Montgomery County decides to reduce class sizes such that you're gonna have fewer kids that can fit in the same number of classrooms, Montgomery County may decide that this school can't hold 1,000 students. It can only hold 900 students or whatever they...
So what's the correlation between that calculation, which would happen whether or not there was any development, housing, and then when you're trying to move a housing project? How are the two related?
Local governments can and do establish rules that the state does not exercise any control over, currently at least, that say, if the school is over capacity, you can't build here. Montgomery County abolished those. We abolished those about 6 or 7 years ago. And so you have to make an extra payment if the school's overcrowded, but it won't stop you. But in other parts of the state, most other parts of the state, in fact, if the schools are over capacity, there's a moratorium on development, at least in the area around that particular school. And so a lot of the controversy around this is where you have one school that's at 70% capacity, other ones at 110% capacity. In some cases, they might be right next to each other, but the local government doesn't want to make the parents mad who are counting on sending their kids to one school instead of the other. So instead, they say no more housing can be developed. And that's a huge problem for people who are trying to build housing.
So this bill is going to dual track the development of a new community with that process that they have to go through the state with, recognizing that the county is going to be responsible for their own sort of student load balancing regardless, and recognizing that one new house does not equal one new kid in school. We all understand there's a formula associated with that. More expensive the schools, kind of the less number of students that come from a specific area. And so I guess my question is, when they do this, what's the acronym AC? I keep wanting to say ACWP. I know that's not it.
APFO.
Right, that thing. So when they look at that, are they kind of looking at what a projection is going to look like based on, you know, the style of home, the size of the home, and all of that kind of thing, to say, here's the potential impact, and that becomes the number that what you just said has to fix before they allow development to proceed?
Yes, and each jurisdiction can decide exactly how it wants to do that, but basically what you've said is that there's variations in how that's done. So what Senator Lamb's bill does is to require more uniform and transparent reporting of those numbers so you can make better current, accurate and apples to apples comparisons, and also prevents that from holding up the rest of the process. But it doesn't prohibit the local governments from saying you can't build until you have enough seats in the schools.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I appreciate it.
And also just to clarify that, so as was mentioned, that's one provision of the bill. The other provision of the bill is to allow permitting to take place in parallel while you're in APFO jail, right? So while the county has delayed any new housing starts in that location, development in that location, pending meeting of certain time periods or certain requirements of the school system, for example, and other infrastructure needs, this bill, if it were to pass, would allow developers to at least begin the permitting process while they're waiting there. Because otherwise, what we've seen is that you're waiting in this APFO waiting period, and then once that clears, then they're allowed to begin the permitting process. That's another couple years. And then, as Mr. Van Kirk mentioned, then you have like a 10-year delay from when this was first proposed and started before when you actually see the completion of the project. I think to your earlier question too, what's important to note is that there's some differences here between state and local. So when the state looks at funding schools, they're basing it on the calculation of state designated capacity for those schools. When the locals are looking at it, they're looking at local zoning and how that affects, or how local capacity affects their ability to zone. So that's a zoning reg, which we know is a local function, versus the state IAC is looking at, funding for school construction and renovation dollars. That's based on state-based calculations of capacity. So two separate kind of issues there.
Okay, let's get Senator Carrozza. Do you still have a light? Okay, you're good. Vice Chair Kagan, then Senator Washington, and then maybe that'll bring some closure to this bill hearing. Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Casey, one of the reasons why all of us are freaked out about the possibility of closing Wooten is because some of it is based on bad data. And this, Senator Lamb, is based on data. And I wonder whether you are open to a conversation, maybe offline, about requiring that municipalities be consulted. Because sometimes, and we've had problems with APFO data, and Casey, you know this better than anyone in this room, but we've had problems with really bad estimates coming out of the Montgomery County Public School System. And some of it could be that they didn't realize that the city was going to build this whole huge community in, I don't know, Rockshire, adjacent to Wooten, or, similar issues that we've had in the past. So Senator Lamb, maybe you and I can talk about that, or you can give me off the top of your head your concept, but I would really love to have municipalities that have zoning capacity, that do plan and build the opportunity to be at the table and make sure that their data is included in the county's data. Casey, you're nodding your head like you think that's maybe a good idea. Senator Lamb, so.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I'm happy to talk offline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Casey, anything you want?
Yeah, I mean, that's true, and it's worse when you have a situation like Rockville and Gaithersburg, which have their own zoning authority, but not their own school system.
Right,
So it's sort of there's a little disjunction with that.
100%. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go Senator Washington, and then we're going to go Senator Hester, and maybe Senator Hester will have the last question. Okay? Senator Washington.
Thank you. I was listening along and following along, and Senator Lamb or someone said something about permitting occurring concurrently. Could you explain that exactly, and which permits are you referring to exactly?
I think what Senator Lamb was referring to is more the entitlement process. There's no permits that are issued during that wait as you're waiting in the, call it the APFO bin, waiting for school allocations. I'm using kind of Howard County terms in that standpoint, but you're working through your final plans with staff to get those final plan approvable. But they wouldn't be signed off as approved to be moved forward to permitting until you passed the APFO, test at the end of your wait.
So
But that process can
what
take
if you
years.
don't, I mean, I guess so there's the concept plans. I mean, there's number of different stages for planning at the local level and stage. So there's the conceptual plan period, and then there's that review, and then there are all the variances that'll get issued and et cetera, in contradiction to local state law. And then they'll be moving on to the next thing. And so there are certain things that have to happen before, say, a permit to construct, or a permit to grade, or a permit to do stormwater, any of these things. So which permits are you referring to that could happen before another component could be approved? I want to understand how that works. If a developer has been okayed provisionally, and then it finds out that maybe they don't pass the part where the number of students or the impact on the stormwater happens, and so those permits can't be issued. So so I'm just wondering which permits get to just jump out and be approved before
again
look at anything.
that time that you're waiting in the bin, that you're held up from right now processing plans. You're really
talking about your
just
conceptual plans, like
so
conceptual A plans,
in the
Bs?
counties that I mainly work in, it would go, concept plan, preliminary plan. Preliminary plan, when you have that approved, is when you get tested for adequate public facilities.
Correct.
And if you pass, you move forward to final plan.
Yes.
If you don't pass, you wait in a bin, and you can't move forward to final
And
plan.
this is just important.
And so-
are there reasons why one wouldn't pass a particular at that phase? Are there?
I mean, normally it's related to schools.
Okay. All right.
Is the main reason I've experienced.
Okay.
And so you pause and you wait to process your final plan until you get those school allocations. Then you process your final plan, which is still, 1 or 2 years, depending on how complicated it might be to process that final plan. And so what Senator Lamb is suggesting is that while you're waiting in that bin, waiting for school capacity, you be allowed to process your final plan so that when you do get the school capacity, your final plan is approvable and complete. And then you would be able to be.
How can you process a plan or go forward if you don't have that
You're just
information?
exchanging it back and forth with staff, going through comments, putting together the checklist items for the final plan, working with SHA on entry permits and working with other.
Just to clarify, so this would not be a provisional determination? You would not be seeking some type of provisional determination
No.
pending the
You would be exchanging those plan sets back and forth with the county. I think that if you got to the point where you resolved all of their comments, they would issue a letter that would say your plans are approvable at the point at which you get school capacity allocated to your project. And then you would wait until that school capacity is granted to you.
Okay.
And then you would have your final plan approval.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Okay, let's go, Senator Hester. We do still need to get Mako's unfavorable testimony. Ms. Anderson's in the back. So, Senator Hester, why don't you take a shot at being the last question, then we'll get Mr. Sanderson in here. And
Yeah, I was actually going to ask to take this offline. I mean, Senator Lamb, there is a lot of kind of feedback, especially from the counties and IAC about the data flow. If you could get back to us offline with a response to that, that would be helpful.
okay, that sounds good. Okay, well, thank you all for your testimony. Let's get some Mako testimony unfavorable, and then that will conclude our bill hearings for today and our work for today. So, Mr. Sanderson, the floor is yours, but you've got up to 2 minutes to tell us why this is a bad bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Sanderson of the Maryland Association of Counties. I'm pleased and proud to work for an organization that represents local leaders, comes to you, proposes solutions. We do our best to try and find solutions that can make policies at the state level implementably locable. I've been here all day talking about amendments and compromises and working things out. I understand some stakeholders would like to think that the introduction of a housing bill was a ruse or a stratagem, and I don't think that's fair. On this bill, I think the sponsor of this bill got one thing exactly right, and I'm really glad he did. That central element about record keeping and the management and the capacity information comes from the schools. At an analogous hearing just last year in the House, we heard finger in our chest saying, you need to go redistrict your schools. And that's going to solve so many of our housing problems. The county governments, under your laws, do not have the ability to do that. There are jobs for the schools, there are jobs for the counties. This bill gets that exactly right. It's the back end of the bill that we have a concern about. You heard bills earlier today talking about the planning staff and the local governments are overburdened. We need to have a stopwatch on them getting their work done. We need to have a shot clock that if they can't turn around quickly enough, things are deemed approved. We could go out and hire a whole lot more people. Of course, it would require us to raise taxes to do that, and I've heard what happens if we suggest that we would have taxing authority in local governments. Our concern is just the bill seems to say our staff need to be diligently working on projects that appear for the moment to be DOA. We have just barely enough people to do our job today. That's our practical concern. It's not a grave reservation about information about school capacity or about the nature of APFOs. It's really just about that.
Okay, we've got Vice Chair Kagan has a question for you, Mr. Sanderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sanderson, thanks to everyone who's been here all day with us going through these tough bills. Mr. Sanderson, very briefly, to your knowledge, how much did the counties rely on census data when they're doing their projections? And can you envision a problem with our data becoming even less accurate if the Trump administration's threat to cut all sorts of census workers, resulting in even worse data, were to come to be?
It's a real issue. Almost everything we rely either directly or tangentially it rises from census data. Everybody in the demography world uses census data. It's super important.
Problem. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any additional questions for Mako?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Sanderson. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 31. That concludes our work for today. We made it through 120 witnesses. And give us a round of applause. But okay, guys, I think that's the work for today. We will continue tomorrow, and we'll do the voting that we had thought we might do today. We're going to do that tomorrow. Okay.